Game of Thrones, Reign of the Dragon. Chapter 1. The most majestic and great kingdom, forged from fire and dragons. The blazing white sun scorches the city that stretches as far as the eye can see. Countless ships raised sails of different colors, crowded like sardines in the same endless harbor. The wide river Lorne flows quietly. Above the river, a long bridge that can allow 2 four-wheeled carriages to pass side by side leads to the river mouth. The Sphinx, dragon, and manticore carved from black stone stare coldly at the crowds of people on the long bridge. The powerful hunting falcon flew across the sky like lightning. The feathers fell off, and were carefully picked up by the slave with maggot tattoos, and put into the simple basket on his back. Men with tiger-striped tattoos wield whips and direct long lines of slaves to sweep the wide streets. The falcon flew over the bustling port area, which was mixed with the smell of fish, flowers, excrement, and the strong smell of decay. It flew over merchants and sailors from all over the world, and flew over slaves covered with tattoos. The nobleman on the golden seat on the elephant's back flew past, leaving behind a string of vague curses. Flying over the 200-foot-high black city wall. Finally, the falcon landed on a strange-shaped black stone pillar. The pillar was carved with a laurel leaf surrounding a fire-breathing dragon. It was made of sterling silver and shone brightly in the sun. In the room opposite the stone pillar, an old man in grey clothes was holding a heavy book, leaning against the fountain decorated with dragons and manticores, and reciting calmly. The handsome silver-haired boy raised his head with some joy and looked at the falcon quietly. "Ray, please listen carefully." The old man in grey stretched out his hand and pulled the necklace made of more than a dozen different metal rings on his chest, and said slowly. I'm sorry. I just miss flame wings too much. Master Vesalius, please don't tell my brother." The 12-year-old Ray quickly withdrew his gaze and looked at the man who was staring at him quietly with pleading eyes. Dr. Vesalius. This learned scholar came from the far west, a place called the Sunset Land by the people in the Black Wall. But the boy Ray knew that the real name of that place was Westeros. My father and mother, now deceased, often mentioned it. It is the hometown that my mother longs for and hates. Your brother Longzell will not give up on learning knowledge just because of a hunting falcon. The old scholar said earnestly and turned to the next page. Unless it's a baby dragon. But we don't have any dragons anymore. The boy lowered his head, thinking this. The old voice in his ears continued to recite the chapters of history in High Valyrian. The dawn shines in the seemingly eternal kingdom. The descendants of light and darkness, fire and ice rule the earth and the sea. His rule lasts for 10,000 years, until the destined moment. The Pearl Emperor sits on the throne and the Tourmaline Emperor sows treasures. Clothes, the Black King forges armor, the Topaz compiles books, and the Obeo King stitches wounds. Order dies, the world is in chaos, and then brother and sister fight each other, and the night is long, the hero draws his sword, and the night lion grieves. Old myths and legends. Ray's mind has already flown to the hunting falcon Flame Wing. But my brother likes it very much. Is it because Queen Amethyst also has purple eyes? He thinks it may be related to our ancestors. The boy blinked his beautiful violet eyes and pretended to listen carefully. Your ancestors rose from the rolling mountains of the 14 fire peaks. They are the descendants of the mountains. They are brave warriors, outstanding scholars, mysterious magicians, and excellent craftsmen. The legend is indeed still a legend. Our ancestors are the descendants of shepherds. Ray whispered in his heart. We still know this. They awakened the children of the 14 fire peaks. Vesalius suddenly lowered his voice. Then the greatest of nations was born. The Valyrians mounted dragons and launched great conquests. The darlings of the Harpy, the ancient Giscari Empire was burned by dragon fire until crops could never grow. The Salt Marsh. And Royner, who had water magic that could drown dragons, and their heroic prince Galen also died in the rage of 300 dragons. Now it's getting interesting. Ray retracted his hand into his sleeves made of purple silk, and a small silver dragon statue came into his hand at some point. The boy rubbed the statue gently, and his mind finally returned to the thick book. At the height of the freehold of Valyria, 40 dragon lord families tamed thousands of dragons. It's a pity that there is only one dragon king family left that raises giant dragons. No, it is more like a lucky exile than a dragon king. Ray continued to rub the statue, recalling the noble lessons he had taken before. The dragon kings are scheming in the high towers of Valyria. The dragons are roaring on the volcano. Under the volcano, millions of slaves are working hard for the dragon kings in the mines. Looking at the known world, the Andals are like mice. The masters of sailor were running away in the same panic, the ancient Geth people were slaves of the Dragon Kings, and the proud Emperor Yudi regarded marrying the silver-haired noblewoman as a great honor. The old scholar's voice gradually became louder. It's like singing a poem. The wise dream-walker Denise Targaryen foresaw the brewing disaster, so the failed family brought the dragon to the west. Then came the doomsday catastrophe that destroyed everything. The Dragon Kings turned into ashes, and the dragons disappeared from the sky. The sky fell, and the mighty kingdom was wiped out from the dust overnight. The old scholar cleared his throat and continued, "Your ancestor, Orion Varezes, the last emperor of Valyria, is stationed in Qohor with his dragon at this time. The proud Dragon King thinks that this was an excellent opportunity. Greed swallowed up his sanity, so he spent all his wealth and recruited an army of 30,000. Among them were free mercenaries and farmers who were eager for wealth, and wandering Valyrian warriors who were eager to return home. There were also the Black Goat riders of Qohor, who had obtained supplies in Volantis, and the Dragon King had left his heirs here." The old scholar looked at Ray. As wise as he was, he had already seen the boy's absent-mindedness. "That is, your direct ancestor, the lost dragon ringer Varezes. I know him." Ray's violet eyes lit up, finally reaching his favorite family anecdote. In order to avoid assassination by people with ulterior motives, his mother, a noblewoman who also came from the Dragon King family but did not have a dragon, broke the dragon egg left by Dragon King Orion to her son. Of course, he failed to hatch a dragon. The boy said in his heart. The army disappeared in Valyria, and no one saw Dragon King Orion and his red dragon again. Therefore, he once ranked 7th among the 40 Dragon Kings and had 150 adult dragons at his peak. The Varese family has declined. The old scholar sighed and turned to the next page of the big book, continuing to tell the history of the Varese family after they moved to the Black Wall of Volantis. At the time of Gaiman Varese's death, the Varese family had accumulated huge wealth. Not only did they own a large area of fertile land from the Lorne River to the Valana River, but they also owned 12 sugar beet estates, 25 wine estates, 6 silk workshops, 2 privately owned woods, 1 gold mine, 2 silver mines, and 7 rich iron mines. The old scholar turned the book to the last page. Cleolius Vareses, the most legendary head of the family in family history. Some say he is a madman, some say he is a genius, and some say he is a terrifying wizard. In the first 20 years, he was a libertine who squandered 2/3 of the family's wealth. In the intervening 20 years, he was a miracle worker who tripled the wealth of the Varese family based on Gaimon. The glass he made was crystal clear. It is sold as far away as Slavers Bay and the 9 free trade cities. The silver wine he brews is mellow and sweet, and even the Dothraki Horse King is fascinated by it. He triples the production of silk, with silver dragons and bay leaves. The luxurious silk with patterns was even sold far away, increasing the output of wheat, rice, sugar beet, and saffron every year. The smelting method he designed doubled the output of gold and silver mines. His improved metal smelting process, he can forge steel that is second only to Valyrian steel and Qohor blood steel, and the ship he designed can be as good as the purple sail warship of Bravus and the swan ship of the Summer Islands. If I hadn't witnessed the glory of the old master with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't have believed that a nobleman who had never received a city education could do this. Dr. Vesalius said in his mind as he spoke. He organized the great voyage to Asai and West Eros, and earned countless gold from sea trade. He liberated the slaves of his family and promoted them to indentured workers and servants. And among them 6,000 brave boys were selected from them. From that day on, Volantis' Silver Blood Army and the Weeper were born. The nobles in the Black Wall said that he was conducting magical experiments semi-publicly. The Shadowbinders, Cloud Mages, Fire Warlocks, Blood Wizards, the Wizards of Karth, the Moonsingers of Jugasnay, and the Red Monks of the Great Temple have all come and go from his palace. No one knows about you. What did my father want to do until he stormed out of the palace like crazy and stormed into a notorious brothel in Volantis with as much treasure as 9 elephants could carry? He married our mother. Ray said to himself, staring into the old scholar's eyes. The mother who died when I was born. In my hometown, people call her the Whore Princess, and her name is Sinella Targaryen. Dr. Vesalius paused, with regret in his eyes. She is the 9th daughter of Jaehaerys I, the late king of my hometown. In the first half of her ridiculous life, there were more men around her than her silver hair. I know. Ray has never respected his mother. When he was young, he often felt sad because of his mother's past. Just beside my brother, there are bloodlines left by several mothers. There is also that silver-haired bastard from the former consul's family. The boy cursed. 23 years ago, the princess ended her dissolute life in Lys, came to settle in Volantis, and a year later established her own brothel, also known as the infamous House of the Dragon Bastard. No one understands you. Why did your father want to marry a prostitute, even though she has the blood of the only Dragon King family in the world? No one understands the reason why the princess agreed to your father's request and married herself. He was imprisoned for 2 years to purify his bloodline. Dr. Vesalius closed the book. I can't understand it either, but history happened. In the 3rd year of marriage, your brothers Longzalvarazes and Valavarazes were born. The birth of twins almost killed the elderly princess, who has been bedridden ever since. The old master seemed to have reduced his enthusiasm for his wife and turned his attention to your wise elder brother. Master Longzal was as wise as the old master. When he was 7 years old, he was in charge of all the family's industries and affairs, and when he was 9 years old, he independently completed the trade with Bravus and Lys. In the last days of his life, the old master gave all his wisdom to your elder brother until he died in his laboratory. Where are you going? The old scholar's voice stopped abruptly, and the silver-haired boy suddenly jumped up like a monkey and ran towards the main courtyard regardless of anything. The silver dragon statue in his sleeve suddenly became hot, as if it was burning, and Ray immediately realized what was happening. My brother is back. I'll go see him. Master Vesalius, we'll make up for today's class tomorrow. Ray's crisp voice echoed in the corridor where stone pillars and vines intertwined. The old scholar smiled bitterly and shook his head. He whispered, but your class today is over. He adjusted his grey robe and necklace. Longzalvarazes was his master, so he naturally needed to go and greet him. The silver dragon statue in his sleeve was getting hotter and hotter, but Ray didn't feel any pain, but felt very comfortable. The boy ran through the corridor and just turned around the giant dragon statue carved with dragon crystal. A round thing rolled to the boy's feet. Ray's heart seemed to be grasped by a pair of big hands in an instant. His hands involuntarily raised up to cover his mouth, and he forcibly suppressed the scream that had reached his throat. It was a human head. Chapter 2. The light golden hair and beard were tangled together, covered with dust and blood, and the blue-purple eyes looked at the boy blankly. His mouth opened wide as if he wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he could no longer say anything. It was the son of the former Archon of Volantis and his mother. The boy recognized the origin of the head. No, the boy shouted wildly in his heart. Don't let Longzal do it. That's the crime of parricide. What are you looking at? Lay. The elder brother's voice came from behind. Lay turned around suddenly, and his violet eyes with a hint of fear met his brother's deep purple eyes. The silver-haired boy smiled and looked into his younger brother's eyes. The boy was thin and tall, not very old, about 15 or 16 years old, with delicate short silver hair slightly curled, and deep purple eyes slightly narrowed, gentle and restrained. Even among the Valyrian nobles who are famous for their beauty, the boy's appearance is one of the most outstanding. The purple silk talker robe is cool and comfortable, and the exposed arms are covered with a circle of gorgeous silver dragon arm rings, which shows the boy's extraordinariness everywhere. Brother. Ray pointed at the head and looked at Longzalvaraz's eyes with some horror. Longzal smiled and touched his brother's silver hair, looking at the slightly chaotic main court. His eyes, which were as gentle as the warm spring day in Volantis, suddenly became cold. Yammer, you scared my brother. I'm sorry, little master. The strong man with a slightly curly beard raised the long-handled battle axe that was still dripping with blood, bowed slightly in the direction of Ray, and the long-winged dragon tattoo on his cheek shone in the sun. Master, this man sneaked into the mansion and tried to steal your property. I have executed this thief according to the law of the Volantis Blackwell Code. After saying that, Yammer kicked the body with blood still flowing from the neck to the ground, and signaled the Unsullied who was guarding the mansion to drag it away. Longzal, you are killing your father. The slightly sharp pronunciation of High Valyrian, even with some grammatical errors. The fat silver-haired man did not hide his fear in wet lower clothes, and pointed his fat fingers at Longzal and shouted. He was surrounded by Unsullied holding spears and fully armed. Although more Unsullied and silver-armored guards with tattoos on their faces surrounded them. And this man? Yammer raised his long-handled axe. According to the law, among the Blackwell nobles, leading armed people to break into other people's mansions is considered a declaration of war. Longzal patted Ray's head gently, signaling him to retreat behind him, and then cast his eyes on the fat man. "Who are you?" "You." The man almost fainted. "Oh, I remember." Longzil clapped his hands. "You are the little Kavedo of the Bentaro family, the youngest son of the former Archon of the old Kavedo." He took a few steps forward and motioned to Yammer to put down the axe. "I just came back from the workshop in the town of Varances, and I don't quite know what happened, so, Lord Kavedo, can you explain why you led your troops into my mansion?" Little Kavedo was already somewhat regretful at this time that he was fooled by his unreliable illegitimate brother and accompanied him in this muddy water. "Lord Longzil." Seeing that Longzil did not directly order him to be expelled, little Kavedo bravely retreated behind a strong unsullied, leaving only his head exposed. "Please forgive my offense. I am only expressing condolences to Lord Cleorius of the Varazes family, who has just returned to the gods, on behalf of the Bentalo family. As for the soldiers..." Little Kavedo glanced at the main court and his own unsullied guards, as well as the male and female slaves who were shivering beside him. His voice became louder. "They are my slaves. The laws of Volantis allow nobles to bring slaves to visit." He patted the unsullied beside him, who remained motionless. "They are responsible for my safety, as well as those male slaves. I need them to take my place. As for the female slaves..." Before he finished speaking, Amor raised his long-handled axe again. The tall warrior looked at little Kavedo without saying a word. Little Kavedo choked back his words. "There are no slaves in the Varazes mansion. Even the unsullied are indentured servants under the emblem of the laurel silver dragon." Longzil took a few steps forward and opened his arms. "The family welcomes friends who respect our traditions." He looked at the bloodstains on the ground. "But those with ulterior motives and thieves are not welcome." "Lord Kavedo, why are you here?" the young man shouted in High Valyrian. I come to mourn Lord Cleorius." Little Kavedo's voice trembled a little. "What about him?" Longzil tilted his head and looked at the bloodstains. The body had long been carried away by the nimble unsullied. "If I remember correctly, this person is yours." "Lord Longzil, please don't misunderstand. Although that person has some kinship with me, he is not a guest who came with me to visit presumptuously. I am not familiar with him." Little Kavedo hurriedly distanced himself from the relationship. "I have to admire the ability of this noble of the Bentalo family to adapt to the situation." Longzil shook his head helplessly. "So why do you slander me for kinslaying?" Being stared at by Longzil's deep purple eyes, little Kavedo felt uncomfortable all over. This time, he even hid his head behind the unsullied. "Lord Longzil, please forgive me." He switched back to High Valyrian with a hint of Volantis's accent. This time it sounded much better. "I didn't learn High Valyrian well enough. Maybe my pronunciation is wrong." "You heard it wrong. I swear in the name of Arhillar, the Lord of Light, and the gods of ancient Valyria. I swear on the honor of the Bentalo family." Ray, who had been watching the excitement behind Longzil, curled his lips. He said in his heart, "What honor do they have?" Master Vesalius said that old Kavedo was able to become a consul by bribing those elders and senators. His family even went outside the Black Wall and sprinkled money on the streets to bribe voters. Just then, Ray saw a few young people gathered in the corner of the main court, whispering something. The boy glanced at his brother and moved closer to the young people little by little. "Is that so?" Longzil glanced at the people brought by little Kavedo, and saw that they all lowered their heads in panic, so he waved his hand to signal his guards to retreat. "Lord Kavedo, please thank the Bentalo family for their condolences. The Bentalo family is very sad about the death of Lord Cleorius." Seeing that Longzil let him go, little Kavedo breathed a sigh of relief and squeezed out a few tears. "To express my grief, I will personally donate the ancient and noble Varazes family the land between the Little Rhone River and the Ben Oder Manor, as well as 2,000 tiger skins, as funeral rites. Lord Longzil, please accept them. The family's gifts will be delivered later." "Thank you, Lord Kavedo." Longzil bowed slightly, raised his hand, and signalled that he could leave. The two unsullied hurriedly lifted up the little Kavedo who could no longer stand, and fled with the remaining slaves and unsullied soldiers. Longzil couldn't help but hold his head. How could that fool Kavedo not know the identity of the dead man? That was his illegitimate brother. He was also Longzil's brother from the same mother. It was all the bad fate left by Princess Sinala. Although Longzil has collected several illegitimate children left by his mother, there are still a few who always make people feel uneasy. Fortunately, most of them have returned to the gods. There is only one exception. Alexos Bentalo, the unlucky guy who was beheaded on the spot by Amor. This illegitimate child who is almost middle-aged has even participated in the 101st Great Council of West Eros. If it weren't for Princess Sanira's bad reputation, oh, even if she had a good reputation, with her status, this illegitimate child would never be able to sit on that iron chair. Even if he can't speak now, Longzil knows what he wants to do by coming to his mansion with great fanfare. Don't think I'm easy to bully because I'm young. Longzil turned around and walked towards the fountain pool in the center of the main courtyard, with his palm facing down. Without any movement, a drop of silver blood fell into the pool. It disappeared immediately. It seems that my mother's bad fate has been completely cut off. Longzil retracted his palm and walked towards the direction where his brother and the young people were talking and laughing. Yammer leaned the long-handled axe on his shoulder and followed Longzil closely. Yammer, where is Vala? Longzil asked his twin brother. Young Master Vala went to the Silver Blood Army Manor on the Orange Coast. You set up a military training course for him, which is in charge of the Unsullied Silver Scorpion Centurion. Very good. After asking about his brother's situation, Longzil also came to the side of the young servants who were talking and laughing. Lin Voltaken, who had black hair mixed with silver, was holding Ray and saying something with a smile. His bronze arms were muscular. Although he was young, anyone with a little experience could see that this young man was a good warrior. Amos Fezer, who had a neat silver short hair, hugged his arms and leaned against a pillar with a smile. Ago, a Dothraki boy with braided hair, leaned against the wall with his upper body naked, saying nothing. The araximeter hanging on his waist flashed coldly, but his eyes were full of smiles. Sebastian Jayan, who had a pair of bright and beautiful eyes, saw Longzir coming, bowed slightly, and made way. The silver-haired young man who was leaning against the wall with a smirk on his face was exposed. Tigero, what did you prepare for little Kavedo? How could Longzir not know what his friends had done? He glanced at them and found Tigero Dagaraon who was still smirking. My lord, he drank the wine I handed him. Tigero restrained his smile and answered formally. Don't worry, I didn't prepare anything strong, just a mixture of the sting of the forest scorpion and the salt crystal of Lys. Longzir raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Just tell me how long he can live. If he doesn't drink and have sex. Tigero pointed a number. 1 or 2 months is no problem. If he can't control himself, 3 days at most. The more he drinks, the faster he dies. Well done. As you wish. Longzil patted Tigero on the shoulder, took Amor through the corridor and walked into the main hall of the mansion. Surrounded by marble columns, there is a huge map table engraved with the root of the Varese family. The young servants also followed in with Ray, standing beside Longzil. The servants came in with copper jars filled with ice, and the temperature in the room suddenly became much more comfortable. These young people are the important reliance of Longzil in running the family. Lin Vartaken was also the illegitimate son of Princess Sinella, but he came from an extremely humble background. He didn't even know who his parents were before he was adopted by Longzil, and he had been living by collecting debts at the port of Lys. Amos Fezer and Sebastian Zedian were both from a Lys slave ship captured by Varese's fleet. Reese's pirate fleet destroyed Sebastian's hometown and captured the young Sebastian. And Amos also has the blood of Valyrian beauty flowing through him. Because of this, the captain of the slave ship tried to sell Amos to Lys's brothel. Fortunately, the ship did not reach the port of Lys. Ago came from a small Kalasar who took shelter from the Varese family. Their Kalas died in the fight in the Great Grass Sea. Another Kalas destroyed their Kalasar until the Kalasar who was not too strong was killed. The tiger robes guarding the frontier of Volantis were defeated. Tigero Dagarayan is also from Lys, but unlike several of his companions who were also born in Lys, his father Fisher Dagarayan once had great wealth, but everything ended in the internal fighting in Lys. Fisher died from a glass of poisoned wine, and Tigero was sold as a slave by other large families until he was rescued and adopted by Longzil's father. Dr. Vesalius and the family's chief retainer, Vanson Khan, were already waiting at the map table. Lord, we have sold the manor in the north in accordance with your instructions. Vanson Khan saw Longzil coming to the table, bowed slightly, and then said, they are all priced in gold and silver. Which family acquired it? Longzil looked at the chief retainer with a long black beard. Mainly Lord Hamar of the Cyrenaica family and Lord Dolan of the Megaya family. Fanson walked around Longzil and whispered, Master Dolan is willing to pay 20% more and hopes to invite you attend a dinner party at Megaya Palace. I understand. Long Zell seemed to be mentally prepared for this situation. Volantis, as the city-state most closely connected with the Valyrian Free Fortress among the free trade city-states on the Essos continent, has always followed a republic. After the doom of Valyria, Volantis, who tried to rebuild the Valyrian Empire, launched a war. In the end of the chaos known as the Age of Bleeding, Volantis was defeated miserably. The Tiger Party that fought the main battle sadly withdrew. To this day, 2 of the 3 consuls in the Volantis Senate still belong to the Elephant Party, the final winner of that dispute. The Varese family are supporters of the Elephant Party. Wegadu of the Cyrenaica family was one of the 2 Elephant Party governors in this term. As for the Megaya family that is willing to increase the price, their head Bellicio serves as the Tiger Party's only seedling among the consuls. The reason is self-evident. Have you promised Lord Dolan? Long Zell tapped the table lightly. No. Vanson Kaon shook his head. But Master Dolan also intends to acquire the family's mines. The mine is not in a hurry. Longzell looked at Dr. Vesalius. Master Vesalius, how is the construction of the galleons in the shipyard going? Dr. Vesalius took out a piece of parchment from his sleeve. The Crying Boy and the Lord of Silence have completed their sea trials, and the Cleolius and the Sea Dragon have just been launched. I assure you that these large sailing ships are capable of sailing in any sea, including the Sea of Smoke in the ruins of Valyria. Longzell said softly. This Dr. Vesalius was speechless. Ronzell did not continue speaking, nodded, and continued, Lord Kaon, please continue to sell the land, workshops, and manor according to the original plan, and the mine will be sold last. His deep purple eyes turned and looked at the young attendants beside him. Ago, take Sebastian and Amos to the Silver Blood Army Manor and let Vala and the others get ready. Yes, the blood of my blood. Ago lowered his head. This Dothraki boy stubbornly regards himself as Dragonzel's blood rider, the warrior and close friend of Khal in Dothraki tradition. Lyn, you take Tigero to deal with the property in Volantis City. As you wish. Before Lyn finished speaking, he pulled Tigero and rushed out. Master Vesalius. After Longzell assigned the task, he turned to the old scholar. We're ready to go. As you wish. Underneath the Varese mansion is a huge artificial cavity. This was once a place where previous generations of family owners stored their treasures and wine. Now it has become a huge laboratory. Ronzell wandered among strangely shaped statues and complex symbols. Among them are twisted manticores, wingless dragons with no limbs that look like long snakes, people without faces, people with different faces all over their bodies, blazing flames, and people inlaid with different gems. Humanoid object. Silver and blood flowed over those complex symbols, finally converging in the center of the laboratory. A book with a silver and red cover lay there quietly, as if it had been waiting for someone to open it. Ronzell pursed his lips and opened the book under the gazes of Vesalius and Amor. To my eldest son, Ronzell Varese. Chapter 3. I think you have dealt with everything after my death very well, my child. I am sorry that I finally saw you in this way. I am not a good father, because of my willfulness and stupidity. You brothers have been named the sons of a bitch princess since birth. Of course, I know you won't care. Longzell curled his lips. Continue reading. The font is still beautiful and neat High Valyrian noble cursive. Everyone has secrets, your father and I have secrets too. As for what this secret is, it doesn't matter anymore. I have taken it to the grave, and you don't need to know. Longzell resisted the urge to throw the book away and turned to the next page. Your father has been absurd for half of his life and sober for half of his life. At the end, I realized that you are the golden finger given to me by the damn gods. A natural blood wizard, if there is no way to confirm it, your father and I almost thought you are the same as me. Fingers made of gold. Longzell scratched his head in confusion. I thought I could master the magic in the family legend, or at least the blood of Vareses could let me hatch a dragon, but I was wrong. Longzell could see the regret and dissatisfaction of his father, who was usually casual, between the lines. I have recruited countless magicians, some of whom are indeed capable, but unfortunately, there are more liars. If you have the opportunity to go to Karth in the future, remember to help your father spit in the temple of the immortal, the ass of the gods. Although those wizards are a little capable, they actually want to suck the blood of your father and you. Humph, if I had a dragon, I would spray them first. You want dragons and want to be possessed by magic, right? Longzell said in his heart. But he understood his father's layout, so he always arranged according to his father's plan. After all, which Valyrian boy can resist the charm of dragons? I don't know how many midnight dreams he had. He dreamed of himself soaring in the sky and bathing in the moonlight. But your father is still lucky. I finally made something. My child, I hope these results can help you complete our big plan. First of all, I believe you have read the books brought by Dr. Vesalius, learned about the ancient legends of different regions, and the history of the Valyrian Free Fortress. Then, do you have such questions? Why did the Valyrians rise? Why does a nation that has been silent for thousands of years have such a strange appearance? Why can the noble blood among us control the dragons? Where do the dragons come from? Of course I have. Longzil answered subconsciously. I have too. I have read all the documents of the family and the documents brought by those magicians. There is no doubt that the Valyrians are absolutely not a naturally occurring race. There are elements of magic in our blood. My child, do you still remember the language of the Varazes? My blood flows silver. Longzil muttered in his heart. He had some guesses about this question, and now his father's notes may be able to prove his guesses. My blood flows silver, this is our clan language. In the Westeros, your mother's clan language is blood and fire are of the same origin. Have you discovered? We, the Dragon King families, cherish and emphasize blood. In the Free Fortress era, the 40 Dragon King families either intermarried or committed incest within the clan. This was not only to prevent the blood from leaking out, but more importantly to preserve the magic elements in the blood. Son, you are a natural blood wizard. Pure blood is nothing more than a piece of cake for you. I believe you also understand that the source of blood wizard magic is blood. Not only blood wizards, but also in the fire magic system of the red god Arhillar, as well as in the shadow magic system of Asai, blood sacrifice is an important part. And our Valyrian steel, according to the records in family documents, also requires blood in the smelting process. Blood is the currency of the magic world. This is the motto of equivalent exchange, and the blood of us descendants of the Dragon King family is more precious. Your blood magic is far stronger than all the blood wizards your father and I have seen, which is also the source of my confidence. Longzil frowned. He certainly knew that his blood was very powerful. Weapons stained with his blood would be sharper, and poisons added to his blood could even be 10 times more powerful. He can use blood to locate others, hear the voices of people who drink his blood, and use blood to manipulate animals. But he didn't understand the source of his father's confidence. Their big plan was not complicated. Cleolius designed a set of extremely complex blood magic runes, which were said to resist the curse of the Sea of Smoke. They wanted to find the missing army of Orion Varazes and the dragon eggs he brought with him. The blood of the Valyrian Dragon King, plus blood magic, do you understand now? Son, what I want to reproduce is the process of the ancient Valyrians taming and hatching dragons. The family has always had a fleet lingering on the edge of the Sea of Smoke. What we can be sure of is that the central part of the Sea of Smoke is extremely dangerous. This area includes the city of Valyria and most of the former freehold. So no matter what, you cannot enter these areas. But as for the edge, I believe that under the protection of magic, you can take a small number of people in to explore. The western edge of the Valyrian Shattered Peninsula includes the swamps that the Valyrian Road passes through, the fortress city that was once the Mirathison family, a city of our family, a fire wizard tower of the Gael'thas family, and the manors of several small families. This information comes from the family's collection of books. If you are brave enough, you can explore these areas to your heart's content. But be cautious. We tried to restore Orion's route back then. Before he disappeared completely, his army last appeared in the swamps on the edge of the peninsula. If his army did not enter the heart of Valyria, then their location was probably between the family's city Vathor and Tower of Gael'thas. The Verzes family once served the Valyrian god Vormithor in the Free Fortress era. He is the god of forging. So the family mastered the manufacturing technology of Valyrian steel before its destruction. If you can reach Vathor, then you will be prosperous. At least Valyrian steel will not be lacking. In the Free Fortress era, the Dragon Kings used volcanoes and magic to hatch dragons. Today, after the fall of the dragons, the Targaryen Dragon Kings of the Sunset Lands rely on the pure blood of newborns to hatch dragons. No matter where the dragons come from, at least so far, only our blood can control them. That's enough. Child, you have the blood of the 2 major Dragon King families. I believe your blood purity is even no less than those Dragon Kings back then. I'm sorry, child, for letting you take on this dangerous mission, but I believe you can do it. I'm sorry that my father is not a good father and let his children bear his ambitions and dreams. Everything is for the family. Longzil clenched the pages of the book. For the family. For Vala and Ray and them. My child, may honor always flow in your blood, may the blood of Verzes never dry up, and may the glory of the dragon Xingqian return to the family. Longzil raised his head and closed his eyes. It seemed that something crystal clear fell quietly. The shadows moved, and a bearded man in a red robe quietly walked out of the shadows. Lord Longzil, are you ready? Longzil opened his eyes and put the notebook back to its original place. Please start, acolyte of the Red God. As you wish. The red-robed monk lowered his head. Son of God. Bentaro Mansion. The towering orange trees blocked the scorching sun of Volantis, but the expensive wine was spilled all over the floor. Mogul Bentaro, the patriarch of the Bentaro family, looked at the little Kavedo who fell in the arms of two terrified beautiful slave girls, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Lord! Lord! We really don't know, the master just keeps asking for wine. The male slave begged and hugged the master's feet, and big tears rolled to the ground. Then he saw his body. Humph! Mogul stretched his foot to the slave girl beside him with some disdain, asking her to lick the stains on his shoes. The unsullied beside him silently retracted his battle axe. My lord, no known poison was found on the young master. The doctor's slave with a snake tattoo on his face crawled and said. I don't have such a stupid son. Mogul suppressed his anger. Prepare the golden sedan chair, we will go to the Megaya Palace. Yes. Chapter 4. On the black foundation, surrounded by pure white marble columns, groups of male and female slaves came and went in the corridor, converging on the flowing courtyard in the center of the palace. The water mixed with ice flows slowly in the special river channel, bringing a rare coolness to the hot summer of Volantis. The neatly trimmed shrubs divide the entire courtyard like a maze. Flowers are in bloom, and the fragrance of fruits can be clearly smelled even outside this huge palace. In the center of the courtyard were several decked chairs studded with gems, and men in talker robes were lying on the decked chairs in twos and threes. The slave girl wearing cool clothes next to her raised her face embroidered with flowers and hearts, and handed fresh fruits and light green Volantis wine to the mouths of her masters. Dolan, your plan has failed. A man with an exaggerated beard took a sip of the green wine handed to him by the slave girl. The Bentalo family's pig and bastard died, and the coward came to your father to cry. If you and I were not willing to be embarrassed, it would be difficult for this matter to have a good outcome. Dolan Migaya picked up a roasted golden turtle from the back of a male slave who was kneeling on the ground, dipped it in some chili pepper and threw it into his mouth until it made a crunching sound. That's because they are stupid. I asked them to test the boys of Varese, but I didn't ask them to steal property. Haha, are the old wizard's things so easy to steal? The tiger has been silent for too many years. The man who spoke was tall and thin, with a beard that was as long as a sword. When the old wizard was alive, we were crushed by the elephant's cartilage. Now the old man the wizard is dead, what is the boy doing? He sat up, took a big gulp of green wine, and kicked the female slave serving the wine over. Go and change it to Varese silver wine, son of a bitch, the silver wine is still strong enough. The female slave who was kicked over by him didn't even dare to raise her head and crawled out on all fours. The boy is selling his father's land. The man's expression was a little ferocious. Dolan, tell me, what does he want to do? That is the old wizard's lifeblood. I don't know. Dolan Migaya picked through the food with an indifferent expression and grabbed a fried worm. The cut body of the worm was stuffed with a sauce mixed with minced meat and chili. Anyway, I will buy whatever he sells. It's a pity that there are elephant cubs from the elephant party who are causing trouble, otherwise all those lands would be ours. Is it just land? The voice came from an old man who had been drinking quietly. Lord Bellicio, what do you mean? The bearded man hurriedly sat up and turned his face to the leader of the Migaya family and the governor of the Tiger Party. Dolan, your contract does not include farmers on the land or workers in the workshop. With just one sentence, Bellicio set off a storm in Dolan's heart. Generally speaking, it is a generally accepted rule that land estates come with slaves. But the old wizard has no rules. Bellicio said calmly. The farmers on his land, the workers in the workshops, the miners in the mines, and the soldiers in the military camps are all different from Volantis traditions. Those. The old consul paused. Not slaves, but hired hands, so their indentures are still in the boy's hands. This Dolan thought for a moment. Sir Bellicio, we have already obtained the land. The yield of these lands far exceeds that of our land. This is already worth the money. Without the skilled farmers and workers left behind by the old wizard, and without his technology, you can guarantee that the output will last for several years. Bellicio wanted to open his grandnephew's head to see what was inside. When people dig a hole, they jump into it. Did you pay a high price to rob the elephant gang? Yes, Dolan's face suddenly turned red. But these lands are also very important. More than half of the Varese family's estates are in the Elephant Party's territory. We can definitely use this to penetrate into the Elephant Party's voting areas. We are not fighting with the elephant's bastards now. Bellicio held his forehead. Or do you think we can win over Elephant Party votes? There was a moment of silence. Forget it. Seeing that no one spoke, Bellicio could only continue speaking by himself. Dolan, you can continue to acquire the Valens' family's land. Since the boy sold the land, it's not a bad thing to take it back. No matter what happens, you can still give him a favor. I understand, Mr. Bellicio. Dolan cheered up when he saw that his actions were not completely denied. My original intention was also to sell favors to the Varese family. But Mr. Bellicio. The bearded man suddenly thought of something. The losers of the Bentero family seem to want to do something. Do we want to do it? Bellicio narrowed his eyes. These things have nothing to do with us. He paused. Don't worry about it. You mean, after the boys of the Varese family buried the old wizard, they started selling the family's manor and real estate. The Elephant Party's female consul, Mrs. Klevna summoned the Elephant Party MPs. The Varese family's sale of the estate's land is being discussed. Yes, madam. Hamar of the Cyrenaica family said, pointing to the map in the chamber. He is the younger brother of Vagadu, the consul of the Cyrenaica family, and a candidate for the next consul. No matter what the boy from the Varese family wants to do, his family's land is fertile. Even if there are no farmers and workers on the manor, we can continue to use it for a few years. In a few years, even without the old wizard's means, the land will be the output is still considerable. To put it in perspective, our purchase of land is also a favor to our members. Member Hamar, I heard that you lost a lot of land competition to the guys from the Tiger Party. A tall man with a blue beard questioned. If the Cyrenaica family is short of money, we can pay for it. Although the Varese family has not served as a member of parliament for a long time, they have always been our supporters. We cannot lose this powerful helper. Yes, yes, at least his family's Silver Blood army is really good at fighting. The general of the Tiger Robe army couldn't sit still. At least with his family, we don't have to worry about the Tiger Robe army controlled by the Tiger Party. Okay. Mrs. Klevna thought for a while. Do you know what the purpose of Longzil Varese's selling land estate is? Everyone fell silent. Only Hamar had some guesses. I can probably guess that the Varese's family did not start selling land when Longzil inherited it. They had already started to sell it slowly when the old wizard was still alive. This shows that it was not a spur-of-the-moment move by Longzil Vareses. And when selling, the Vareses family had made all preparations, and even had plans that we didn't know about. If his family's contract servants are not on the sales list, what about the free people? Mrs. Klevna mentioned the key issue. The democratic politics of Volantis is very simple. Every free person who owns land can participate in the election of the Archon and has his own vote. And these free people are actually attached to the big families and landlords. It is not completely free. Archon families with a long history such as Medja, Cyrenaica, and Vizima even have a fixed number of votes of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. As for the Vareses family, if Longzil wants to run for a member of the Senate, there are no less than 10,000 free people attached to his family. Except for the free craftsman who signed the contract, the rest will belong to the new owner as the land changes. Hamar said. Madam, please rest assured. The retainers of the Varese family who handed over to me have promised that there will not be a large loss of votes. Well done. Madam Klevna nodded. Keep watching the Varese family, if the Silver Blood army also wants to hand over. We must take it down at all costs, and the silk workshop of the Varese family. The general of the Tiger Robe army said loudly. As for the Tiger Party, just keep watching it. Madam Klevna gently tapped the two clearly divided areas on the map. Don't worry about the funds. The Vizima family will invest 3 million Huay coins worth of gold and silver to purchase the land and property sold by the Varese family. You can bid freely with the Tiger Party. The Haldane family invested 700,000 Hui coins. The blue-bearded man raised his hand. Lord Hamar, we must never let our vote bank lose to the Tiger Party. The Elephant Party is still very afraid of the Tiger Party, which once had a strong military strength. Even though they have lost power for a long time now. The Mughal Win family contributed 1.2 million brilliant coins. The general of the Tiger Robe army also raised his hand. Lord Hamar, we must not let the Silver Blood army fall into the hands of the Tiger Party. The members of the Elephant Party quickly reached a consensus. No matter what Longzal wanted to do, the property of the Vareses family must at least not fall into the hands of the Tiger Party. Especially his family's strong military strength. The underground laboratory of the Vareses mansion. Longzal took off all his clothes and took a Valyrian steel dagger decorated with pure silver from the Red Monk. The Red Monk's face was tattooed with flames, eyes, and red patterns, but his eyes were full of fanaticism at this time. Another Red Monk also walked out of the shadows. This Red Monk was already quite old, and his wrinkled face was tattooed with blazing flames and roaring dragons. The long white beard hung down to his chest, and it was covered with flame-shaped ornaments. The blue-purple eyes were also full of fanaticism and piety. Longzal knew him. Benduro, a priest of the great temple of Arhilar, the red god of Volantis, is also a magician who often visits Cleorias. Let's start. Benduro nodded to the young red-robed monk. The red-robed monk stabbed the dagger into his heart without hesitation. Longzal stretched out his hand, and the blood of the red-robed monk flowed in all directions along the symbols on the floor of the laboratory as if guided. Then, flame. It burned. Chapter 5. At first it was just a faint flame. Longzal watched as the young red-robed monk was wrapped in the faint flames, and his body gradually became charred, but he seemed not to feel the pain, and instead stared at him feverishly. As if to encourage myself to go faster. These two red-robed monks are not orthodox believers of the Red God. They are actually famous heretics in the Great Temple. The Red God Arhilar, or Lord of Light, Heart of Flame, God of Shadow and Fire, God of Heat and Life. His faith is widespread on the continent of Essos, where the trading city-state is located. Believers firmly believe that the eternal struggle between the great Red God and the evil Cold God determines the direction of the world. They regard the King of Light as the true God and denounce other gods as evil gods and false gods. But Bentoro and his young apprentice Malak had some objections to this. Both red monks came from ancient Valyrian families before becoming monks. Although they believe in the Lord of Light and acknowledge his greatness. But they believed more in the power of the dragons and the greatness of the ancient Valyrian gods and dragon kings. While the Valyrian freehold ruled the lands west of the Bone Mountains, Arhilar's faith was hidden among slaves and commoners. The dragon lords of Valyria regard themselves as gods, and they regard even the Valyrian gods as clay puppets. Not to mention the beliefs of slaves and commoners. Malak, a young man with more radical ideas, even believed that Arhilar was just a lie created by the dragon kings to appease the people. He didn't even realize that his own name was related to Arhilar. Although his beliefs are actually quite pure. Even more pure and pious than those monks in the big temple who talk about the only true God all day long. It seems that due to their Valyrian blood, the fire magic of the two of them is far stronger than that of other monks at the same time. Therefore, although the monks of the great temple were dissatisfied with their heretical remarks, they could only turn a blind eye because they still needed their magic to support the show. Until the two accepted Cleolias's recruitment and studied the mysteries of magic and dragons with him. Master Bentoro, you promised me. Longzal raised his dagger. Malak won't die. Bentoro shook his head. Lord, before I came, I had seen the oracle of the King of Light from the flames. He is happy to see your attempt today, so his request is just a bit of flesh and blood, not life. The old red-robed monk lowered his head. The blood of the Dragon King's descendants, the flesh of devout believers, and the pure fire can pierce the fog of history and show the lost boy the true path. Malak nodded encouragingly again, dug with the dagger in his hand, cut out a large piece of flesh from his heart, and threw it into the fire. The flames suddenly jumped up, and the originally faint colorless flames gradually solidified. These flames surrounded Longzal, but did not burn up, as if they were longing for something. Father, I hope this can help me strengthen my determination to go on. Ronzal pricked his palm. The blood mixed with a hint of silver streaked across the Valyrian steel dagger, and was stained with a strange black luster. The drop of blood fell slowly. The moment it drips into the flames. The flame seemed to take a deep breath of enjoyment and swept up in an instant. The sea of fire spread and flooded the entire laboratory almost in the blink of an eye. Benedict looked at the raging sea of fire with intoxication. He stepped on the flames and let the flames burn his body. The drowning feeling comes and goes like a tide. Long Zell looked at the dark surroundings warily. Without warning, the dark surroundings were filled with sudden bursts of light, and Long Zell closed his eyes involuntarily. What followed was an incredibly majestic piece of music. It seemed like countless hands were reaching out from all directions, stirring the same chords that spread in all directions. First is the extremely powerful movement. Long Zell groped and walked in the great light that once again occupied his field of vision until the music played. The sea of grass grows and the trees sprout. Short green shadows wandered in the endless forest, and tall mountains rose from the ground. Then the movement gradually comes to a rest. The ubiquitous music is gentle and soothing, like a river flowing quietly. Huge turtles sang in the river, the forest sea split open, and the river surged. Human-like figures with goats' horns built cities and planted seeds by the river. Long Zell frowned. Is this history? The young man slowly walked up to the sheep-headed figure, and the shadow whose face could not be seen clearly raised the hammer and struck it down hard. Fire splattered. The music is exciting. The sound of music is everywhere, sometimes passionate and sometimes sharp. Half of the world is burning, and the other half seems to be frozen, falling into endless silence. Long Zell couldn't help but quicken his pace. He felt endless fear chasing him. One after another, figures with crowns passed by him. Some of them had eyes like pearls, some had a pair of tourmaline eyes, and some had topaz in their eyes. There are only the last two figures. One figure has eyes like amethyst, looking down at the running boy. Another figure has eyes like blood jade, looking up to the endless sky. The stars struggled to tear apart the endless light, and flesh and blood grew wildly. These stars hung in the sky, as if their eyes were staring at the boundless earth. The man raised the flaming sword, and a faint music sounded at this moment, but it was covered by sometimes passionate and sometimes sharp music. The figure with amethyst eyes suddenly exploded, and countless vague magic dragons fluttered their wings, some rushed towards the stars in the sky, and some rushed towards the half-frost. Boom! Long Zell only heard a sudden earth-shattering explosion behind him, and then the magic dragon fell. There were ruins in front of him. Two silver dragons danced gracefully on the ruins. The young man looked at the silver dragons dance in a daze. The silver dragon suddenly flapped its wings and arrived at Long Zell's side in the blink of an eye. I'm flying. Long Zell lay down as if reflexively, tightly grasping the bulge in front of him. It's the west. Long Zell immediately judged the direction. I'm flying west. He saw endless fields and hills. The iron sword is like a forest, and the corpses of 6 giant dragons sleep in the iron sword. A young dragon has its head cut off and falls outside the iron sword. A half-dead dragon floats beside the iron sword. The hunter drew his bow, and the tower caught fire. The roses bloom quietly behind the scenes. The giant wolf roared in the north, one trout fell, another floated, and on the tall weirwoods, a group of crows pecked at the eyes of the stag. The scorching sun was setting in the west, long stars were passing through the sun, and the iron doors were tightly closed, blocking the afterglow of the setting sun. The green dragon bleeds in flames. The falcon was knocked down from the sky by lightning. The dragons rose into the sky and fell one after another. The dragon's blood was spilled, and countless living creatures and plants grew accordingly. A variegated dragon with a crown wanders the sea. The silver dragon is still flying. Ronzel saw a high wall. There is also a pair of blue eyes. There was a trance in consciousness. Wait until you come to your senses. All that was left in front of him was the extinguishing flame. There was also a voice that only he could hear. Go to the east. To conquer the east you need to go to the west first. Go to the west and wait for the final chapter of the Song of Ice and Fire. Silver dragons and stars, fire and ice, smoke and salt, go and wait for the final chapter of fate. God is nagging. Long Zell actually doesn't have much respect for oracles and prophecies in his heart, but at least this proves that he has done nothing wrong now. When the flames went out, Long Zell didn't bother to put on his clothes. He rushed to the charred Marak and together with Ben Toro supported the red-robed monk who voluntarily sacrificed himself. Ben Toro did not hesitate, and his lips were gently close to the part of Marak that could not be seen clearly, whether it was his face, nose, or mouth, and a burst of fire surged into Maraka's body. Malak suddenly opened his eyes that could no longer see the eyeballs. Did you succeed? The charred lips were torn, and what was exposed was still charcoal. His vocal cords had been burned and he could only make muffled sounds. Seeing Long Zell and Ben Deluo nodding, Marak finally felt relieved. Long Zell put his hand on his mouth, and a drop of blood slipped. The flame that was almost visible to the naked eye rekindled from Malak's body, and soon after, the flesh and blood began to regenerate from the charcoal. Malak will still need some time to recover. Ben Toro closed his disciple's eyes. The Lord of Light's resurrection spell only puts his soul back into his body. Flame is the source of life and the source of destruction. Without your blood, what I resurrect is just a corpse. So you still hid it from me, right, Master Ben Toro? This is a necessary sacrifice. Ben Toro looked at his disciple. Malak is extremely willing to return to the Lord of Light to guide your path. But you have given him a chance to live a new life, so I ask you to keep him and let this child replace the old me and provide you with magic. Consultation. Long Zell nodded. Don't worry, I won't treat my own people badly. So I still have a question. Excuse me. What did you see in the flames? Long Zell asked. As an acolyte of the Lord of Light, interpreting the prophecies in the flames is a necessary skill. Although he did not see as much as Long Zell, the center of the ritual, he must have seen something. I see you sailing away in your ship, drawing your sword from the flames and shadows. I see you standing on the side of the Red Mountains, with silver piled beside you like a sea. I see you wearing a bronze crown, standing beside a throne made of iron swords. So said Ben Toro. Chapter 6. Orange Coast. This vast land is still the territory of Volantis. Although it was defeated in the War of the Bloody Age, Volantis is still strong. At least it still holds a huge territory firmly. The Silver Blood Army Manor is located here. It is the largest manor of the Varese family. Cleolius generously uses the output of the manor land to support 6,000 brave and combative Silver Blood Army warriors. Of course, it is not just the output of this manor. It's just that the Silver Blood Army Manor accounts for the majority. The families of the warriors also settled here. The Varese family built houses for them and paid salaries and subsidies on time. This is also an important reason for the strong combat effectiveness of the Silver Blood Army. At this time, in the courtyard in the center of the manor, several teenagers were training hard under the shouting of a eunuch warrior with a sharp voice. In addition to the Silver Blood Army, the Varese's family also has a large number of unsullied warriors. These eunuch warriors produced in the Nugis city in the Slave Bay are absolutely loyal and absolutely obedient to discipline. They are known as the most powerful heavy infantry regiment in the world. In the Varese's family, with the reforms of Cleorius, these unsullied also took off the shackles of slaves and the humble names given by their former masters. The best of them even became spear instructors for the Silver Blood Army and even Longzell's retainers. Just like the young eunuch warrior in the center of the courtyard. Silver Scorpion comes from Astapor, a Gis city famous throughout the known world for the production and training of unsullied. Slave owners select strong and excellent boys for harsh training. The boys are completely castrated and take poisonous courage wine. In the long years of training, they wear away all their personalities as people and become steel in the true sense. As long as the buyer is willing to pay for a complete unsullied infantry and add heavy armor and spears to them, the warriors trained in this way can even fight head-on with heavy cavalry until the last one falls. Of course, the winner is another matter. Silver Scorpion, wearing a silver-white breastplate and a silver-spiked helmet, leaned on a 6-foot, 1 foot is approximately equal to 30.48 centimeters, long iron spear, quietly watching the teenagers in the courtyard waving wooden spears and sweating profusely while training martial arts. The leading teenager is about the same age as Longzell, and even looks 80% similar. The slight difference is that this teenager has a neat short silver hair and his eyes are also blue-purple. Compared with his twin brother Longzell, Valaverzes is taller and stronger than his brother. Although he is young, his naked upper body already has quite strong muscles. The cast iron spear pierced the training straw man like lightning. Vala retracted the spear, took the silk brocade handed over by the black-haired boy next to him who also retracted the spear, and simply wiped the sweat off his body. Hoffa, is there any news from home? The black-haired boy Hoffa has a pair of unique golden eyes. He and his younger brother Adams are from the distant West Eros. The pirate ship of Rees captured them during the burning, killing and looting. It was Longzell's warship that rescued them. In fact, during that period, Longzell had taken back thousands of young men and women from the pirate ship of Rees. Some of them were sent back to their hometowns, and some stayed in the Varese family. Hoffa, Adams, Sebastian Jayan, and Amos Fezer all stayed in the family in this way. The Lord has returned to the family. Hoffa carefully wiped off the stains and sweat on his body. Amos, Sebastian, and Ago have arrived at the manor and are organizing the Silver Blood Army to return to the team with several commanders. Return to the team. Vala remembered his brother's instructions before he was sent to the Silver Blood Army manor. My brother has finally made up his mind to go to Valeria for adventure. The boy was actually a little excited. Hoffa nodded. Adams has followed Lord Aslan Longdal to lead 1,200 Silver Blood Army to the port and shipyard controlled by the family. The next batch is Sebastian and Lord Gunthorge Iron. They are the main force and will lead 3,000 Silver Blood Army and 1,500 Unsullied to follow Lord Aslan's team. What about us? We are the third batch. Ah. Vala was a little dissatisfied. I thought we would be the first batch. Hoffa shook his head. We are responsible for the last batch of elites and confusing those guys with ulterior motives in Volantis City. Vala frowned in confusion, not quite understanding what Hoffa meant. Young master, you are the twin brother of the Lord. If you are here, neither the Tiger Party nor the Elephant Party will realize what the Lord really wants to do. I understand. Vala didn't care whether he understood the reason behind these things or not. He just wanted to stay here and not mess around so as not to interfere with his brother's plan. Hoffa, practice lance with me. Hoffa looked at the silver scorpion who had been silent. The eunuch warrior nodded and signaled the groom to lead the horse. This courtyard is large enough to accommodate the charge of cavalry. The young attendant put on protective gear for Vala and Hoffa and took out the lance. I have to admit that the Andal heavy armored knights are indeed a strong army. Silver Scorpion looked at Hoffa and Vala dressed neatly, picked up the lance, and walked in the direction of the other side in small steps. If faced with the lance charge of 1,000 Andal knights, I am afraid that only several times the number of heavy armored Unsullied can resist it. The warhorse began to accelerate. Bang! The lance broke. Vala clamped his horse's belly and picked up the new lance. Hoffa shook a bit, but still did not fall down. He also took the lance handed over by the attendant. Second round of charge. Valar was hit in the chest by Hoffa's lance. The lance broke, but Vala just shook his body as if nothing happened. The third round of charge. This time it was Hoffa who was hit in the chest and abdomen. The black-haired boy was almost shot down. It was just a hair's breadth, but Hoffa stayed on the horse. Good job. Valar was very strong, and the 12-foot lance was like a toy to him. Fourth round charge. Valar and Hoffa were hit in the chest by each other almost simultaneously. The lance broke. This time only one boy remained on the horse. Vala rode his warhorse around Hoffa, who was lying carelessly on the ground twice, and then climbed down from the horse with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and pulled Hoffa up. I heard that in your hometown, nobles like to play this very much. Hoffa sighed a few times and spat out all the dirt he had eaten. Yet, Hoffa seemed to remember something bad. In my hometown village, the knight would even force everyone in the village to pay money in order to participate in the big lords tournament. The knight in our village is like this. He especially likes to bet and fight with others, but he always loses the war horse. And armor, all I wanted to do when I came back was to ask for money from everyone, and by the way, when the Lysians came over, they wanted to kill me, and my father died in the hands of the Lysians. Although I heard Adam say it. Veril gritted his teeth and patted his good friend on the back. But every time I hear it, I feel like that guy from your hometown is really nothing. So we all are very grateful to the Lord and the old master. Hoffa said. They let you guys not have to worry about being hungry, not having to worry about being kidnapped by Lysians or Ironborn at any time, not having to worry about not being able to buy salt and medicine. Vala suddenly thought of something. Hoffa, if you go back to your hometown now, are you still afraid of that guy in your village? Hoffa laughed. How is that possible? Now I can fight 10 of those losers and mount a war horse. I dare to challenge him even if he is a knight from the Buck family. The Buck's family. That guy I'm talking about is the Lord's Lord, a knight from the Duke of Westeros. I heard that their family lives in a big castle with a big round tower higher than the mountain. Hoffa tried his best to compare. Draw out the scene in your memory. The flag their knights hold when traveling shows a stag with a crown on it. Vala searched his memory. Then gave up decisively. Haha, Hoffa, I believe you will be able to fight 10 Bucks knights in the future, and you can even fight a dozen of that duke you mentioned. Hoffa scratched his head in embarrassment. At this moment, a man wearing Silver Blood Army uniform quickly ran into the courtyard. After looking around for a while, he continued to run a few steps quickly and performed a standard military salute in front of Vala. "My lord, I have your letter." Vala looked at the man with confusion. "My letter? Is it from the Black Wall Varese house?" Silver Scorpion stared at the man for a while. Suddenly he shouted. "Who are you? Don't come near the little master." Chapter 7. Before he finished speaking, the spear had already slipped out of his hand. The man no longer hesitated, his wrist armor shook, and a dagger slipped into his palm. The two teenagers' reaction speed was faster than his dagger swinging. Hoffa crashed into the man's waist without a word, and the man lost his balance instantly. I don't know where the man learned this skill from. Hoffa's collision only made his body tilt, but the dagger in his hand did not slow down at all. The spear thrown by the Silver Scorpion also arrived. The man looked at Vala with resentment, taking advantage of Hoffa's collision, rolling to the side, and picked up the broken lance. The spear pierced the assassin's body. The man did not hesitate. He said to Vala in a low voice in High Valyrian. "I'm sorry." The dagger turned over and stabbed directly into the assassin's throat. He couldn't die anymore. The Silver Scorpion pulled out the spear from the corpse. "It's a regretful guest, young Master Vala, you may have to return to Volantis city in advance." "Who sent it?" The fear on Vala's face faded, and he looked at the body on the ground with some confusion. Hoffa cautiously stopped in front of Vala, staring at the assassin's body. The Silver Scorpion stabbed into the assassin's limbs, chest, and head. Then he looked at the Silver Blood Army soldiers who came after hearing the sound and several tall warriors crying wearing heavy armor and holding long-handled battle axes. "Silver Scorpion!" The sound of steel colliding came. "What have you done?" Gunzer Jayan ran into the courtyard angrily with Sebastian Jayan. Gunzer Jayan is a tall and strong brown-haired man with a knotted beard. The family crest of the Jayan family is inlaid on the front of the bright silver breastplate, and the black flames on the dark blue background. He was a hereditary retainer of the Varese's family, but unfortunately, his generation was sparsely populated, and he had an unfortunate but unforgettable marriage. Gunthor's beloved wife died of dystocia, and he was so grief-stricken that he impulsively drank the wine of oath with Longzel's blood and vowed not to remarry. So the Jayan family tragically died out. Similar to Gunthor's situation, there was another retainer family, the former chief retainer family, the Voltaken family. Their only child, Rafa Voltaken, choked himself to death while drinking. So the Voltaken family also died out. Fortunately, Longzel had a large number of children of school age at that time. So Sebastian became Gunthor's adopted son and inherited the surname Jayan, and Lin inherited the surname Voltaken and the retainer seat of the Voltaken family. "Lord Gunthor, now is not the time to quarrel," Silver Scorpion said to Gunthor seriously. "A regretful guest sneaked into the manor and tried to assassinate Master Vala. We need to seal the manor as soon as possible." Gunthor calmed down. "Understood, Sebastian, follow me, Silver Scorpion, protect the young master." After saying that, he drew the long sword from his waist and rushed out with a solemn Sebastian and several Silver Blood Army cavalrymen. Their war horses were still outside. The remaining Unsullied and Silver Blood Army hurried to the entrance and exit of the courtyard as if they were facing a great enemy. "Master Vala, Hoffa, you have to go with Lord Gunzer and the others." Silver Scorpion looked at the two of them seriously. The regretful guest is still good. If they hired the Faceless, the consequences would be disastrous. Vala and Hoffa realized the seriousness of the problem and hurried to their respective rooms to pack up. The search lasted a whole day. "Sebastian, any news?" Seeing Sebastian walking into the room panting with a puzzled look, Vala hurriedly greeted him. Although he was a little scared, the emotions that came after the panic were anger and excitement. He wanted to see who was so bold to do something to him. Sebastian picked up the glass wine pot on the table, poured himself a glass of amber fruit wine and drank it all. "My father and I searched the entire manor and only found a few servants who assisted the assassin to enter the manor. They didn't know that the assassin was a regretter. The guy deceived them in the name of the Silver Blood Army recruits." "How are those servants?" Vala asked. "It's okay." Sebastian poured another glass of fruit wine, and then he evened out his breath. Hoffa gave them the contract wine, so they couldn't lie. After confirming that it had nothing to do with them, he let them go. Vala nodded. His brother Longzel's words and deeds had left a deep impression on him. The messenger who brought the news to the Lord is probably about to arrive home. We will set off tomorrow morning. Okay. Vala nodded heavily. Crack. Expensive glassware shattered all over the floor. Who did it? Longzal's deep purple eyes were full of bloodshot. The young man took a deep breath and looked at the retainers standing on both sides of the long table. Sorry, I was a little too radical just now. Chief Retainer Vincent Kaon stroked his beard and was thinking. The silver-haired young man Aslan Longdal said angrily, Lord, it must be done by the Tiger Party. Aslan, you must have evidence when you speak. Dr. Vesalius reminded. The Lord is not a member of Parliament. Whether it is assassinating the Lord or assassinating the young Master Vala, it will be harmful to the Tiger Party, but will add more handles. Hee hee. A cold laugh interrupted Dr. Vesalius. The pale middle-aged man in black, Zersar Shadow Weaver, looked at Vesalius with his eyes slanted. Scholars, please do not use reason to look at the fools in the black wall. This hereditary intelligence chief of the Verzes family is not only proficient in poison techniques from Lys, but also proficient in the art of building intelligence networks in Bravus. He is also the teacher of Tigero Dagareon, who was brought back by Lin Voltaken. There are many forces inside and outside the black wall that can contact the regret guest. Chisar Shadow Weaver analyzed. But the only one that has a direct conflict with you is the Bentalo family. Although Mogul Bentalo is a waste who has accomplished nothing, the wealth of the Bentalo family is enough for him to take a risk and act impulsively once. Then why didn't he attack me? Longzir asked. Assassinating Vala has no benefit to him. Vala has nothing to do with everything. The boy paused and clenched his teeth. Or does he think that killing my brother can stimulate me? Then he won. The boy said so in his heart. Because it's too expensive. Chisar Shadow Weaver limped along Zir's side with a snake-shaped crutch. Due to a serious poison accident, his left leg was numb. Even the lords of those city-states or the governor of Volantis can't afford to kill you. Longzal was speechless for a moment. Yes, he has brave soldiers and unsullied around him. More importantly, he also has blood magic. The retainers and servants have drunk oath wine and contract wine. The cats, dogs, and even crows in the mansion have been fed feed mixed with their own blood. It can be said that this mansion is a place where strangers die. Even the faceless ones find it extremely difficult to sneak into the manor. Of course, it would be better if there was a dragon. Okay. Longzal looked at everyone. Now let's talk about how to make the Bentalo family pay the price. My brother can't be scared for nothing. Maybe I can use poison. Tigero raised his hand to speak. With just 3 drops of grey mushroom juice and a little scorpion tail venom, I can kill everyone in the Bentaro mansion without anyone noticing. Their symptoms are just severe typhoid fever. The price is not just human lives. Lin Voltaken retorted. You are too extreme sometimes, Tigero. Lin and Tigero both have their reasons. Vincent Kaon smoothed things over. My lord, you. The Bentaro family can't pay this price. Longzal looked at the map on the long table and narrowed his eyes. The Bentaro family dared to take action. Regardless of whether it was done by the Bentaro family or not, his family was the most suspicious, so it was his family that did it. Then the Tiger Party that supported them behind the scenes must also pay the price. And for the mortal enemy, the Elephant Party, it is natural to see that the Tiger Party pays a price that will not hurt their bones. Then there are many places to do some tricks in the middle. Perhaps this opportunity can be used to completely divert the attention of the Black Wall nobles and stop them from focusing on their important plans. The ship is almost ready. They just need to wait for Marak to recover, and then they can set off for the ruins of Valeria immediately. Longzal can already feel that after completing the ritual of the flame prophecy, something in his body seems to urge him to go to the ruins of Valeria as soon as possible. It seems that something there is calling him. Lord Kaon, prepare the elephant cart. Lord Zersar, Tigero stays behind. Aslan, you and Lin and come with me to the Senate. Let's go find a place for Vala. Chapter 8. What? The elephant cart of the Varese family went to the Senate. Lamar Cyrenaica, who had just come out of the brothel, was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately understood something and whipped the slave who carried the sedan chair. Stupid, what are you waiting for? Go to the Senate. He hurriedly looked at the slave who had just sent him out and whipped him again. Go find Madame Klevna and Lord Vagadu and tell them that the trouble of the Tiger Party is coming. Let our people go to help. Hurry up. The slave ran to the mansion of the Vizima family in a hurry. Hurry up. Another whip was whipped on the slave who carried the sedan chair. These slaves dared not to be angry and could only speed up their pace with all their strength. The ass of the gods. Lamar hated the strange rules of the Varese family at this time. The Volantis kept slaves, and it was even said that every free man in Volantis had at least 5 slaves. It can be said that slaves supported the entire economy of Volantis. Therefore, Volantis established many rules related to slaves, just as they believed that only slaves and foreigners would let their feet land on the dirty ground. Therefore, the nobles of Volantis generally choose to travel in sedan chairs. The more slaves carrying the sedan chair, the higher the status and wealth of the nobles. Free civilians will also travel in carts pulled by dwarf elephants. Yes, dwarf elephants are abundant near Volantis. Free people with some assets can afford to buy dwarf elephants for transportation, and civilians with little money can also rent elephant carts for travel. The Varese family is more unique. Although it is one of the most powerful nobles in the Black Wall, since the reform of Cleolius, at least in name, the Varese family has no slaves. Cleolius himself hates riding sedan chairs. So starting from him, the Varese family's way of travel has become a faster elephant cart. Of course, in order not to be so unconventional, Cleolius still made some compromises. He spent a huge amount of money to buy several huge southern forest elephants from the colonial towns of the mysterious Sothorios continent in the south. These giant elephants are not as beautiful as the dwarf elephants, but each one is very powerful, at least twice as big as the dwarf elephants. After Longzal paid the price of anemia for a long time, the Varese family successfully tamed these 2 male elephants and 6 female elephants. They were raised in the zoo of the Varese mansion. So on this day, a rare and strange scene appeared in the Black Wall. The nobles who got the news, whether they were from the Tiger Party or the Elephant Party, gave up the luxurious golden sedan chairs far away from the Senate. There were more elephant carts pouring into the Black Wall on this day than any other day. You are worthy of being the son of the old wizard. Mrs. Klevna, who sat on the elephant cart with the help of her family, was full of emotion to the Archon Vagadu Cyrenaica opposite. Vagadu is a skinny old man with silver gold hair that has been dyed with grey frost, but his eyes are unusually clear and azure blue. Madame Klevna, no matter what he wants to do, the Tiger Party idiots have given him a good reason to profit from the two-party struggle. We still have to help him. Madame Klevna looked at the hurried parliamentarians indifferently. Even in the bloody era, assassinating important figures of the enemy party is not a decent act. Do you have evidence that Mogul Bentalo hired Regret to assassinate the boy? Vagadu looked at Madame Klevna's lavender eyes with a little mystery. The Regret House, the base of the Regret House in Volantis, has our investment. Madame Klevna whispered. Although we cannot interfere with the actions of the Regret House, our spies have seen the Bentalo family enter the Regret House with their own eyes. Vagadu nodded in understanding. It seems that the intelligence work of the Cyrenaica family is still not done well enough. The parliamentarians of the Elephant Party should help each other. Lord Vagadu. Madame Klevna responded with a smile. Now we should talk about the spoils. An old woman who refuses to listen to anything. Vagadu rubbed his teeth and complained in his heart. No matter what, the Varese's family will take a large part. Do you have any doubts about this, madam? Madame Klevna shook her head. Of course not, but according to what Longzal Vareses has done during this period, he will most likely choose gold as compensation. We will pay for the discounted gold. Vagadu made a decision. The slaves will be paid at a discount, and the land and manors will be left behind. Klevna frowned. What exactly does he want to do? The Senate. People entered the hall built in the style of the Senate during the Valyrian Free Fortress period, and soon it was filled with members of the two parties. Of course, there were more members of the Elephant Party, and they almost filled 2/3 of the seats. The Tiger Party was sparse. The Tiger Party's Archon Beligio Meja sat calmly in his Archon seat, while the Bentalo family's seat was empty. The door slowly opened. The sound of crisp footsteps came slowly. The inheritor of the ancient bloodline, the law enforcer on the sea, the commander of the Silver Blood Army, the hereditary noble of Volantis, the alternate senator, Lord Longzal of the Vareses family has arrived. Aslan Longdal shouted out Longzal's name with full energy, and stood respectfully on the side of the mosaic rotunda of the Senate. Lord Longzal Vareses, what is the reason for you to convene the Senate meeting? Mrs. Consul Klevna spoke first. I want to accuse someone of hiring the Regret guest to murder the noble Blackwell nobles. According to the Volantis Blackwell Code, I have the right to ask the Senate to conduct a thorough search and find the murderer. Lord Varese. A member of the Tiger Party raised his hand to ask a question. You need to provide evidence to the Senate to prove that the assassination really happened. Longzil nodded at the door. Lin Voltaken walked in without saying a word, dragging a head with a broken body, and threw it directly on the mosaic floor without saying a word. The blood-stained face still has strong Karth features. The members in the seats whispered. What can a corpse show? A member of the Elephant Party shouted. Longzil looked up in the direction of the voice. It was Lamar Cyrenaica, and Longzil nodded slightly. Members, I believe you all know that my father has some abilities beyond ordinary people. Longzil glanced at the members. These nobles of Volantis are no strangers to magic. During the reign of ancient Valeria, Volantis was the most popular colonial city for the Dragon Kings, and it was also one of the most prosperous ports in the world. Many magicians from Asai have demonstrated their abilities in the city. The red-robed monks of the Great Temple also often demonstrate their fire magic. There are even many nobles who support magicians in their homes. He left me a potion that can make the dead speak. Longzil took a bottle of slightly reddish potion from Lin En. In fact, it's just my blood mixed with something else. Longzil said in his heart. He poured the potion on the corpse. A strange scene happened. The corpse suddenly trembled violently, as if something was about to grow out of the place where he had been cut off. A hoarse, but extremely clear voice came from the throat of the dead. Bentaro, kill, boy, little, I'm sorry. The whole room was silent. It seemed that the effect of the medicine had passed, the corpse stopped trembling, and the budding flesh that had just sprouted also stopped growing. My lords. Longzil looked around. Do you need any more evidence? He was not worried that the death of the two guys from the Bentaro family would affect his plan. Alexio's death was his own fault. As for little Cavedo, no toxins were detected in his body. All doctors, even the red monks, could only judge that he died of cardiac arrest caused by excessive drinking, but Mogul didn't believe it. What's more, Mogul didn't attend the Senate meeting at all. I'm sorry. Beligio, the governor of the Tiger Party, lowered his head. Lord Vareses, we didn't know about this. He looked at the Tiger Party councillors around him. Where is Mogul Bentaro? My Lord Governor. The councillor replied. Lord Mogul encountered misfortune on his way here today. An out-of-control dwarf elephant knocked down the golden sedan chair of the Bentalo family, and Lord Mogul was unfortunately trampled to death by the dwarf elephant. Lord Vareses, I'm sorry, there is no way to punish the murderer according to the law. Therefore, what I ask for is compensation, Lord Archon. Lord Vareses, according to the law, all the property of the Bentalo family can be used as your compensation. Archon Vagado kindly reminded. Lord Beligio, I believe you will not cover up your colleagues who have committed crimes. Of course not. Beligio rolled his eyes at Vagado and said kindly. Lord Vareses, look. I'm not greedy. Longzil looked at the three archons and said loudly. But the Bentalo family tried to assassinate my brother, which violated the bottom line of the Vareses family. And the family is preparing to send out a fleet again to clear the pirates in Lis and Tyrosh and protect the trade routes of Volantis. At this critical juncture, the Bentalo family actually did such a thing, which is really unbearable. He is going to clear the pirates. Mrs. Klevna thought to herself. But what does this have to do with cashing in property? Is he building a fleet? So I asked the Senate to confiscate the land and property of the Bentalo family and compensate the Vareses family with enough gold and ships. He formally announced the plan of the Vareses family to the Senate. I will continue my father's path, and after clearing the trade routes, I will start the Great Voyage again, consolidate the trade routes to Udi and Asai. And further open up the southern route. I see. Such a sentence sounded in the hearts of several archons at the same time. No wonder he was in a hurry to cash in his property. It turned out that he wanted to continue the Great Voyage career of the old wizard. Support, must support. In any case, the Great Voyage is a move to make the pie bigger, which is beneficial to Volantis. As for the Bentalo family, they have already agreed to eat it up, so why worry about it? Lord Varese, we are willing to participate in your Great Voyage plan. Lord Longzil, I can provide ships, please consider our family. Go to hell, why are you a Tiger Party member mixing with our Elephant Party members? Lord Longzil, we can also provide ships and funds. Upon hearing that there is a new Great Voyage, these nobles can't sit still. It's great that there are people willing to take on this kind of high-risk and high-profit business. The Senate was noisy in an instant. Silence. Vagadu Cyrenaica finally suppressed the noisy voice with a full voice. As you wish, the property of the Bentalo family will be compensated to you in the form of gold, warships, and merchant ships. As for your great voyage plan, do you need the assistance of the Senate? Not for now, but when we return this time, we may need the resolution of the Senate. Longzil said with a smile. Chapter 9. Summer Sea. This vast sea is an important sea connecting the three continents of West Eros, Essos, and Sothorios, and is also a paradise for pirates. Since Tyrosh, Lys, and Mir formed the Three Cities Alliance, or the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, there have indeed been fewer sporadic pirates from the Narrow Sea to the Summer Sea. But they have been replaced by legal pirates. Ironic? Not at all. After all, maritime trade does make money quickly, but it is not as fast as a business without capital. The ships of Lys, Mir, and Tyrosh are particularly good at switching flexibly between merchant ships and pirate ships. Some of them even joined forces with the iron races driving longships in the Sunset Sea. As a result, the entire sea is in a wonderful superposition state of stability and chaos. On the vast sea, a huge rowing warship is slowly sinking, and another rowing warship with naked female coins painted on its sails is trying to escape from this sea area. But it seems that it can't escape. A sailing oar warship that was a whole circle larger than the escaping oared warship was closely behind her, constantly throwing huge rocks. Another huge warship with a towering bow and stern came from the other side, the wind direction was just right, and the huge sails were bulging, allowing the entire oarless warship to ride the wind and waves, and in the blink of an eye it was next to the oared warship. The purple sails of the two large ships were painted with patterns of fire-breathing silver dragons and laurel leaves. From a distance, 3 or 4 sailing oar warships with the same sails were seen approaching the sea area. Goddess curse! The pirate captain dodged the javelins and stones thrown by the sailing ship, and pulled over the first mate who was running across the deck in a panic. Didn't you say the sea area was safe? Where did the Silver Dragon's fleet come from? I don't know. The first mate pushed the captain away roughly. Hurry up and kill him. Before he finished speaking, a javelin pierced his chest squarely. What followed was an overwhelming rain of arrows, javelins, and stones. Raise the white flag, raise the white flag quickly. The captain watched the big ship crashing into his bow. No. Boom. The big sailing ship hit the bow of the pirate ship straight, and the bow of the big ship pressed down, the wooden planks broke, and the whole pirate ship was knocked to one side. The captain was thrown into the sea without standing firmly. The next thing was much simpler. Another sailing warship approached quickly, threw out the hook, and successfully captured the pirate ship. According to the normal process, the warship of the Varese family would plunder the treasures on the pirate ship and rescue the slaves captured by the Lys people before sinking the ship. This is something the Varese family has done for a long time. But this time it was not as fast as usual. Because a young man was found in the ship. That's probably what happened. Evans Dane introduced his origins with a sincere face. He came from the distant West Eros, and was the youngest son of the Dane family in Dorn Starfall. Because he had no inheritance rights, he was sent to the citadel in Old Town by his family to study. As a result, he was robbed by pirates when he was out. He and several companions were captured by pirates. This is the shipyard and dock near the deep water port of Volantis. Volantis has a natural deep water port that stretches as far as the eye can see. Owning this good port is also the reason why Volantis has always maintained an important trading position. This shipyard and dock are both the property of the Varese family. After learning that his fleet rescued a bachelor from West Eros, Longzil, who had just finished the Senate's wrangling, rushed to the shipyard without stopping. Dr. Vesalius, who stayed behind, also came. After all, he was the only one who could confirm that this bachelor was a real bachelor. An assistant bachelor. Dr. Vesalius made a conclusion as soon as he saw Evans. Evans' face flushed all of a sudden. He scratched his head in embarrassment. He had not yet sworn in as a bachelor. The necklace he wore was only black iron for Raven studies, gold for economics, and red copper for history. It was nothing compared to Dr. Vesalius's colorful necklace. Bachelor is a profession unique to West Eros. They are trained in the citadel of Old Town. A mature bachelor has to go through a long period of apprenticeship and assistant bachelor until he is qualified in all aspects before he can swear to become a bachelor. Bachelors in West Eros are scholars, doctors, engineers, economists, historians, and even military strategists. The citadel where they study has the largest collection of books in West Eros, which almost monopolizes all knowledge. After swearing in as a formal bachelor, no matter how noble their previous surnames were, the bachelors will abandon their surnames and no longer have any inheritance rights. The citadel will send formal bachelors to the castles of various lords to assist those lords with poor cultural levels in handling government affairs or serving as doctors. A lord once commented on the maester, "Sometimes I really feel that my maester is the master of the castle. They serve the castle they are assigned to for life until they die." The highest position among the maesters is the Grand Maester of King's Landing. The maesters who obtain the Grand Maester position will directly serve the royal family and have their own seats and those of the citadel in the royal council in the political system of Westeros. Who is your mentor? Assistant Maester. It's Maester Grey. Evans said cautiously. Oh. Dr. Vesalius nodded, turned back and said to Longzil, "You can trust him. This kid is the student of my student." Longzil looked at Evans Dane from head to toe. The 17-year-old young scholar wore a dirty grey robe, had pale skin, short light golden hair, and beautiful violet eyes. It matches the situation in the book. Longzil thought to himself that all his impressions of Westeros came from the books brought by Dr. Vesalius and his mother's mumbling when she was still healthy. But Dr. Vesalius had left Westeros for decades. When he left, King Jaehaerys I was still in power. Now, the centenarian king has long passed away, and the new king even has many children and grandchildren. In these few short days, Longzil has been busy with many things, and now he is indeed a little tired. But there are still some things to ask. For example, the current situation and customs of Westeros. The prophecy in the fire told Longzil that if he could successfully achieve results in the ruins of Valyria, he would soon go to Westeros in the west. He needed to get intelligence in advance. After all, listening to stories is not as laborious as thinking about things. Longzil sat in his seat and motioned Evans Dane to sit down as well. The young scholar was a little apprehensive, but he still sat down with the encouragement of Lyn Vartaken, who had been trying to hold back his laughter. "Master Evans, I need to consult you about the current situation and customs of the Land of Sunset." Longzil poured a glass of fruit wine and handed it to Evans. "I will tell you everything I know." Evans Dane hesitated and looked at the glass in his hand, but finally drank the fruit wine in the glass. There is a unique sweet and sour taste, and a rich fruity aroma. Let's talk about politics first. Longzil poured himself a glass of wine, but did not drink it. For example, the current kings and nobles of Westeros. Chapter 10. There is one situation that I think you need to know. Dr. Vesalius added. Longzil thought for a moment. "I roughly understand what you want to add, Evans. Your hometown is still independent now." Evans Dane puffed out his chest with some pride. "Yes, my lord, Dorne has never bowed to any northern monarch since the warrior queen of Rhoyna, the great Nymeria, crossed the river with thousands of ships and married Mors Martell. Even though the conqueror Aegon Targaryen rode a dragon and burned down our castle, we still stand proudly in the desert and rivers south of the Red Mountains. My ancestor King Dorian Dane was once the king of the turbulent river basin. After being defeated by the warrior queen, he bowed to her, and my other ancestor Sir Davos Dane became her husband after the warrior queen became a widow. I heard that you also shot down a dragon?" Longzil asked. There was no expression on his handsome face. "Yes." Evans Dane nodded. "Marissa's body is still in the prison gate of the Euler family. Although I don't want to mention it." Lyn Vartaken interrupted with a smile. "But the ancestor of the person in front of you once participated in the war to destroy the Rhoyna. They rode dragons and almost evaporated the entire Rhoyna River. My lord, this happened nearly 1,000 years ago." Evans Dane explained. "Although we are proud of our Rhoyna bloodline, it does not mean that we have inherited the hatred of our ancestors. And you? My last name is Varese, and it is true that I was once the Dragon King family of Valyria. The last Valyrian Emperor Arion Varese is my direct ancestor." Longzil answered his doubts. "Of course, we are no longer the Dragon King family now, because we have lost all our dragons." The young man looked at the people around him and sighed. "You are not afraid that you know that my mother is Princess Senala Targaryen, so do you understand why I am asking you about the current situation in Westeros?" Evans was stunned for a moment. He estimated that his brain had to turn. Princess Senira's offspring are of the same generation as Viserys I, who now sits on the Iron Throne. He wants to return to Westeros? He wants to fight for the right of succession? So he asks about his current situation? But the right of succession of Princess Senira's offspring had been denied during the 101st Great Council. No. Evans suddenly remembered the problems facing Westeros now, and his heart trembled. Relax. Longzil comforted. Just asking, although I am Princess Senira's legitimate son, I know whether I have the right of succession. I just want to know the recent situation of my mother's hometown. After all, my mother kept repeating the name of her hometown before she died. He paused. In fact, Princess Senira kept repeating two names before she died. She cursed Jaehaerys. She missed Ali's Anne. Evans knew in his heart that this was just an excuse made by Longzil, but he had to introduce it as completely as possible. Let's talk about the current situation of the Seven Kingdoms first. Longzil raised his hand, and Dr. Vesalius took out an old map from his arms and spread it on the ground. It was a complete map of Westeros. As you can see, the ruler of the six kingdoms of Westeros is King Viserys I of the Targaryen family, and also yours. Evans stuttered a little, but quickly adjusted his state. After all, he had already made a necklace representing history, and he was born into a noble family and was no stranger to the political status quo of the Seven Kingdoms. My cousin, please continue. Let's look from north to south. The north is the largest of the Seven Kingdoms. The vast neck separates it from the six kingdoms in the south. It is cold all year round. Even in the long summer, there will be snowfall, so it is also the poorest of the Seven Kingdoms. The one who rules the north is the Guardian of the North, Lord Rickon Stark, the Duke of Winterfell. When I was captured by the pirates, Lord Rickon had been bedridden for a long time. His son, Lord Cregan Stark, will become the future ruler of the north. I heard that there is a long wall in the north of Westeros, which is used to resist the legendary death and the wild men in reality. Longzil pointed to the north of Winterfell. Yes, it is one of the most magnificent buildings in the Seven Kingdoms. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Stark family, Brandon the Builder, built the long wall with the help of giants and children of the forest. Evans said carefully. However, scholars in the Citadel believe that the so-called White Walkers, which symbolize death, only exist in myths and legends and are not credible. Everyone in the Citadel believes that the Great Wall was built by the early rulers of the North to isolate the wildlings outside the wall. The Citadel is still so averse to mystery, hey. Dr. Vesalius was a little dissatisfied. Have they forgotten that the foundation of the Citadel is mysticism? Evans did not dare to continue his master's words and continued to introduce. South of the neck is the riverlands of the Trident River Basin. The land here is fertile and the terrain is flat. The Frey family at the river crossing is a new wealthy family. They made a fortune by collecting bridge tolls and became great nobles, but the nobles in the riverlands looked down on them. The Blackwood family of Raventree City and the Bracken family of Stonehenge City were both kings in the riverlands. The feud between the two families can be traced back thousands of years. Evans introduced the great nobles one by one. The Tully family of Riverrun serves as the governor of the Trident River Basin and protects the riverlands for the king. However, the authority of Duke Trout is not high. The princes of the riverlands prefer to solve their own affairs by themselves. God's Eye Lakeside Harrenhal is the largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms. The rulers here are the Strong family. They lost their patriarch and heir the year before last. The current Earl of Harrenhal is a cripple. This is also a battleground for military strategists. Longzil confirmed what he had learned. The riverlands are rich and populated, but they lack strong enough leaders and are in the land of 4 wars. Once a war breaks out, this place will definitely become the main battlefield in Westeros. The valley in the east is a relatively closed area. The Blood Gate in the east of the mountain guards the only road in and out of the valley. Seagull Town in the west dominates the maritime trade in the valley. The ruler of the valley is the Duke of Eagle's Nest City, Jenny Arryn. Madam, the Vale is prosperous and stable under the Duchess's rule, but it rarely appears in the court politics of Westeros. The ruler of the West is the Guardian of the West, Duke Jason Lannister of Casterly Rock. The West is rich in gold, so although there are many mountains, it is a very rich area among the Seven Kingdoms. Lord Jason's brother Tyrion Lannis Sir Otto served in the court of King Viserys I before I was captured, and was close to Sir Otto Hightower in the south. The southern reach faces similar problems to the Riverlands. When it comes to his old neighbors in his hometown, Evans obviously understands them better. The Reach is the oldest and most fertile region among the Seven Kingdoms. Legend has it that Garth the Greenhand spread his branches and worked hard in the Reach. Of course, the Citadel believes that Garth the Greenhand was a tribal leader during the First Men period. But no matter what, the current governors of the Reach, the Tyrell family of Highgarden, are only descendants of the stewards of the Gardner King who once ruled the Reach Kingdom, whether it is the Hightower family of Old Town, the Rowan family of Golden Tree City, the Florentine family of Brightwater City, the Peak family of Star Shuttle City, the Redwine family of Arbor Island, the Tully family of Hornhill, etc. These ancient families not only have vast territories and large armies, but also with a noble lineage that can be traced back to the legendary Garth the Green Hand. They all cared little for the rule of House Tyrell, especially House Hightower of Old Town, after King Viserys married Alicent. After Queen Hightower, the Hightower family of Old Town gradually became the leaders of the Reach. It seems that Westeros is also full of internal contradictions. Longzell looked at the other side of the map and thought. The Stormlands are ruled by Beaumont Baratheon, Duke of Storm's End. Although the Duke of Bucks often conflicts with us Dornish people, the Dornish people respect him as a good man who values oaths, duties, and honors, but his son Boros Baratheon is a rogue and a chameleon. Evans also became a little excited when he mentioned the Dornish people's old rival. Please continue. Lyn Vartaken, who was listening with interest, promptly brought Evans back on track. Dorne is ruled by Prince Keelan of Sunspear City. He is a cautious leader. Evans did not want to comment too much on his lord's lord, and turned to the corner of the map. This is the Iron Islands, where the Ironmen who believe in the drowned god thrive. The Greyjoys rule these stone islands on the sea. They are keen on plundering and pursue the ancient path of plunder, even though the Iron Throne has banned it many times. But it has no effect. This is inevitable. Once he saw the geographical location and area of the Iron Islands, Longzell understood that it was almost an inevitable result for the Iron race to plunder. Finally, the king of the Iron Throne. Evans continued. But not Dornish. It is undeniable that King Viserys is a good king. He continued the policies of King Jaehaerys I the Conciliator and maintained general stability in the country. Dorne also generally enjoyed lasting peace. But what happened in recent years? But the whole country is not at peace. Evans sorted out the timeline of these events and continued. King Viserys' first queen died in childbirth and took away the king's only male heir. After that, the king and his brother, Prince Daemon Targaryen, had some conflicts and finally decided to confirm the Kingdom of Kings. The heir was Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, the Princess of Dragonstone, who was also a knight of the Dragon Syrox, but the king soon married Queen Alicent Hightower, who gave birth to a male heir for the king. Prince Aegon, Prince Aemond, and Prince Doran. This has led to many nobles secretly opposing the princess to continue to be the heir. This is normal. Longzell thought of himself and the unlucky guy who had his head chopped off. After all, Viserys' inheritance was obtained by King Jaehaerys using popular sentiment to deny the inheritance of his eldest granddaughter and daughter. Now you want to destroy the tradition of primogeniture. What will the nobles think? The young man thought. Think. But the king was always ambiguous, and something went wrong with the princess. None of the 3 sons she had with her first husband, Sir Lananor, son of Lord Corlys Velaryon the Sea Serpent, were Valyrian. Characteristics. Longzell suddenly became energetic, and curiosity instantly occupied his mind. There is a melon. People speculated that these 3 boys were the bastards of Princess Rhaenyra and her knight Harwin Strong, but the boys all hatched dragons, and with the king's severe punishment, not many people are talking about it now. Topic. After all, their mother is of Dragon King blood. Longzell expressed his understanding. It doesn't matter who the father is. After Sir Lanino and his sister Lady Lana died the year before last, the princess married Prince Daemon, who had lost Lady Lana. Evans sorted out the relationship between the royal family again. But at this time, Prince Aemond, the second son of Queen Alicent, and Prince Lucerys, the second son of the princess, had a conflict. Prince Lucerys blinded one of Prince Aemond's eyes, and Prince Aemond rode the dragon Viagar left by Lady Lana. An eye for a dragon. Longzell thought it was not a loss, and even said that the Targaryen royal family was happy to see this situation. After all, no matter how close the Velaryon family was, they were still Velaryon, not Targaryen. So the conflict between the princess and the queen deepened. In the 2 years after the incident, the princess and Prince Daemon lived on Dragonstone for a long time, and the queen assisted the king in managing the court in King's Landing. Everything was very peaceful. Is it very peaceful? Chapter 11. At least in Westeros at the beginning of 122nd year of the conquest era, everything was peaceful. The North was calmly waiting for its duke to die. Oh, no, the Duke of the North did not survive the previous year. The current ruler of the North was a 14-year-old boy, Cregan Stark. But their real ruler was actually Cregan's uncle, Sir Bernard Stark, the regent of the Guardian of the North. The Vale was very quiet and unknown. No one even knew what happened behind the bloody gate. The Riverlands were in a very peaceful chaos. The Blackwoods killed the chickens of the Brackens, and the Brackens robbed the water of the Blackwoods. Strong of Harrenhal rejected the leadership of the crippled Bentfoot Lares Strong, but let him take away the gold of the castle. Everything was so peaceful. The Westerlands were digging gold very peacefully. And a lot of gold was sent to King's Landing. Because the Duke's brother was serving as the King's sea minister. The Reach was pretending to be dead very calmly. The Hightower family sent another team to King's Landing to assist Sir Otto Hightower, who served as the King's hand. The disobedient children of the Tully family of Hornhill ran away from home again. Lord Donald Tully was carrying his family's heirloom Valyrian steel sword Brokenheart and hunting his son Alan Tully and his youngest daughter Dana Tully all over the world. Dorne was also pretending to be dead very calmly. Prince Corran was still carefully balancing the delicate relationship between the desert and mountain lords. The Yaronwood family and the Weir family were fighting fiercely because of the territory. Obara Dane, the proud female knight of the Dane family, stole the family's meteorite iron giant sword Dawn and disappeared. It is said that this female knight, whose marriage and love views are closer to the loyalty and singleness of the Andals, chopped down all the men and women who tried to date her, and then rode away from the castle. The furious Lord Samwell Dane therefore ordered a wanted order for his daughter. Not to mention the Stormlands, which didn't even have any news worth paying attention to. Dragonstone. Rhaenyra Targaryen, who had lost her figure due to continuous pregnancies and no longer had the beauty of her youth, was sitting on a special chair, enjoying the cool breeze fanned by her maid. She was pregnant again and would give birth soon. The little guy is very strong. Rhaenyra smiled and stroked her bulging belly. Since she became pregnant with this child, she has never ridden a dragon again. It is said that Syrax, the gorgeous golden beast, has been wailing in Dragon Mountain for a long time. It should be a boy. The maid didn't dare to respond to the princess. The princess smiled and shook her head. Don't be afraid, girls are also my little princesses. Where are the children? The maid answered. Prince Jacaerys is accompanying Vermax in Dragon Mountain, Prince Lucerys and Prince Joffrey are still in class, Prince Aegon is still sleeping, and the wet nurse has just finished feeding the child. You did a good job. The princess signaled the maid to stop fanning. Go and rest. I want to sleep alone for a while. The maid stopped fanning and bowed slightly. As you wish, princess. As soon as she turned around, she ran into Prince Daemon, who was covered in dust. Daemon Targaryen was a strong man, with silver hair tied carelessly behind his head, and the years had left many traces on him. But what remained unchanged was the prince's unique personality charm. The red giant beast bloodthirsty giant worm Corkshaw was his mount partner. The prince and his dragon had made great military achievements in the past few decades. He smiled at the maid and motioned her to leave. Then he untied the backpack on his back. It was a dragon egg, still steaming. Daemon opened the bronze container that was being roasted in the middle of the room and carefully put the dragon egg in. Syrax is great. The prince said to his wife with a smile. It laid another dragon egg. The wild black dragon tried to steal it, but was chased away by Corax and Syrax. A glutton. The wild dragon that loved to hunt young dragons and steal dragon eggs had been listed as a huge danger by the residents of Dragonstone. Princess Rhaenyra knew it. Daemon, when the child is born, we can hunt the wild dragon together. We can't let it hunt dragons again. I understand, Rhaenyra. Daemon washed his hands and face in the basin beside him, walked gently to his wife and squatted down, put his ear to Rhaenyra's belly, as if listening to the sound of the fetus. Even his voice was much quieter. Don't worry about these things. Just then, a shocking dragon roar suddenly came from outside the window. Daemon covered Princess Rhaenyra's ears intimately, and then looked through the window at the shadow outside the window. The bronze dragon was rising into the sky and flapping its wings to the west. Followed by a slightly soft dragon roar. The silver dragon also flapped its wings and flew westward. Vormithor. Daemon identified the two beasts. And Silverwing? Are they going out to look for food? Princess Rhaenyra shook her head. Since the death of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alizanne, the inseparable beasts have never been tamed. Bronze Fury Vormithor was once the mount of King Jaehaerys, the mature king, reconciler, and arbiter. This bronze beast is the second largest dragon in Westeros, second only to the old giant beast Viagar. Silverwing once belonged to Queen Kind Alizanne. Although this silver and gorgeous dragon is smaller in size, it has also flown over mountains and snowfields, bringing peace and tranquility to this land. No one knew what they were going to do. Following closely was a high-pitched dragon roar and a sharp hissing sound like a snake. Syrinx and Corax did not know how they followed the dragon roar, but did not take off. Soon, the king's desk also received the information about Dragonstone. Your Majesty, the letter from Dragonstone. Grand Maester Miros handed the letter to King Viserys, who was working on the model. The king was a slightly fat man with a silver beard and gentle eyebrows. In front of him was a model of King's Landing that could fill most of the room. This was the ambition of Viserys I. The King's Landing left by King Aegon was actually just a mess of blind expansion. It was only under the diligent governance of Jaehaerys I that it gradually got on the right track. And Viserys was going to continue this cause, adjust the planning of the capital, and promote the rebirth of the city. The king carefully swapped the positions of the two buildings, and then he straightened up with some difficulty and looked at the Grand Maester. Read it. Miros unfolded the letter. Your Majesty, there is news from Dragonstone that Bronze Fury Wormithor and Silverwing have left Dragonstone, apparently going to the Narrow Sea to hunt. Prince Daemon rode his dragon to chase them for a while, but found nothing unusual. Well, I believe they can handle such a small matter. Is there anything else? Miros looked outside the door. The Prime Minister wants to see you. Otto. The king waved his hand impatiently. Let him go back. It's late today. As you wish. Chapter 12. Volantis, Silver Dragon Wharf. After several weeks of rest and preparation, Longzil finally notified other nobles of the upcoming voyage. The Bentalo family has completely collapsed, and their wealth and land have been divided up by the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. Longzil also obtained valuable gold, 23 large ships, and nearly 100 small and medium-sized ships. Now all these ships are incorporated into the fleet of the Varese family. Of course, this voyage will not use so many ships. During the rest period, Longzil selected the ships used for this voyage, including the newly built Crying Boy and Silent Lord, the latter of which served as the flagship of this operation. These two giant ships used the shipbuilding method left by Cleolius, without oars, with multiple huge masts and sails covering the sky. It is said that these two warships were faster than the 300-oar warships during the trial. In addition to these two giant ships, there are also 9 large sailing ships without oars, 12 warships with 300 oars, 65 warships with 200 oars and 150 oars included in this fleet. As long as this navy does not encounter a storm, it can walk sideways in the summer sea. As soon as the short-haired boy jumped off his horse, he couldn't wait to open his arms and rush to Longzil Vareses, who was also waiting for him with open arms. Brother! Varl hugged his brother tightly, allowing Longzil to rub his hair on tiptoe and pat his shoulder. Not bad, a lot stronger. I'm sorry about the assassination. Longzil, it has nothing to do with you. Varl hugged enough before letting go. We are not careful enough. As long as you are safe. Longzil nodded to Hoffa and Sebastian, who followed. You too, safety comes first. The two young men stood up at the same time and knocked their fists on their chests. Vala. A dissatisfied voice came from behind Longzil, and Vala then discovered Ray hiding behind his elder brother. The little guy was running very fast, almost changing every day. And you? Vala rubbed Ray's head with a playful smile. The little brat has grown a lot. Humph. Ray pouted in dissatisfaction. But he still gave his brother a big hug. Fortunately you are okay, Vala, everyone is worried about you. How is Flame Wing? Very good, I can fly out every day. Ray looked at Dr. Vesalius, who came to see him off with some resentment. Much freer than me. Flame Wing is already very old. Longzil sighed. It may not survive our return, so I asked them to let it fly. The 3 teenagers mourned for the falcon for a while, and boarded the warship surrounded by the crowd. Because Longzil had announced the departure of the warships through the Senate in advance, there were fewer people watching, and the area outside the dock for large ships to leave side by side had been basically cleared. The red-robed monk Malak, who had basically recovered, also followed and was reading quietly on the deck. Vincent Kaon and Gunthor Jayan stayed in Volantis, and Dr. Vesalius returned to the mansion with his apprentice Evans Dane. Most of the young people around Longzil followed their master onto the warship. Lin Voltaken put on purple armor, and guarded the master on the left and right with Igo, who was not wearing armor and had an Iraq scimitar hanging on his waist. Hoffa and Sebastian Jayan were also on the flagship Lord of Silence, participating in the command of the flagship with Amor. Tigero Dagaraon and Adams took young Ray aboard the Weeping Boy, a more comfortable ship with spacious and bright cabins. Amos Fezel and Zersar Shadowweaver went to the 300-oared warship Swordfish and commanded the main battleship with Aslan Longdal. The dull sound of the horn resounded through the port. The huge fleet slowly left the port under the tow of the barge. The waves were surging. At this moment, in the far north, in the place surrounded by thick fog, the towering Titan suddenly broke through the thick fog, revealing the city floating on the water behind it. Hundreds of large and small islands are scattered throughout this huge city, grey, golden or red long bridges connect them together. The city is full of stones, without a single bit of green. On the island surrounded by water, on a low rocky hill, a building with a strange black spire is sleeping quietly. The 12-foot-high carved wooden door was tightly closed. The fish-beam wood door on the left was as white as a skeleton, but it was carved with a half-moon in ebony. The ebony door on the right was as dark as the night, but it was carved with a crescent in fish-beam wood. The combination of the two was a black and white full moon. The 10-foot diameter pool was still rippling. It reflected countless caves on the wall and 30 statues of various shapes. Among them were the Weeping Woman, the Night Lion, the Hooded Walker, Bakelin, the Pale Moon Maiden, the Stranger, and the Mermaid King. All the gods stood here in silence, quietly watching the reflections in the pool. The man staggered to the edge of the pool and knelt down beside a man wearing a half-black and half-white hooded cloak. He took the glass of water he handed over. "May you finally sleep in peace." The voice under the hood was extremely indifferent, but it had a strange magnetism, as if some magic was attracting you to listen to what he said unconsciously, but making people involuntarily ignore his existence. A red candle burned slowly. A black water cup fell to the ground. The man died quietly. The man under the hood gently brushed his hand over the corpse's face. The next moment, he looked up. It was the face of the dead man, but there was no expression on it. Sudden. The man covered his face, as if great pain exploded from his body. The man squatted down in pain and muttered words he couldn't understand. Until a long time passed. The man stood up expressionlessly. The oracle of the thousand-faced god. The man stroked his decaying face. Is the descendant of the shackle breaker, the benefactor of the faceless men, finally embarking on his destined journey. The man lowered his head, walked slowly to the statue of the stranger, and sat down. The faceless one will never forget. The man murmured, just as the god of many faces expected, someone will do it, someone will definitely do it. A tall, lanky figure also wearing a hood stepped out of the shadows. All men are mortal, he said. All mortals must serve. The man under the hood raised his head, revealing a face that was half decayed but still expressionless. Someone is here in response to the call. The man who had just approached the pool raised his head. There was nothing under his hood. Someone still needs to be served. The other half of the expressionless man's face was also decaying. The price has been paid, the gift has been given, and someone needs to go east and find the one God has guided to change the music. Someone still has doubts. As God wishes. The man whose face had completely decayed lowered his head again. Someone will tell everything they know. Chapter 13. Kungur Porter is a faceless man. This information was enough. The moment he entered the House of Black and White for training, his past identity was no longer important. He had just ended the life of a water dancer. These ornate rapier swordsmen hold a high position in the city of Bravus. But there will always be someone who wants their life. So Kungur Porter slew him with the water dancer's own sword. After sacrificing the water dancer, who seemed to the outside world to have drunk too much, and fell into the ditch and was stabbed to death by his own sword, to the god of many faces. The faceless men heard the call in their sleep. So he returned to the House of Black and White and sought answers from his mentor, the acolyte of the many-faced god, the indifferent man. Someone will tell everything they know. The indifferent man lowered his head and hid his decayed face under his hood. The faceless men originated among the slaves of the Valyrian freehold, just as one's ancestors descended from the city beneath their feet. When the indifferent man raised his head again, the face under the hood was an ordinary Roiner face. The Dragon Kings used magic to drive their slaves to work under the volcano forever. They almost hollowed out the 14 fire peaks, which made Agni angry, because under the fire peaks was the source of Agni. The Dragon Kings used fire magic to constantly resurrect and die. The slaves of the flames were in too much pain, so they longed for the gift of death, so the first faceless one was born. The thousand-faced god of death brought true death, someone's faith and someone's love to the slaves of pain. The skills all appeared outside the Dragon King's sight. The impassive man stood up and walked slowly around Kungol, his voice emotionless. This is our history, but there is another angle to this history, he continued slowly in High Valyrian. There are also wise men among the Dragon Kings. The powerful fire warlocks and blood wizards discovered the crisis hidden in the 14 fire peaks, so they chose to betray their group. The hooded man turned to Kungol, this time with a Valyrian face. Silver hair fell in front of violet eyes. Several Dragon Kings secretly freed a group of slaves and taught them how to break fire magic. Then these slaves began to bring real death to others with the cooperation of the Dragon Kings. This time there was nothingness under the hood. The god of many faces is happy to see such a situation. The indifferent man walked around Kungol devoutly. So he also sent down gifts to help these slaves advance their secret plans. But the Dragon Kings would eventually discover these tricks. So with the help of those Dragon Kings, many slaves successfully escaped from Valyria. They finally came to the swamp and the land at someone's feet. Bravus was founded from this, and those who mastered the gifts of the gods and the magic taught by the Dragon Kings established the organization of the Faceless Men. Seeing Kungol's confused expression, the indifferent man walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. The Dragon Kings who once helped the Faceless Man paid the reward, and now it is the Faceless Man's turn to return the favor. The indifferent man stared into Kungol's eyes with a blank face. The movement of earth and rivers has ended, and the song of ice and fire is about to begin. The gods strummed the strings and used mortals as notes. Everything should have been a foregone conclusion. But the musicians who changed the movement have already entered the game. Blood and fire, copper and silver, smoke and salt, it is difficult for a person without a face to survive alone. Someone will go east, Kungol murmured. But there's no guarantee that someone will find their target. No need to worry. The indifferent man picked up a coin from the highly toxic pool. Go to Oris Silasmir, Sea King's advisor. He will sail to Lys tomorrow, said the indifferent man. Someone will get there, just as God intended. Varese fleet was proceeding smoothly on the battlefield. They succeeded in wiping out no fewer than 10 pirate fleets in the Summer Sea. The pirate fleet of the pirate king Sherek Loha of Lys was intercepted by the Varese fleet. 22 warships under Sherek were sunk and 10 warships were captured. The embarrassed pirate king fled the battlefield in a small boat. After defeating Sarlassi's fleet, the Varese fleet sailed north and once again defeated the Tri-Cities Alliance's privateer fleet, forcing the fleet commander to raise the white flag and release the Volantis merchant ships captured by them. After completing all this, the Varese fleet suddenly turned eastward and sailed in the direction of Slaver's Bay. They seemed to be chasing a Lysian slave fleet that had just sunk its escort warship. It was also at this time. Lord of Silence, Crying Boy and Sailfish broke away from the main force and sailed north. Their destination is simple. Sea of Smoke. The ruins of Valyria. The doomsday catastrophe destroyed almost everything. The former Valyrian peninsula was bombarded to pieces by the disaster. Thick smoke that could cover the sun rose all day long. It is said that the sea water in the Sea of Smoke is poisonous. The boiling sea water emits poisonous smoke, which can let all ships that enter come and go. The depths of the Sea of Smoke are home to terrifying sea monsters according to sailors' legends. Everything is warning sailors not to approach this cursed sea. The legend makes sense. Longzell solemnly raised and spread out the map drawn by his father. Even though he was still a long way from the Sea of Smoke, he could still smell the smell of sulfur in the air, and the strong to the intoxicating taste of magic. He had never felt his blood so active as it was today. Just approaching this sea area, I smell an ominous smell. Gisser Shadowweaver limped and looked at the black smoke rising in the distance. The sea also turned a dirty color. They gathered on the Lord of Silence to discuss the next step. This place is full of magic, my lord. The Red Monk Malok said excitedly. His voice has not fully recovered. Now he can only rely on his hands to express his meaning clearly. I can feel the excitement of the flames. This is probably where the Lord of Light was born. The Red Monk danced and said. Everyone listen. Longzell signaled everyone to be quiet. This sea area is full of curses, just as we expected before. He pointed to the route drawn on the map. We don't have enough magic materials to protect the big ship. The big ship can only approach the edge of the Sea of Smoke at most. Then we take a small boat to our destination. Longzell signaled Hoffa to bring a box over. Hoffa with golden eyes meticulously placed a box on the table. 30 glass tubes were neatly placed in the box, filled with red liquid with silver threads. My blood combined with my father's runes can effectively resist the erosion of the curse. Longzil pushed the blood tube to everyone. I need 15 people. Longzil said. 15 brothers who can follow me through life and death. Chapter 14. The Unsullied will send 5 of their most elite warriors, my lord. The leader of the Unsullied, Silver Scorpion, recommended himself before anyone else could speak. Silver Scorpion, the Silver Blood Army hasn't spoken yet, what do you want to do? Aslan Longdal immediately responded with dissatisfaction. The Unsullied are more suitable than the Silver Blood Army. Silver Scorpion did not give in. Although the Silver Blood Army has been trained by the Old Lord, the Unsullied are stronger than the Silver Blood Army in terms of training intensity and adaptability to magic. Evidence. Silver Scorpion is right. Longzil agreed with the eunuch warrior's statement. When Astapor trains the Unsullied, they give the trainees a drink called the Wine of Courage. This medicine, which is called wine but is actually a mixture of poisons, does increase the Unsullied's tolerance to magic. Belladonna, bloodfly larvae, and black lotus roots from Slaver's Bay. There is also a secret recipe from the poisoner of Asai. Gisser Shadowweaver, who is familiar with poisons, knows the toxicity of these ingredients. The slave owners of Astapor use them to paralyze the bodies of the Unsullied, so I agree with the advice of the Silver Scorpion commander. The poison apprentice Tigero took out a small notebook and wrote down the formula that Gisser had just introduced. The Silver Blood Army is the soul of Verzes. Aslan Longdal pointed to himself. At least I should serve you until I die. Vala and Ray will go with me. Longzil nodded to Aslan, indicating that there was no problem, and then said. This is the result of the prophecy. The 3 of us are connected by blood. With them, my magic will last longer. Brother, then you need more people. Vala said. Ray needs protection, and we can't let Ray follow us too deep into the ruins. I can do it. Ray protested. I'm 12 years old. When you were 12 years old, you followed your father to fight the Dothraki. Why can't I go deep into the ruins? Longzil grabbed a handful of his brother's hair. Since you said so, Lay, then you should go deep into the ruins with us. Don't cry when the time comes. Lay regained his smile. Tigero, Little Adams, and I will stay behind on the Lord of Silence. Gisser Shadowweaver stood up and offered to stay behind. This kid and I can ensure that your rear is as stable as a rock. Longzil nodded to him and agreed. After all, these 2 specialize in poisons, but their martial arts are indeed a bit worse, so it's just right to stay on the ship. Aslan, Amos, Sebastian, you and the selected Silver Blood Army brothers will be on the same ship. Longzil began to assign tasks. How many Silver Blood Army brothers should I bring? Aslan needed to confirm this question, because there were only 15 places, and the Unsullied had already taken 5, and they, Longzil's young supporters, would take up another 6 places, leaving only 4 for the Silver Blood Army. There was also a red-robed monk. Lin and I are connected by blood. Although Longzil had removed the magic factor in Lin's blood with Lin's consent, the blood connection could not be easily severed. Therefore, Longzil's blood magic could directly take effect in Lin's body. No external force is required. He can activate the protective rune without using potions. Lin Voltaken knew his identity after being taken in by Longzil, but he was a precocious and transparent child. The blood of Princess Sinala was definitely not a good thing for him, so he begged Longzil to use blood magic to blunt his blood. At least now he doesn't have to worry about the problems caused by blood, and the treatment as Longzil's blood relative has not been lost. I don't need the Lord's potion either. The Red Monk said vaguely. The power of the King of Light is quite active here, and I can cast magic to protect myself. So the quotas for Lin and the Red Monk were vacant, and Aslan naturally gave this quota to the warriors of the Silver Blood Army who were eager to make achievements. Longzil did not stop him, he believed in the loyalty of the Silver Blood Army. After all, they were not only the guards trained by his father, almost all the Silver Blood Army soldiers had taken drinks mixed with Longzil's blood. This drink has no harm, it will only deepen the bond between Longzil and his army, and those soldiers will naturally agree with Longzil's leadership, and then get close to and obey Longzil's blood relatives. Lin, you and Ago, Hoffa follow us. Longzil looked around at everyone, and everyone stood up. After arranging all the personnel, The Lord of Silence left the original route under the cover of the Crying Boy and the Swordfish and sailed towards the Smoke Sea until it anchored at the border of the Valeria Peninsula. The big ship lowered the small boat painted with runes. These runes with a hint of silver in the bright red glowed after being touched by the sea water of the Smoke Sea, as if something in the sea was holding up the small boat. Even without a rower, the small boat moved forward quickly. "Lin, I feel something is wrong." Hoffa, a young man with golden eyes, wearing a shiny mail, approached Lin, who was observing the sea without leaving a trace. The sea water was turbid, as if boiling, and the air was filled with an unsettling smell of sulfur. Hoffa might not be able to see it, but Lin could vaguely see the shadows in the sea water. He believed that Longzil could also see it. "Hoffa, be alert." Ago was still dressed as a Dothraki, without armor, but his naked upper body was covered with silver and red patterns, which were also emitting a faint light. Hoffa hurried back to his position. He continued to be alert for possible dangers on the sea. The two boats were still sailing at a constant speed. "Brother, did you see it?" Vala clenched the spear in his hand and stared at the sea. Longzil held the sword at his waist. It was a simple Valyrian steel sword, Black Widow. The whole sword had no decoration and was completely black, like the night. The Varezes family originally had a gorgeous Valyrian steel sword Silver Blood as a family heirloom. But the Emperor Orion took the family sword away. After his gorgeous disappearance, the Varezes family was left with only one Valyrian steel sword, which was the sword left by Emperor Orion's wife in Qohor. "I saw it." Longzil couldn't describe the scene in front of him. On the dirty sea, shadows formed dancing figures, as if tempting people to enter their arms, and as if foreshadowing something. He saw some scenes seen in the previous fire ceremony, and strange sounds rang in his ears again. The difference was that he didn't hear anything clearly this time. Ray had a similar feeling. He saw more than Vala, but he was not as sensitive as Longzil, so Ray closed his eyes when he just entered. The boiling sea water suddenly bulged, and a huge black shadow emerged from under the water, and then slowly sank into the deep sea, seemingly not noticing the two small boats on the sea. Everyone nervously put down their weapons. The Valeria Peninsula in the distance was getting closer and closer. The boat found a suitable place to anchor, and people got off the boat in groups of 3, looking around vigilantly. This seemed to have been a port, but now it has become a scorching hell. There was black fog and red liquid everywhere, and the dilapidated buildings had long been unrecognizable. There was no sign of life. Everyone moved cautiously inland. At the beginning, it was very smooth. Everyone passed through the destroyed port without any danger and saw the collapsed tower until they passed a tower that had become a ruin. The young man with golden pupils, Hoffa, suddenly raised his spear and stabbed in one direction. The piercing scream instantly pierced everyone's eardrums. Longzil pulled out the black skirt widow without hesitation and slashed it. There was no blood. Only the molten liquid that was still burning. Something hidden in the dark slowly rolled down. It was a body of an unknown species. "Beware! Beware!" A Silver Blood army soldier just screamed, and was pierced in the chest by something hidden in the shadow, and the armor was torn apart as if it was made of paper. A thin rustling sound sounded in the shadow, slowly revealing their true appearance. Chapter 15. Gods. A Silver Blood army soldier murmured involuntarily when he saw the monster slowly revealing its head. "What is that?" The ring-shaped body is wrapped in a rock-like shell, and it crawls out of the ruins like a huge worm, but these monsters have lizard-like heads, and their fine teeth rub like sharp blades, making a headache-inducing sound. The places where the eyes of these monsters should be are burning with blood-red flames, which is weird, but in the eyes of Longzil and others, there is a different kind of beauty. Ray, who was protected in the middle by his brothers, suddenly thought of a creature he had learned before, but before he could speak, the monsters suddenly accelerated. Unsullied formation. Silver Scorpion roared, pulled down the armor, and the Unsullied in the team lined up in a row, and the javelins were thrown at the worm monsters that were moving faster. Without any time to stop, Aslan Longdal and Amos Fezel immediately united the surviving Silver Blood army soldiers and raised their long axes to cover the Unsullied's javelin. "Don't fight too long." Longzil stood in the formation. Everyone retreat inland. He had just activated a blood magic that he had mastered. The effect of this magic was very simple. It could judge danger by sensing the fluctuations of blood in the outside world. This magic, which he named blood sensing, together with his other blood magic that he had been using all the time, blood of prophecy, which could judge danger by the temperature changes of his own blood, was his important means of saving his life. Although the liquid flowing out of those worm monsters was as hot as magma, it was essentially a kind of blood, so he could naturally sense it. The butler, a long-winged dragon Yammer, who was responsible for guarding them closely, raised a long-handled battle axe. He was 7 feet tall, about 2.1 meters, like a giant, always keeping a close eye on those worm monsters. The effect of the first round of spear throwing was still very obvious. Several worm monsters were directly nailed to the ruins and the ground by the spear throwing. They seemed to feel that these strange things in front of them were not easy to deal with. Although more worm monsters were still crawling towards them, their speed slowed down a lot. Only a few larger worm monsters were still approaching. The spear throwing lost its effect. The rock shell on the surface of the worm monster was smoother and harder than expected. The largest worm monster dodged the last round of spear throwing by the Unsullied, and suddenly opened its mouth. A large ball of blood-red flame slammed into the Unsullied in formation. Then several smaller worm monsters swam quickly in the flames, trying to break through the formation after the big worms burned the Unsullied to death. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The armor on the Unsullied emitted a silver and red glow, and the blood-red flames burned their bodies, but they could not cause effective damage at all. The red-robed monk Malak, who had been preparing beside Longzul, was finally ready. The tattoo on his face burned like a flame. The red-robed monk opened his arms and gently pushed. The large flame suddenly stopped and then burned in the opposite direction. Several small worm monsters that were close to him burned directly and rolled on the ground. The silver scorpion raised his spear and shook his head to signal the Unsullied to stab. The Unsullied raised their spears in unison. With a stab, the spears that also flashed silver-red light neatly penetrated the rock shell of the worm, followed by the battle axes of the Silver Blood Army. Several worm monsters that rushed over like long snakes were directly cut off by the battle axes, and the blood like magma fell, stirring up bursts of black smoke. The worm monster rolled in pain, but was held tightly by the spear of the Unsullied. Lin and Ago took a step forward at the same time. Lin chopped the body, Ago chopped the head, and the long sword in Iraq fell almost at the same time, followed by the black-skirt widow who passed quietly. As if sensing the danger, the worm monster rolled on the ground, regardless of the other worm monsters nearby, and spewed out large mouthfuls of flames as if they were free. Then it stopped abruptly. Ago's sharp Iraq split the hard shell of the lizard head of the worm monster, and Longzul's Valyrian steel sword gave it the final blow. The lizard head of the worm monster fell to the ground without life. Everyone took the opportunity to retreat quickly with the help of the Unsullied formation. In the distance, more and more monsters of the same size as the worm monster just now raised their heads. In the distance, there was a huge figure like a mountain range that was also slowly crawling. Longzul concentrated his mind, clenched his hands, and activated the magic left in everyone's blood. Everyone, disperse and gather at the hills behind. After saying that, he and Vala tacitly dispersed with a team and ran to the hills behind. The red-robed monk was not vague either. With a wave of his hand, he cast a large amount of flames to cover the retreating people. The huge figure like a mountain finally raised its head. He looked around in confusion, then opened his mouth, revealing a throat that looked like a dark red sun. It was a worm monster that was magnified countless times. The huge lizard head was burning with black flames. Compared with its breath, the worm monster just now was as ridiculous as a candle touching a volcano. A large area of ruins was instantly ignited by the black flames, and countless worm monsters rolled painfully in the flames and turned into ashes. The giant beast shook its head in confusion and lay back in its original position. Everyone showed their heads from behind the hills. What kind of monster is this? Vala looked at the still burning ruins with some fear. Longzul thought of more. Neither Vala nor Ray knew that they had actually seen a living dragon. At that time, he was not yet young, his mother was still alive, and Ray was not yet born, but he had already learned from his father and tried to manage the affairs of the family. At that time, he saw a dragon that was somewhat similar to the monster he saw today, with the same slender neck, the same head full of sharp teeth, and the same powerful flames, but the blood-red dragon was full of real beauty, not the weird twisted beauty of the worm monster. Bloodthirsty giant worm Korakshu, the companion and mount of Prince Daemon Targaryen of the Sunset Lands. At that time, the prince had a big conflict with his brother, Viserys of the Targaryen family. The dissatisfied prince and sea snake Corals Velaryon gathered an army together to capture cities in the chaotic Stepstone Islands, and went to the free trade cities from time to time to accept the offerings of the governors. His father was no exception. He invited the prince to his mansion in the name of the nobles of Volantis and Princess Sinala, and sent a large amount of property and 200 elite soldiers. Longzir didn't know what his father had a secret conversation with Prince Damon. Anyway, the prince was very friendly to him when he left. He also taught him swordsmanship in person and showed him the Valyrian steel sword Dark Sister. It was indeed an exquisite and gorgeous rapier, much better looking than his own Black Widow. Later, his mother died shortly after giving birth to Rey, and Prince Damon personally rode a dragon to mourn. However, not long after returning to King's Landing, Prince Damon, who had eased his relationship with Viserys, fell out with the courtiers and the king again and was permanently exiled by the king. The frustrated prince visited the manor of the Varese family many times in those years and enjoyed hospitality. Until he married Lady Laena Velaryon and settled in Pentos after marriage. His father also sent a wedding gift to Prince Damon. Later, Prince Damon and Lady Lannier also visited Volantis together and stayed at the manor of the Varese's family. However, Longzir did not see Khorrakshu or Lady Lannier's dragon Viagar, the world's greatest dragon. Of course, the manor that had received the dragon and the prince has now been sold. Longzir suspected that the secret agreement between his father and Prince Damon was related to the dragon. After all, his ultimate goal was to obtain a dragon and realize his family's long-cherished wish. But he also understood that the Targaryen family, which monopolized the dragon, would not allow outsiders, unclose outsiders, to master the dragon. Although the most extreme Jaehaerys had passed away, the Velaryon family still had dragons. But he couldn't take the risk. But the prophecy showed that he had to return to Westeros. As a blood witch who has mastered supernatural power, Longzil deeply understands the truth. On the chessboard of the gods, mortals are always just chess pieces. Even if they disobey the predetermined fate, it will be realized in another form. Unless he can use this predetermined fate and jump up to slap the gods. He can only hope that the things his father buried in the past will take effect. He is not unprepared. Once this exploration successfully obtains a dragon or a dragon egg that can be hatched, then his backhand will also be activated. I hope everything goes well. While thinking, an Unsullied suddenly fell backwards straight, and Silver Scorpion immediately raised his spear to separate everyone. Don't get close. Silver Scorpion remembered that in the previous battle, this soldier was bitten by a dying worm monster. The Unsullied silently let his flesh fester, emitting thick smoke like burning. Longzil tried to activate blood magic to save him. But he found that there was no blood in his body. There was only boiling flames, and countless particles rose and fell on his skin. Bang! A pustule exploded, revealing a fleshy miniature worm monster. The red-robed monk Malak immediately reached out and squeezed hard, and the flames in the body of the Unsullied rose, burning the worms under the rising and falling pustules. This is a fire dragon worm! Ray shouted. I've read it in a book, this is a fire dragon worm. Longzil immediately realized what it was. Fire dragon worms are a mysterious creature recorded in the history of Valyria. They usually live underground or inside volcanoes. They have the ability to spit fire and their bodies grow larger over time. After the destruction of the Free Fortress, some scholars who insisted that dragons were magical creations believed that the origin of dragons might be related to this monster. But shouldn't fire dragon worms be active inside volcanoes or underground? Lin asked in confusion. Look! The young man with golden eyes, Hoffa, pulled Lin's armor and motioned them to look behind the hills. Is this a dragon? Longzil's eyes widened. Behind the hills was also a huge ruin, with collapsed buildings, cracked crust, black fog, and rivers like magma. Next to a collapsed tower in the ruins, the skeleton of a giant dragon can be vaguely seen wrapped in the ruins. Everyone then noticed the discord of the ruins. There seemed to be a lot of newer things inside, surrounding the skeleton of the giant dragon. We may have found what we are looking for. Vala murmured. Chapter 16. Not feeling the blood fluctuations of worm-like monsters in the city, Longzil signaled everyone to follow him to the ruins. The road to the ruins is not far. After all, in the heyday of Valyria, although the Dragon Kings often did not do anything anthropomorphic, the public facilities were still well built. Although the Doomsday catastrophe destroyed everything, the remaining Valyria roads are still very flat. If it weren't for the fact that horses could not survive in the toxic air of the ruins, they might be faster. Longzil, I can feel the effect of the magic fading. Vala could feel his mouth and nose getting a little hot, which was a sign of the gradual ineffectiveness of the protective magic. Drink the second potion if you feel something is wrong. Longzil also felt some changes in the blood in his body. It seems that he can't go too deep into the ruins. When he got here, the magic was on the verge of ineffectiveness. Everyone took out the potion and drank it. Some of them could still hold on, but they took the potion out of caution. The magic can last for about 7 days. Longzil gave an order. Our search range is this city. Lin, you and Ago follow us. Sebastian, Aslan, Amos, and Hoffa, each of you will lead a team. We will camp in the abandoned tower and act separately. Try to search for valuable items. Don't touch anything that glows or heats up. Return to the camp and report together after finding anything. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The red-robed monk stood beside Longzil without saying a word, with an extremely excited light in his eyes. The crowd set up a simple camp at the designated location in an orderly manner, and then Longzil and his party set off first. They have the strongest magic protection in the team, and are responsible for expanding the search range and determining the safe area. My lord, it can be seen that this is most likely the missing legion. Mara has studied in the Great Temple for 20 years. He is not only familiar with theological knowledge, but also has a certain understanding of the basic knowledge of the East continent. The red-robed monk carefully observed the human-shaped rock in front of him, and called Longzil, who was carefully searching in the ruins on the side, to come and see his discovery. Master Malak, what is this? Malak did not touch the rock, but pointed to the 2 protrusions on the top of the humanoid rock. If I'm not mistaken. His voice recovered shortly after entering the ruins, and Longzil attributed it to the effect of the rich magic elements in the ruins. These are the Black Goat Cavalry of Kohor. Malak continued. The Dragon Kings will not allow the soldiers of the colony to appear at their doorsteps, so these soldiers must come from the outside world. Gods! Longzil looked at the densely packed humanoid rocks in the ruins and couldn't help but sigh. What exactly happened here? It's too long. Malak was a little regretful. Magic can no longer work on rocks. Have you found anything here? Longzil shouted to the few people who were still looking for things in the ruins. Brother! Ray shouted in response. Come and help, there are good things. Linen and Vala were also there to help, and Ago carefully supported the strange thing that could not be seen originally, but still had a human shape. This is... Longzil saw what Linen and Vala were picking up at a glance. It was a set of black plate armor that looked like a mirror. Valyrian steel armor, a complete set of Valyrian steel armor. Vala was very excited, because even the Vers's family did not have a complete set of Valyrian steel armor. This should be the commander beside Emperor Orion at that time. Mara judged. It is likely to be a branch of the Vers's family. With the arrogance of the Dragon King family at that time, it was a very common thing to equip the confidants around them with Valyrian steel armor and weapons. So. Brother, look at this. Ray dragged a long sword to Longzil as if asking for credit. Valyrian steel sword. Longzil took the long sword that had been sleeping in the ruins for hundreds of years. The sword body was filled with strange red and black traces. It should have been invaded and polluted by magic elements when this legion was destroyed, but it did not affect the sharpness of this magic weapon at all. A griffin, also carved from Valyrian steel, roared at the sword guard, with rubies for eyes, amethysts for teeth, and traces of gold on its wings. It seems that even if we can't find any clues to the dragon eggs or dragons this time, we can still make a fortune. Longzil smiled and helped several people take off their armor. Continue to search for a circle. The harvest is quite rich. Ago picked up a simple Arak scimitar made of Valyrian steel next to a cavalryman whose body was completely blown apart. Ray's good luck brought the team a set of Valyrian steel lamellar armor and a spearhead made of Valyrian steel. The spear body has long disappeared. After searching around the periphery of the ruins, everyone began to search in the direction of the dragon. When several people came under the dragon's skeleton, they realized how big this dragon's corpse, which had been torn into pieces and incomplete, was. Even though it was already dilapidated, it was still like a mountain. According to the family history books, Emperor Orion's dragon is a cunning 140-year-old red dragon. Our ancestors rode it to wipe out the remnants of the Roina people and won 12 dragon fights with other families. Longzil stared at the dragon in amazement. I didn't expect it to be so big. Maybe our ancestors are still on the dragon's back. Vala joked. It seems to be real. Ray pointed at the back of the dragon with a trembling voice. There was a mass of ashes that could not be seen clearly, and it was barely maintained in shape by a set of still shiny scales. A pure silver Valyrian steel longsword was inserted beside the ashes, and 2 dragons roared on both sides of the sword guard, with their wings overlapping. A huge ruby was inlaid, and a red mark like blood dripped on the sword body. The family sword silver blood of the Verses family. There was also a lance that was also inserted on the dragon saddle whose appearance could no longer be seen. It was also made of Valyrian steel. Ancestors, please forgive me, please forgive me. Longzil prayed silently. Everything is for the family. Then several robbers climbed up the dragon corpse like monkeys and stripped the ashes of Emperor Orion. Didn't you find the dragon eggs? After climbing down from the dragon's back, Ray asked one by one without giving up. The ancestors wouldn't be stupid enough to bring dragon eggs with them when they rode dragons into battle. Longzil held his forehead with a bitter smile. Let's look around again. Lord, we can switch to the next group. Malak reminded. Everyone needs to rest, and you also need time to recover your magic power. Longzil then realized that the blood in his body had become slightly cold. This is not a good sign. So he readily agreed to search for the dragon corpse again and then go back. In an invisible corner, a not-so-smooth stone suddenly flashed a ray of light. Then it fell silent again. Chapter 17. Sebastian, we have basically finished searching the west. You are responsible for searching the ruins in the north. Sebastian took the purified water handed over by Longzil, gulped down a big mouthful, and nodded in agreement. Amos will set off after Sebastian returns and will be responsible for searching the southern part of the ruins. Understood. Longzil strengthened the protective magic for Sebastian's team, making their armor emit a faint silver and red light. After Amos returns, Aslan, you will take the brothers to search for the dragon corpse again. Vala, Ray, Lin, Ago, Master Malak and I will enter the ruined tower in the center of the ruins to search. Everyone, pay attention, be careful not to get hurt. The magic pollution here is too heavy. Without the protection of the skin, it is difficult for me to guarantee that my magic will work. Longzil noticed early that the ruins not far from the place where the dragon fell were actually several towers that collapsed and exploded after being hit by something. It seems that due to the erosion of magic, those once extremely hard building materials are now either melted into one or so brittle that they break at the touch. When the Valyrian Free Fortress still existed, the Dragon Kings favored tower-shaped buildings. The dragons would hang and climb on the towers. The Dragon Kings would also experiment with magic, entertain guests, and intrigue on the towers. It can be said that the topless spire is an important symbol of Valyria. According to the notes and maps left by Cleo Rias, Longzil guessed that this is most likely the city Vathor that the family once managed. The Forge City of Valyria. In the heyday of the empire known as the Free Fortress, this city produced countless magic weapons and buried countless slave corpses. Due to the deep involvement of magic, the Valyrian steel products cast into weapons are much higher in quality and resistance to magic erosion than the original steel, so Longzil's plan is probably to find Valyrian steel products if you can find them, find as many as you can, and if you can't find them, see if you can find the surviving original steel. As for gold, silver, jewelry, etc., they are the least important. Of course, if there are still books that can escape the doomsday catastrophe, I will immediately take people to search. Sebastian's team returned tiredly when the black fog covering the sky was deep. They lost one man, an unlucky silver blood soldier who accidentally injured himself while digging the ruins. So the deadly poison instantly ignited his blood, and Longzil's protective magic failed to work. The soldier was burned to ashes from the inside out in almost the blink of an eye. But they gained a lot. Sebastian and another young silver blood soldier, Hagen Tall, found a collapsed mansion. Its original owner had long since turned to ashes. The former glory of the mansion was buried in the dust. However, it still left some good things for later generations. For example, a set of Valyrian steel ring plate armor with decorations long gone, but there was still a little gold left to prove the former luxury. A Valyrian steel rapier decorated with moonstones and black diamonds. There is also a moonblade axe that has lost its long handle, but its original appearance can still be seen. In compliance with Longzil's request, Sebastian and Hagen Tall did not take away the gold, silver and jewelry that remained in the ruins, but only took away armor, rapiers, and battle axes. The next to set off was Amos Fezel's team, who brought the Unsullied and vowed to bring back more spoils than Sebastian. The black fog covering the sky gradually faded. Amos's team returned soon. This strong young man usually spoke very little and was as sullen as a piece of hard iron. But Longzil knew that he could trust him completely, just like trusting his blood-related brothers. As long as this piece of hard iron was determined to do something, he would be able to do it perfectly. My lord. Amos took the water bag handed over by Vala and swallowed the purified fresh water in big gulps. The Silver Blood Army soldiers beside him untied the packages on their backs. A pile of various Valyrian steel products poured out on the ground. A flaming sword shaped like a snake. It was unknown whether it was due to magic erosion or the color added during manufacturing. The sword showed a strange grey-red color, and the deeper it went, the redder it became. It looked like a burning flame. 2 Valyrian steel daggers that had lost their hilts. In order to prevent being cut by them, the Silver Blood Army soldiers also made special protection. A huge 2-handed giant sword, with a burning sun carved with various gems on the hilt of an unknown material. There were also several grey Valyrian steel ornaments and a spearhead covered with spikes, also made of Valyrian steel. Where did you find it? Sebastian, who was resting, came up curiously. Amos shook his head. He didn't know what the place was for. It might have been a blacksmith shop, or a laboratory or private residence of a dragon king. In short, there were many Valyrian steel products there, but it was a pity that many of them were damaged. After a short greeting, Aslan Longdal took the rest of the people to search for the dragon corpse. Longzal also led his brothers to the collapsed ruins of the tower. Lord Longzal. After seeing the ruined tower that could no longer be seen in its original shape, the red-robed monk Malak suddenly raised his arms. I can feel the King of Light calling me. Lord, do you know? My mentor and I were not those ignorant guys from the beginning. Malak didn't know what was wrong with him, and suddenly started talking to himself. Longzal signaled Vala and Ray not to disturb him, and continued to dig the ruins with Igo and Lin, who had been working silently. The places that had been integrated were strategically abandoned. Those places that were fragile and shattered at the touch were the focus of the search. The Lord of Light Arhillar, our only true God. Marak said loudly. He is just a symbol here. What we really believe in is the symbol behind the Lord of Light, ice and fire, cold and heat, darkness and light. What we believe in is the supreme and great will behind it. You are the darling of that will, so he generously guides you on the road to the future. The great savior Azor Ahai will eventually be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, pull out the messenger of light, cut off the long night, and bring eternal light. The ancient prophecy will surely come true, and you are an important force driving all this. Maraka's voice became louder and louder. Even the cheers after Ray dug up a Valyrian steel hand half-sword decorated with a huge ruby and Vala dug up a set of Valyrian steel plate chainmail decorated with dragon heads could not disturb his voice. His prophecy will come true, and you will also set foot on the path he points out. Now, he comes to pay the reward. Longzir stared at the broken black stone in front of him in a daze. 5 dragon eggs of different colors, covered with scales, and already rocked lay quietly in a bronze container wrapped in black stone. Chapter 18. Although he knew that his smooth journey was not easy, after Marak confirmed it, Longzal still felt a little strange. Whether the Lord of Light Arhillar existed or not, whether the great will hidden behind the scenes in the form of Arhillar that Marak and other heretics believed in existed or not. Father Cleorius probably knew it very well in the years of crazy pursuit of magic. But he still made all preparations without hesitation and left these preparations to himself. The gods will ask for rewards if they give favors. This is the truth of the magic world. The old gods of West Eros protected the ancestors, but they asked for bloody sacrifices. The black goat god of Qohor is also said to have supreme power, but Qohor's altar is full of blood. The Lord of Light seems to control everything about fire, but he also asks for blood and life. The gods gave him powerful magic, a precocious mind, and a nearly well-arranged journey to Valyria. When seeking enlightenment in the flames, the gods almost told Longzal to go to Westeros, even if he might face various dangers. The prophecy that Malak just chanted was an ancient prophecy that spread throughout Asai and even all over the East continent. According to legend, Azor Ahai, the hero who ended the long night, exchanged his wife for the sword Lightbringer to defeat the evil alien god representing the long night. However, the evil god is immortal, and he will bring a harsher winter to the world. The Wall of Despair in the north of Westeros and the 5 fortresses in the north of the Kingdom of Dawn are all outposts to resist him. But the outposts and walls cannot really resist the resurgence of the evil god. Only when the hero comes again can the world be saved. Longzal knew in his heart that he was not the hero in the prophecy, but the gods seemed to imply that due to his intervention, this prophecy might be fulfilled more in line with the gods' intentions. so they invested in themselves. Then those gods who use the human world as a chessboard must also pay more. Mara saw Longzal's expression and suddenly smiled. Lord Longzal, you finally figured it out. Mara jumped off the black stone and opened his arms, as if to embrace something. Did you hear that? When you made up your mind to join this chaotic movement, the King of Light had already provided you with investment. Longzal's brain suddenly flashed a tingling pain, as if two dragon shadows passed through his mind. The boy couldn't help but cover his head. Master Mara. Seeing that the red-robed monk was not in a good situation, Vala took a go in Lin En and slowly moved to Longzal, and protected Ray behind him. What are you doing? Vala also saw the 5 dragon eggs and the dragon bone horn. The sarcophagus that sealed the flame has appeared in the world. Mara shouted. And the horn that summons the dragon has also come here. He leaned over and picked up the horn. Just as Longzal was about to stop him, he saw flames suddenly burning on the red monk. Young dragons are not enough to support the Lord to complete the great cause of God. The red monk raised the horn. What are you going to do? Longzal hurriedly reached out and tried to manipulate the blood left in the red monk's body to forcibly stop his magic. But Longzal failed. The flame seemed to burn his own blood at the beginning. No, it was the blood of the red monk. He was actually equivalent to another self now. What do you want to do? Longzal was anxious. The horn of the Valyrian Dragon King, don't think I don't know what it is? It is recorded in the family's collection of books that the Dragon Kings drove slaves to blow the horn with their lives to summon dragons for the Dragon King. That is not a dragon taming horn at all, it is something that guides the direction. I know. Malak's tongue began to burn, but his voice was extremely clear. Because the King of Light guided me to point out the direction for you. His voice became louder and louder. Blood for fire, fire for blood, the currency of the magic world is blood, but life is more valuable. Malak put the horn close to his mouth. Longzal could clearly feel that Malak's own blood in Malak's body had burned out, and now it was his own blood that was still flowing in his body. For an eternal and bright future. Malak blew the horn. No sound came out. But Malak's burning body began to decay rapidly, his throat glowed red like magma, his skin cracked, and his eyes turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Longzal understood what Malak did. He is a seeker. And a martyr. He is a heretic of the Red God, rejected by most of the Red God priests, but it was him who, after communicating with his mentor and Cleolius, received the Red God's revelation in the flames. So he came here. First, he used his life once to exchange for a more accurate prophecy. Then he was finally martyred here. He used his life to ignite the remains of the gods. Although they could not hear the sound of the horn, Longzal, Vala, and Ray felt a palpitation at the same time. Brother, I feel a little uncomfortable. Ray squatted down uncomfortably. Vala resisted the discomfort and took his brother into his arms. Longzal looked at Malak and the horn that gradually turned into ashes and sighed deeply. 5 fossil dragon eggs suddenly flashed a ray of light. It seemed that something was revived in these dragon eggs. The rock shell on the eggshell quietly cracked. But no one noticed this. Because everyone's attention was attracted by another thing. As Malak and the horn completely disappeared in the ruins. The entire ruins seemed to be shaking slightly. It seemed that something was awakening underground. It's bad. Longzal immediately realized that something was wrong, cut his fingers, and released the induction magic. It seemed that countless hot things were awakening underground. Gather everyone, prepare to evacuate. Lin En immediately ran back to the camp to report the news. Ago and Vala lifted the bronze container and ran out. At this time, the black fog in the sky suddenly surged. The loud dragon roar penetrated the black fog and descended here. The dragon came at the call. Chapter 19. The blood-red pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and the blazing flames blasted straight towards the silver dragon that tore through the black fog. The dragon had scales as pure as silver, and a small but still luxurious horn crown. It flexibly folded its membrane wings and dodged the pillar of fire that tore through the sky. Then it swooped down to the source of the fire like a hunting seabird, the giant fire dragon worm that suddenly broke out of the ground. It raised its slender body high and roared silently to the sky. Roar! The thunder-like dragon roar resounded through the ruins. A golden flame that was no less powerful than the pillar of fire was like a waterfall pouring down from the sky. The 2 flames exploded in the air, and countless flames fell from the sky, as if it was a rain of fire. Longzal pulled Lin En, who was still half outside, and pulled him under a protruding ruin. Amos, Hoffa, gather everyone, let's reunite with the Lord as soon as possible. The campers who found that something was wrong did not sit and wait for death, but quickly moved towards the ruins of the tower under the leadership of Sebastian and Aslan Longdal. The bronze dragon passed through the mushroom fire cloud that appeared when the flames collided, raised its sharp dragon claws, and grabbed the huge lizard head of the fire dragon worm. The dragon's brown membrane wings spread out and covered the sky. Even at a distance from it, Longzal could sense its hugeness. The fire dragon worm did not show weakness, allowing the dragon's claws to tear its rock shell. Its slender body turned flexibly and was about to open its mouth to bite the dragon's chest and abdomen. But it may have underestimated the fighting power of the bronze dragon. With a sharp claw, the fire dragon worm's open mouth was directly slapped shut by this claw, and its head was also slapped high. The silver dragon seized this opportunity, raised its wings and climbed instantly, and the dragon's mouth opened and bit the fire dragon worm's neck fiercely, if it had one. The sharp dragon teeth bit through the rock shell that protected the fire dragon worm's body with a click, and the hot blood like magma gushed out like a stream. The fire dragon worm screamed silently in pain, and its snake-like ring-shaped body twisted wildly, spewing pieces of flames all over the sky, but they were all blocked by the bronze dragon's scales that gradually turned into molten gold under the flames. Its claws were firmly embedded in the fire dragon worm's lizard head, and then a mouthful of dragon flame sprayed down, and by the way, it kindly avoided the silver dragon that bit its neck. Bathed in the blazing dragon flame, the flames at the fire dragon worm's eyes became weaker and weaker, and the carapace protecting its head began to burst and melt. Longzal swallowed a mouthful of saliva nervously. Is this the reward of the gods? Is it a bit exaggerated? The heat in the blood gradually faded, and he could feel that the hot things that revived underground were fleeing the area at a rapid speed. After all, it was the outskirts of the Valyrian ruins, and a giant fire dragon worm could be the king here. Now that the king of these monsters was hunted by more powerful creatures, how could these little guys hiding in the ruins of the city not be afraid? After spitting out a mouthful of dragon flames, the bronze dragon bit the head of the fire dragon worm, which had no flames in its eye sockets. The sharp teeth tore the flesh and blood under the shell effortlessly. The silver dragon pulled along, and the head and body of the fire dragon worm were separated. Until this moment, the bronze dragon slowly held the head of the fire dragon worm and turned to the direction where Longzal and the others were. The two dragons carried the body of the fire dragon worm, folded their wings slowly, and landed next to the ruins of the broken tower. The silver dragon turned his head to look at the corpse of his kind that had turned into a skeleton, and turned back to continue tearing the flesh and blood of the fire dragon worm, as if this kind of hot flesh and blood was particularly suitable for their appetite. The bronze dragon looked down at Longzal, who was hiding under the ruins with the people who had joined him. His eyes were cold. There was a hint of mania. It was at least one size larger than the silver dragon. Its mouth, which was also more than one size larger, opened, revealing jagged sharp dragon teeth. Unlike the silver dragon with small and few horns, the bronze dragon had thick spikes arranged neatly on its body. Its horns were thick and slender, and many of them were straight backward or bent downward, forming a ferocious horn like a crown. The dragon's lower jaw was also covered with spikes like a beard. It seems that the magic pollution of the Valyrian ruins is no longer suitable for dragons to live. Longzal keenly caught the mania, and the dragon was affected as soon as it arrived. With their extremely obvious appearance features, it can be inferred that these two dragons are most likely the dragons of the surviving Dragon King family Targaryen in the intelligence, the companions of the former mature king, arbiter, and reconciler Jaehaerys, the irritable and warlike bronze fury named after the forging god of ancient Valyria, and the dragon silver wing of good Queen Alysanne Targaryen. That is, the dragons of Longzal and his grandmother. Among the known dragons in existence at that time, the size of Wormthal was second only to the old dragon Viagar. The gods are still quite generous. If he could survive the dragon flame of Wormthal. Vala. Longzal called his younger brother. He cut open his palm and wiped a handful of blood on his and his younger brother's faces respectively. The silver mixed blood slowly flowed on the faces of the two teenagers. Vala was just confused for a moment, and immediately followed his brother with some excitement. The giant dragon that landed on the side didn't seem to notice the two little bugs. With a snap, Wamasoer bit the head of the fire dragon worm and swallowed the jelly-like, lava-like sticky substance in its head into his stomach, and closed his eyes comfortably as if he was enjoying it. Although the smoke that kept coming out of his nostrils proved that the giant dragon didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Silverwing lowered his head and bit off the rock carapace on the body of the fire dragon worm, and slowly tore the steaming flesh and blood on the fire dragon worm. Wamasoer searched in the head of the fire dragon worm for a while. He turned around and roared at Silverwing. Roar! Silverwing was stunned for a moment, and even moved a few steps to the side as if a little aggrieved, but immediately seemed to react and roared back mercilessly. Hiss! But Silverwing just roared, and then shook his head and threw a piece of the fire dragon worm in front of Wamasoer, and then swallowed the remaining flesh and blood in small mouthfuls. Seeing this, Wamasoer did not get too entangled, lowered his head and bit the flesh and blood thrown by the Silverwing. However, Longzil, who had already touched the edge of Wamasoer's wings, turned pale. He finally understood why the dragon was so terrible. Wamasoer's huge body of hundreds of feet and wingspan of thousands of feet were like a blazing volcano in his magic vision. Endless flames were burning violently in the core, and flames flowed in the dragon's blood and muscles. It can be said that from the perspective of magic, the dragon is a living flame. If the two dragons were not slowly absorbing the magic pollution in the ruins, and the protective runes on his body were actually derived from the research on pollution by his father and magicians, Longzil would have no way to use the connection between the two to quietly influence the emotions of the two dragons. In fact, there was basically no impact. I don't know if it was the influence of the previous owner. The two dragons had a strange harmonious atmosphere. Even if their emotions were polluted, they did not bite each other for food like ordinary beasts. Longzil grabbed the black prism inlaid with silver threads hanging around his neck. This was something his father left him. He specifically told him in his notebook that if he encountered an adult dragon that could be tamed, he could take out this shadow binding stone from Yasha. As for the effect of this stone, his father didn't know. Longzil made up his mind, grabbed the spikes on Wamasoer's body and began to climb on it. Wamasoer felt something climbing on him and shook uncomfortably. Longzil held on to a spike tightly so that he didn't fall off. I can't go on like this. Longzil knew very well that if Wamasoer moved again, he would not be able to hold on. He made up his mind and slapped a spike with his hand. Blood instantly gushed out from the pierced wound, but it did not drip, but slowly penetrated into Wamasoer's scales. The silver light surged, and Longzil's palm wound soon stopped bleeding and healed as before. Seeing that Wamasoel had calmed down, Longzil continued to climb to the depression on Wamasoel's back. There were several bone spurs there that could be grasped. Wamasoel had just torn off a piece of meat and swallowed it, when he suddenly found that the little bug just now seemed to have not been thrown away, but had crawled onto his back. How could he bear this? Wamasoel, fly! Longzil shouted loudly in High Valyrian. Wamasoel turned his neck unceremoniously and blew a breath of dragon flame at his back. Roar! Chapter 20. The blazing dragon flames passed over Longzil's body. Wormizer obviously overestimated the flexibility of his neck. If it was the bloodworm Colaxiu, who is famous for its slender neck, perhaps turning its head and spitting fire could hurt it. To the little bug in the back. It's a pity that Wormizer's thick neck couldn't do it, but its dragon flames were big and powerful enough. The fire wave burned through half of Longzil's body, but it only ignited the boy's clothes and didn't even burn the boy's silver hair. The faint light of silver and red protected Longzil in the flames. He firmly grasped Wormizer's bone spurs and laid his entire body on the dragon's back. Wormither, fly! The giant bronze dragon became even more frantic. It kept shaking its body, trying to shake off the little bug on its back, even though the little bug had a smell that made it very comfortable. Roar! Wormizer wanted to summon Silverwing to help, but found that Silverwing was also trying to get rid of something. Wormizer, fly! Wormizer roared to the sky and charged forward a few steps. The 1,000-foot dragon wings stretched out, the dragon's claws lifted off the ground, and the dragon finally took the young man into the sky. Of course, this does not mean that Wormizer obeyed Longzil's command. The giant dragon still wanted to teach the little bug behind him a lesson, although he smelled very pleasant but didn't know the heights of the world. Wormizer roared and flew vertically high. Longzil flew up with both feet. It was very uncomfortable, but he could only hold on to the dragon's bone spurs. Violent air currents passed by the boy's side, but there seemed to be something on the dragon's back blocking the wind as it flew high in the sky, so that the rider could not actually feel the air currents and coldness while flying. Longzil could feel that when Wormizer took off, the volcano in the magic vision suddenly branched out with a flame. This flame was the guarantee that the rider could sit safely on the dragon's back. Wormizer, fly level! Wormizer opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flames, then plunged into the flames he spewed. The The dragon hoped to use this to burn the little bug behind him. After all, in the dragon's view, the mistake just now was just a small accident. Wormizer, fly level. Long Zell tried his best to put his feet back on the dragon's back. The flames did not pose a great threat to him, but his clothes did suffer. Seeing that the flames could not harm the boy behind him, Wormizer suddenly raised his head, stopped, and reversed his body in the air, hoping to use this move to throw Long Zell off. Long Zell's feet flew into the air again. Wormizer, turn around and fly horizontally. The blood rushed towards the arms, gathering in the hands that were clutching the bone spurs. The silver-red blood slowly seeped out from the already red fingers, and slowly infiltrate into the dragon's body. Wormizer, follow my instructions. Long Zell shouted with all his strength. Turn around and fly level. Wormizer roared irritably. Flying upside down was very uncomfortable for it, so it had no choice but to turn its body around, but the dragon would not give up just yet. After Wormizer flew level for a while, he immediately folded his wings and dived towards the ground. It uses a dive to throw off the boy behind it. Long Zell's feet were in the air again, but there was already a smile on the young man's face. His blood successfully seeped into the dragon's body. Through his magical vision, Long Zell could see the inside of Wormizer's volcanic body, and the blazing flames had been dyed with a touch of silver. Wormizer also felt this change. In its senses, the pleasant-smelling little bug on its back now felt more and more comfortable. It could even feel that there was an extra energy in the body, which was slowly improve your body. In short, it feels very comfortable now, even more comfortable than the feeling of riding on the back of the guy who had established a connection with me before. Long Zell's heart suddenly moved. He felt that the giant dragon under him no longer resisted his control so fiercely, and a message that seemed to mean "you are not bad, you make me feel very comfortable" was poured into his brain from nowhere. Long Zell understood something immediately. To establish contact with a powerful magical creature like a dragon, it was not enough to rely on his own blood magic. There was only one possibility to achieve such an effect, and that was that he had tamed Wami. Soul. Now it relies on the mysterious connection between the dragon and the dragon knight. Wormizer stretched his wings again and climbed smoothly into the sky. Wormizer, level flight. This time, Wormizer flew smoothly and obediently, and Long Zell could feel that whether it was from the perspective of blood magic or from a perspective that he could not explain clearly, Wormisoul had established a close connection with him. Roar! The giant dragon seemed to sigh, flapped its wings a few times, and hovered in the sky. Wormizer, climb! Wormizer raised his head and quickly climbed to the height where Long Zell was silently thinking. Then it circled under the guidance of Long Zell. Dracaris, dragon flame! Long Zell was finally able to yell out that word. Golden dragon flames shot out in response, leaving a long flame in the sky. Then it exploded. Wormizer carried Long Zell and flew through the flames. Some roared excitedly. Wormizer, return! Wormizer turned around the rising smoke column and flew towards the ruins. At this moment, the silver dragon shadow penetrated the black fog and flew beside Wormizer. Wormizer turned his head and glanced at Silver Wings. Silver Wings crowed happily, flapped its wings rapidly, and immediately surpassed Wormizer. Longzell also saw the excited Vala on Silver Wings' back. Although the sturdy young man's clothes and pants were also burned, he seemed to have tamed Silver Wing more smoothly than himself, and even flew several circles. He was riding a dragon to find his brother. Feeling a bit of irritability and helplessness coming from Wamiso, Longzell smiled and patted Wamiso's scales. Wamiso, we are ready to land. Wamiso flattened the dragon's wings and slowly flew to the ground. At this time, the shadow-binding stone on Longzell's chest suddenly emitted a strange light. It seemed that there were figures showing their figures in the stone. The next moment, the stone amulet shattered. A thick black shadow instantly surged out of the stone like a tide. In the blink of an eye, it submerged Longzell and Wamiso. But in the eyes of the people who were preparing to welcome the dragon's landing and Vala who had landed successfully, nothing could be seen. Only Silverwing seemed to have noticed something, and conveyed his uneasiness to his rider, but he was not too worried. Vala looked up at the slowly descending Wormisoul with some confusion. What happened? Chapter 21. Hey, eldest son, can you hear me? Well, even if you hear it, you can't reply to me, so just pretend you heard it. The moment the shadow-binding stone shattered, Longzell felt the shadow that instantly submerged himself and Wormizer. However, it was obvious that the shadow was not lethal, or it was not a strange thing. Curse, after all, his own blood did not give a warning. What the hell happened, but I don't seem to feel anything, was also heard from Wormizel. Longzell didn't know how he felt these unusually rich emotions from the dragon. Maybe he was special? Forget it, Longzell just wants to know what his father left behind. Then he saw a strange scene. The shadow that obscured his vision faded, and his eyes suddenly became clear. Then Longzell received the emotion from Wormizer again. What the hell is this? Wormizer flew smoothly in the air, with the clear sky in front of him. Through the clouds, he could see the vast fields and rushing rivers below. A large army was marching along the river. Longzell squinted his eyes to try to see clearly the flag and appearance of the army below. He is very adaptable and immediately realized that he might have been under an illusion, but there was no great danger. Eldest son, this is a thing passed down in our family. Your grandfather and your great-grandfather treasured this thing. Your father and I didn't know what it was at first. Later, a shadowbinder from Asai recognized it. I didn't expect that these magicians who played with life and shadow could make such a thing. This shadow-binding stone contains the shadows of many ancestors fighting dragons in the history of the Varese family. There are people and there are dragons. Cleoria's voice paused. If you are lucky enough to tame an adult dragon, this shadow-binding stone will immediately shatter, releasing the shadow of your ancestors, allowing you to experience an ancestral dragon battle, or participate in the noble dragon battles of Valeria. The ancestors used this kind of magic item is used to train the descendants of the family who have successfully tamed the adult dragon, so that they can quickly become real dragon kings and warriors. Hehe, I didn't expect that your kid is so lucky that he can still experience it in this world. Alas. I won't say any more, get ready. Let's get started. Even when Valeria was here, this was a very valuable thing. Longzell's thoughts were separated from his father's ramblings. The army on the river bank became increasingly clear. These warriors have olive skin and black hair, slender bodies and dark eyes with determination and infinite fanaticism. These brave warriors are equipped with iron armor, are well armed, and have high morale. There were many people wearing strange clothes standing by the river, and powerful magic waves enveloped the entire army. The Roiner army. Longzell recognized the origins of those warriors. Roar! Wormizer suddenly noticed something and roared. Longzell looked back, and dragon roars resounded across the sky. Demonic dragons that were either no smaller than Wormizer, smaller but equally ferocious, or even larger emerged from the clouds. The largest dragon among them was even twice as big as Vormithor. The giant dragon swooped down first, and the Dragon King, whose face could not be seen clearly, blew the horn on its back, and Longzell also pressed the bone spurs hard. Wormithor, dive! Wormizer folded his wings and swooped down behind the other dragons. The Roiner magician chanted a spell, and saw the river surge backwards, and a huge amount of river water rose into the sky, turning into an extremely huge waterspout that stood between the mortals and the dragon. Dracaries! Countless dragon flames sounded simultaneously. The largest dragon took the lead in spitting out pale dragon flames, which hit the waterspout fiercely. The river steamed, and the white mist that covered the sky and the sun instantly enveloped the sky and the earth. The long bowmen of the Roiner raised their bows and shot arrows with water magic at the dragon in the sky. Ronzel felt as if someone was teaching him step by step. Smoothly maneuvering Vermisser to dodge arrows and pour dragon flames onto the waterspout. 300 demonic dragons spit out flames at the same time, and even if the water of the Rhône River were exhausted, they could not stop this disaster that was like a punishment from heaven. Longzell saw the flames of Vermithor tearing apart the evaporated waterspout, and the remaining flames surged, instantly burning a string of Roiner people under the mist to ashes. The same thing happened all over the battlefield. But the burned-out Roiner bravely raised their bows, arrows, and spears, trying to teach the Dragon King in the sky a lesson. Then in exchange for more dragon flames, Longzell drove Wormizer to hover carefully in the air, spraying out a few puffs of dragon flame from time to time, never getting closer to the distance where he might be hit by an arrow. In fact, many dragons also breathed dragon flames at this distance. Only the real dragons dared to chase the Roiner almost close to the ground. Vermisser circled and burned dozens of Roiner soldiers with dragon flames before spreading his wings and flying high. At this moment, Longzell's eyes flashed. The scene changes again. This time they came to the high tower of Valeria. Another giant brown dragon, no smaller than Vormiser, was circling opposite them. The knight on the dragon's back was saying something loudly. But Longzell couldn't hear anything. Then the giant dragon rushed towards Wormizer. Ryuhudo! The familiar hand-in-hand teaching mode began again. Longzil skillfully pressed down the bone spur that he used as the handrail of the dragon saddle. Wamisal suddenly dropped down at the moment when the opponent pounced on him. The dragon on the opposite side also hurriedly flapped its wings a few times to stop urgently. Wamisal raised his head, and almost at the moment when the brown dragon hovered, he suddenly rose vertically into the air. Then, amid the shouts of the dragon rider on the opposite side, he turned around and pounced fiercely on the head of the brown dragon. His dragon claws directly grabbed the head of the brown dragon, leaving a long scar on its head. Wamisal, Dragon Flame. The brown dragon was not to be outdone. It took Wamisal's grab and immediately turned its head to spray out a mouthful of dragon flame, which collided with Wamisal's dragon flame in the air. The blazing dragon flame spread out, and the dragon rider of the brown dragon below was smoked by the falling fire rain and closed his eyes. Although the master could not give direct command for the time being, the brown dragon still raised its claws, colliding and scratching violently with Wamiso's claws in the air, leaving scratches on each other's bodies almost at the same time. The two dragons circled and descended, and the surging dragon flames almost non-stop sprayed at each other's heads. Wamiso attacked the abdomen. At this moment, the brown dragon that had been pressed down revealed a fatal flaw. It exposed its chest and abdomen. Wamiso took the opportunity to pry open the brown dragon's claws with one claw, and then grabbed it fiercely. The brown dragon's abdomen suddenly cracked with several hideous scars. But the brown dragon's claws also left scars on Wamiso's body, but they were not as fatal as those left by Wamiso. The painful brown dragon roared in pain, and its dragon rider was also shouting something desperately. Wamiso, attack the neck! Wamiso roared angrily, and the hideous dragon head pressed down instantly. Hot blood splattered. The brown dragon's neck was bitten by Wamisor. Everything began to blur again. Chapter 22. Illusions were like a tide, and Longzell drove Wormizar to fight against the larger dragon beside the tower, and finally stepped on the opponent into the sea. On an uninhabited desert island, he fought with 3 giant dragons that were smaller than Wormizar, and finally killed all 3 dragons at a heavy cost. He fought with the long-winged dragon in the strange jungle of Sothorus, and in Dos hunt giant elephants in the great grass sea of Rak, and hunt floating sea monsters in the vast summer sea. Finally, the illusion faded. Ronzal and Wormizar also returned to reality. The countless battles in the fantasy world were deeply engraved in the young man's body. It seemed like a long time passed. But in fact, it only took a moment in the eyes of everyone on the ground. Longzell slowly climbed down from the dragon's back and took the clothes that Lin and handed over. Wormizar glanced around the crowd with no interest, turned his head and roared a few times in the direction of Silver Wing. The environment of the ruins of Valeria is not suitable for staying for a long time. Longzell said. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Vala, you ride the Silver Wing to the rear and practice flying by the way. Vala nodded heavily and returned to Silver Wing's back without saying a word. The 2 giant dragons took off one after the other, leading everyone away from the ruins. It seems that because the previous battle to hunt down the fire dragon worms cleared the area of monsters, the return journey was smoother. The group returned to the landing shore in only half the time it took them to arrive. Everyone boarded the boat they came from, and driven by magic, the boat quickly and safely left the ruins of Valeria. Somehow, there seemed to be something that helped all of this go smoothly. When they saw 2 giant dragons passing through the clouds and landing on the Lord of Silence, the flagship of the Varese fleet, the entire crew of the ship was boiling. The Dragon King is back. The crew members rushed to tell each other. The warship quickly pulled anchor and set sail, joining the large troops wandering around the periphery. When the main fleet of Vareses saw the dragon roaring through the clouds and coming over the fleet, the same excitement appeared again in the fleet. News is like the wind. Nothing can stop the message from spreading. News of the dragon hovering over Vareses' fleet quickly spread back to the city of Volantis via passing Volantis merchant ships. What did you say? Bellicio Media pushed away the slave girl who was waiting in front of him, and grabbed the messenger by the collar. A dragon appeared above Vareses' fleet. My lord, it's absolutely true. The messenger was also a nobleman. He didn't believe it at first, until more and more people spread the news and got confirmation of the returned ship. What kind of dragons? How big are they? How many are there? The captain who heard back said that they are 2 giant dragons, one has bronze scales and is very huge, and the other is slightly smaller and has a whole body of silver. The well-informed Bellicio immediately remembered the names of 2 familiar dragons. I felt happy. The Blackwell nobles of Volantis tamed the dragon. This is the great cause of the gods blessing Volantis to restore Valeria. Quickly summon the members of the Tiger Party. No, go find Dolan and ask him to take out the Dragon King's crown from the warehouse and immediately prepare the ship to meet our new Dragon King. Bellicio laughed. He seemed to have forgotten the fact that the Tiger Party had just offended Longzal and had been in opposition to the Varese family for a long time. Tell our Dragon King that Volantis is willing to make him Emperor of Valeria, as long as his dragons fight for Volantis. As you command, my lord. Vizima Palace. Mrs. Klivna Vizima received the news almost at the same time. She frowned and looked at Consul Wegadu who came panting. The boy from Varese deceived us, said Madame Klevna calmly. Instead of heading east to open a sea route, he went to the ruins of Valeria. This is impossible. Wegadu shouted in disbelief. The ruins of Valeria are a place of death. No ship can survive the smoke sea. Even the dragon. Lady Krivna, have you forgotten the Black Death back then? I have not forgotten, said Lady Klevna. But the fact is that the boy tamed the dragon and was on his way back with the fleet. She looked into Wegadu's eyes and continued, I don't believe you don't know what this means. The Tiger Party has already sent a ship to pick him up. If Ronzal Verzes falls to the Tiger Party. The Tiger Party is wishful thinking. Wegadu paced back and forth uneasily. With Varese's family education, Ronzal must know which side he should be on. Aegon Targaryen did not join the Tiger Party back then. This already explains a lot of problems. But we can't risk it. Mrs. Krivna stood up. We cannot afford the resurgence of the Tiger Party and the cost of war. Consul Wegadu, what do you think? I will send an envoy immediately. Wegadu said. Longzal is a smart kid, he will definitely understand the stakes. Not enough, Mrs. Klevna made up her mind. I have sent an envoy to Pentos, and Prince Regio will inform the Dragon King on the Iron Throne. Said Mrs. Klevna. I believe their reaction to the Dragon King taming the dragon will be beneficial to us. Chapter 23. Words are like the wind. Especially certain words can even travel faster than the wind. If nothing else happens, it would normally take half a year or even a lifetime for a message to reach Westeros from Volantis. Unfortunately, the appearance of a new Dragon King family cannot be viewed with normal thinking. Relayed by Prince Regio of Pentos, the news was transmitted to the far west of the continent at an extremely fast speed. The high-flying raven crossed the narrow sea and delivered the letter written by Prince Regio there. A stone castle standing on a smoking island. Dragon's stone. Keep your arms straight, like mine. Prince Daemon held a wooden sword and lightly tapped the boy's elbow. The boy straightened his arms immediately, and the wooden sword in his hand pierced the target in front of him neatly. The tall and handsome boy has thick brown hair, a flat nose, and brown eyes, but this does not affect the boy's handsomeness. Prince Jacaris Valerian had once been troubled by the fact that he did not have the Valerian silver hair and violet eyes, but now he can accept his different appearance. But Jacaris is now more worried about what he should call the man who is training him, Prince Daemon Targaryen. The man who was his stepfather, his uncle, and his future father-in-law. At this moment, the castle's maester hurriedly ran out of the Raven Tower and handed a letter to Daemon, who was preparing for the next stage of training. Then Jacaris saw his stepfather's expression change instantly. He had never seen his stepfather show such an expression. Zyja, you continue training first. Daemon comforted Jacaris, dropped the wooden sword and quickly pulled the bachelor to the corner. Are you sure the news is true? Daemon asked in a cold voice. The maester nodded. It's a personal letter from Prince Regio. Things are a little tricky. Prince Daemon thought for a while with his hands behind his back. Don't tell Rhaenyra yet. Wait until she wakes up. Send this letter to King's Landing immediately and deliver it directly to the king. As you command, Your Highness. After a while, a roar came from Dragon Mountain on Dragonstone Island. The blood-red body of the snake-like bloodworm Korakshiu soared into the sky and flew rapidly towards the direction of Cheatu Island. Rhaenyra was sleeping soundly in the castle bedroom. She was about to give birth and was in desperate need of rest. She did not notice her husband leaving the castle on a dragon. Daemon, what are you doing here? The black-haired old Princess Rhaenys was wearing light armor and riding her dragon. She had red scales, bright copper horns and spiked dragon red Queen Mary Yas, watching Daemon slowly descending on the hill next to Climax City. The old Princess Rhaenys is the daughter of Jaehaerys I's eldest son Aemon Targaryen and Jocelyn Baratheon. After Aemon and Prince of Spring Dawn Baron died one after another, Jaehaerys lost his heir. I decided to convene a great council, and the lords decided who their next king would be. As the eldest granddaughter of the king, Princess Renis not only had a powerful dragon, but also her husband sea serpent Corlys Velaryon. Despite her strong support, she failed and the succession of the king eventually went to Viserys. So people also call Renis the uncrowned queen. Some things happened, Renis. Daemon quickly climbed down the rope ladder and down to Corgzo. The dragon glanced at the Red Queen, then lowered his head and stared at his master. Renis also slid off the dragon saddle neatly. What could have happened to make you lose your composure like this? Daemon took a deep breath. There are people from other families who have tamed Vormaiser and Silverwing. What? Renis staggered and looked at Daemon in disbelief. Are you sure? I'm sure. Daemon calmed down. We saw Vormaiser and Silverwing leaving Longshan before. At that time, I rode a dragon to chase them for a while, and found that they were simply hunting whales in the narrow sea. I stopped following them, but I didn't expect them. So you came to attack with me? Renis looked at Daemon. Can you guarantee that the two of us can kill our grandparents' dragon? I came to you to discuss countermeasures, Renis. Daemon came closer, and the Red Queen immediately brought her huge dragon head close to her cautiously and blew out a breath of hot breath. Corxiu also immediately stretched his neck and hummed at the Red Queen. If it was when my grandfather was on the throne, no, if your father and I were both alive, Renis said. If an outsider hatches a dragon, he will immediately ride on Vormaiser to kill that person and the baby dragon, but it is different now. Daemon took over Renis's words. At that time, the dragons that the Targaryens could fight included Vormithor, Silverwing, Viagar, Corxiu, and Melias. But what about now? Just you and me. Princess Renis sighed. Rhaenyra is pregnant. She cannot ride a dragon to fight at all. Her son's dragons are too young. I can't even guarantee that they can fly across the narrow sea. Viagar, The old princess snorted coldly. But continued. The rider had just climbed out of a hospital bed and I was worried he might fall straight off the dragon. The old princess suddenly caught a glimpse of Daemon's expression. Do you know who trained the dragon? Daemon nodded. Of course. He took out a silver badge with a dragon and laurel leaves engraved on it. Princess Senela's son, oh, a legitimate son. Dragons Elvarazes and his twin brother Valavarazes. Aunt Senela is married. Daemon nodded. She didn't let me tell you at the time, Lana also knew. Daemon lowered his head in embarrassment. Renis was stunned for a moment and resumed her previous posture. So do you have any plans? This kind of thing can't be kept secret. Daemon held his chin. I'll let the maester inform the king directly, and let my indecisive brother make the final decision. Renis rolled her eyes at Daemon. Speak nicely. Okay, okay. Daemon raised his hands. You win. The Varazes family is also a Dragon King family, I'm sure you know this. Daemon said. Renis nodded. She had read the family's collection of books and learned about the former 40 Dragon Kings. Now that the Targaryen family has a monopoly on dragon eggs, even the blood of the Dragon King family in the Black Wall cannot come into contact with dragon eggs and ownerless dragons. Daemon continued. So it must not be that easy for them to tame dragons. The ruins of Valyria. Renis reacted immediately. Impossible. Everything is possible. Daemon said. No matter what decision the king makes in the end, it must be the two of us who contact them in the end. Renis agreed that to deal with dragon riders, only dragon riders are needed. We can't confirm what they have obtained. Daemon raised his hand. We can't risk losing a dragon that can fight. So we must treat this matter with caution. Are you trying to win them over? Renis decided to wake up her cousins. Do you think a brand new Dragon King family will be willing to join another Dragon King family? Daemon suddenly laughed. On the Silent Lord. The teenagers stared at the broken dragon egg in front of Ray. And a kitten-sized, pitch-black, screaming baby dragon. Can anyone explain to me what happened? Longzil looked at his younger brother in shock. Wamisal and Silverwing, hovering in the sky, also lowered their heads and looked at the baby dragon. Without any warning, the baby dragon suddenly jumped up and hid in Ray's clothes. Ray blushed and explained in a confused manner. I don't know what happened, it's just that on the way back, this black dragon egg began to glow, and then it was like this, like that, and then it cracked with a click, and then it was like this. Ray hurriedly took the baby dragon out of his clothes. Then he was licked by the hot saliva of the baby dragon with a little mucus. Congratulations, Ray. Longzil covered his face. You also have your own dragon /. Give him a name, brother. Vala came over excitedly, wanting to see the baby dragon's appearance clearly. Then he was sprayed with a gorgeous puff of smoke. What's the name? Chapter 24. Dragon's Stone. The salty sea breeze blew across the long bridge of the castle. Rhaenyra couldn't help but tremble, but she still stood firm with the help of the maid with her big belly. The princess looked in the direction of Titlehead Island, where there were 2 black spots flying towards the castle at high speed. Your Highness, the wind is too strong outside, look at it, the maid asked worriedly. Rhaenyra shook her head firmly. I can't stay away from such a big thing, and I won't wait for Daemon to bring me the results. She said in her heart, this is the responsibility of the ruler. Kolak's fin-like hind limb slapped the rough sea surface, and with a roar, his slender body flew to the top of the cliff and landed steadily on the long bridge. The Red Queen arrived a little earlier and circled over Dragonstone before landing on the other side of the long bridge. The 2 dragon knights landed firmly. The disgraced Rhaenys hurriedly ran a few steps to help Rhaenyra. The old princess looked at the maid accusingly, but was stopped by Rhaenyra. She shook her head, indicating not to blame the maid. I asked her to take me to wait for you. The princess looked at Daemon, who was walking over with his head lowered. Why didn't you tell me about it right away? You need to rest, honey. Daemon rubbed his hands into a ball. I'm just pregnant, not dead. Rhaenyra moved to Daemon's side with the support of the old princess and the maid. A new Dragon King family has risen, but we haven't been able to completely defeat each other yet. You know what that means. The Targaryens are no longer the only dragons in the world. Daemon nodded to the maid, took his wife's arm, and naturally supported her. And what they have is Vermithor and Silverwing, 2 old dragons who most likely gained power we don't know about in the ruins of Valyria. Rhaenyra looked into her husband's eyes and continued. How do you know? Daemon was stunned. He remembered that the ruins of Valyria were not mentioned in the letter. I study. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes at Daemon. Even if Dragon's Elvarazes mastered the mysterious power, he would not have been able to summon the dragon without the blessing of the ruins of Valyria. If magic worked, we would not have been able to monopolize the dragon for so many years. What do you think, Rhaenyra? Rhaenys asked. Rhaenyra looked at the 2. Can Melias and Colaxia guarantee to kill Vermithor and Silverwing? There is also the huge fleet of the Varazes family. Rhaenys shook her head. We can't guarantee that the 2 old dragons that came out of the ruins will still be the same, so if we fight, there is a high probability that we can kill Silverwing, but Melias and Colaxia may also die. We cannot afford to fail, Daemon said. So I plan to negotiate. You want to win them over? Rhaenyra looked at Daemon in disbelief. Essos cannot tolerate a Dragon King family with a dragon. Daemon said while supporting his wife. Volantis will be divided over this. The city-states that assassinated the Dragon King in the Bloody Century will be afraid of this. Conspirators and warmongers will use weapons for this. The city-states will fall into melee and eventually wear away their spirit. Rhaenys took over Daemon's words and continued, Essos is too big and too complicated, and time is actually on our side. The young dragons will eventually be able to fly into the sky to fight, and Viagar will return to the sky in a few years. Return to the top. At the mention of Viagar, the 3 people's faces twisted. What conditions can you give them? Rhaenyra looked into Daemon's eyes. Rhaenys added next to her, the conditions on our side, Daemon, my granddaughter is betrothed to my grandson. You can no longer win over them through marriage. Daemon said, neither Hightower in King's Landing, her daughter married that idiot son. Haha. Daemon smiled. I believe that my brother, our king, will bring us the best conditions. He left a kiss on his wife's forehead. I will bring you dragons and armies, trust me. King's Landing at this moment. This huge, chaotic city originated from the small castle built at the mouth of the Blackwater during Aegon's conquest. As Aegon I unified the 6 kingdoms, this huge city rose from the ground. It is said that there are 500,000 people living in the city. The King's Red Fortress stands on Aegon Hill, the towering castle is majestic and solemn. It is said that the tyrant and cruel Maegor massacred all the workers after the Red Keep was completed, just to ensure that the secrets of the Red Keep would not be leaked. Red Fort. The members of Viserys' council looked at the confused Queen Alicent Hightower anxiously. They had no idea why they had been called in urgently. Sir Otto Hightower, Hand of the King, understood everything by looking at his daughter's expression. The king did not even tell his own queen what happened. Sir Tyrone Lannister, Lord of the Sea, and Lord Jasper Wilder, Lord of the Law, looked at each other, and finally decided not to say a word. The intelligence chief, Earl Larys Strong, and the finance minister, Earl Linman Bisberry, stared at the orb symbolizing power and position in front of them, motionless. Where are Grand Maester Melos and Sir Cole? Otto finally ended the silence in the hall. Prime Minister, we are here. Archmaester Melos struggled to move a pile of books and slowly moved to his seat. The captain of the King's Guard, the handsome Sir Criston Cole, followed King Viserys in white robes and armor. As the guards protecting the king, the 7 White Knights of the King's Guard are basically people with strong martial arts and good moral character, at least in the eyes of the outside world, especially the captain of this term, Criston Cole, who was born in a humble family but had good martial arts and a good appearance. After the death of the former captain, Sir Harold Westerling, Cole took over his duties and was responsible for defending the entire castle. There was still a trace of hesitation on the king's face, but he finally sat on the main seat and put the orb representing the king into the groove. Ladies and gentlemen, the kingdom is facing a crisis, and I can only seek your wisdom. I am willing to serve you, your majesty. The ministers stood up at the same time, bowed slightly to the king, and then sat back in their seats. Grand Maester, you explain the situation. Grand Maester Melos nodded and took out a letter. My lords, a message came from Dragonstone that the Blackwall nobleman of Volantis, Dragonzel Verzes, and his brother Vala Verzes, tamed Vermithor and Silverwing in the ruins of Valeria with magic and other means. It is said that they also harvested more than 1 dragon egg. Impossible. Otto stood up suddenly. He had never lost his composure like this before. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Chapter 25. Otto, please be patient and let the Grand Maester finish telling the information. Viserys tapped the table a few times and motioned for Otto to sit down. I'm sorry, your majesty, this news is too terrible. I lost my composure. Otto lowered his head and explained, then slowly sat back down. Grand Maester Melos opened a book and continued, according to records, the Varezes family was also one of the 40 Dragon King families. The last Valyrian Emperor Arion Varezes was from this family. After the Doomsday, this family lost all its dragons, and its descendants hid behind the black walls of Volantis, relying on the huge wealth left by their ancestors to survive. But its previous generation leader Clay Arias Varezes was a wizard. He accumulated even greater wealth for his family and formed a fully independent standing army of thousands of people. This army has long been at war with the Dothraki and mercenaries. Fighting and accumulating rich war experience, Cleorias married more than 10 years ago. The Grand Maester suddenly stopped. Continue. The king held his head. He was shocked when he learned this information. Even after thinking about it for a long time, he still found it difficult to accept. Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen in self-exile. The ministers were silent. Even Larry Strong lowered his head and fiddled with his orb, not knowing what he was thinking. The princess gave birth to 3 boys, Dragonzel, Vala, and Ray. Among them, it was Dragonzel Varese and Vala Varese who tamed the dragon. According to Pantos, according to the news, the fleet of the Varese family is sailing to the west, with at least 300 large ships in the team. So they not only have dragons, but they also have wealth and thousands of capable troops. Sir Tyrone Lannister pointed out the problem, but he cleverly did not mention Princess Sanilla. Your Majesty, we cannot allow the dragon to escape. Otto Hightower stood up with a cry. I know. The king waved his hand helplessly. Then what do you think we should do? Send the dragons to attack. We have Viagar, Sunfire, and Dreamfire. Otto Hightower paused and continued, Dragonstone has Syrax, Korakthiyo, and Rhaenys. Princess Melias, our dragon is more. Your Majesty Prime Minister. Larry Strong's plain bass sounded. I think I need to remind you that Princess Rhaenyra is still pregnant, as everyone knows. He put the orb he had been playing with back into its groove. Pregnant women cannot ride dragons. Prince Aemond has just recovered from the hospital bed. He has only ridden Viagar once. The same goes for Princess Helena. Prince Aegon. Larys looked at Otto with squinting eyes. Otto pursed his lips and sighed inwardly. He could only sit down and continue, Your Majesty, if this matter is not dealt with in time, it is very likely to happen again. He did not say anything about Aegon's conquest. Viserys naturally understood what he meant, and he looked at the other ministers. Queen Alicent looked at her father, then at her husband, but finally said nothing. Earl Linman coughed. Your Majesty, it seems that the only dragon knights we can fight are Prince Daemon and Princess Rhaenys, but... Your Majesty, since he is the heir of Princess Sanella, why can't we win him over to join the kingdom? Count Jaspie suddenly said. Otto was just about to retort, but found that there was some truth in it. None of you here are fools. What will happen to the Dragon King family in Essos? They are well versed in history. They know clearly that the eastern continent has a complicated relationship with dragons. If Dragonzell stays in Volantis or elsewhere in the eastern continent, the ensuing chaos will sweep across the entire continent and eventually engulf his family and his dragons. Then the purpose of his fleet sailing westward will be obvious. During the Great Council of your grandfather Jaehaerys I, the Arbiter, Princess Sanella's heirs were deprived of their inheritance rights. Earl Jaspie continued. Women in inheritance. Cough. Earl Linman suddenly coughed, interrupting Earl Jaspie's words. Lord Wilder, please don't get involved in other matters. Earl Linman reminded. The king's expression changed for a moment, then returned to normal. Go on. Your Majesty, forgive me. Count Jasper apologized hurriedly and then said. Since there is no inheritance issue involved, we can completely regard him as another Velaryon family. Lord Wilder. Otto interrupted. Velaryon has followed Targaryen for hundreds of years. He looked at the silent King Viserys. The two families have been married for generations, and it was not until Lord Corlys' generation that they temporarily owned the dragon because of Princess Rhaenys. There is no room for comparison between the two families. Your Majesty Prime Minister, what Lord Jaspie said makes sense. Grand Maester Melos looked at Otto and continued, the Velaryon family once had 3 adult dragons, including Viagar. But as time passes, the Dragon Master Lady Lannister died, Prince Aemon successfully recovered Viagar, and Sea Smoke also returned to the Wild Dragon after Sir Lanino's accident. I understand what you mean, Grand Maester. Otto spread his hands. Win them over through marriage, and use the in-law relationship to take back the dragon after their death. However, there are no girls in the royal family now. Queen Alicent finally found an opportunity to interrupt. My lords, my son Aegon and my daughter Helena have consummated their marriage and have received the blessing of the 7 gods, and Rhaenyra's son has also married Prince Daemon's daughter. We can handle this matter through the marriage of the next generation. Larys Strong said. Or wait for the birth of a new girl in the royal family, Grand Maester, if I remember correctly, they are 3 brothers. Miros nodded. Yes, the youngest, Rhaevarys, is only 12 years old. We can wait. Larys Strong said. We can also provoke a fight between brothers. Lord Larys. Sir Tyron interrupted Larys. Your Majesty, I think you should know that if you want to win them over, the so-called marriage alone is not enough. They brought hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of people. Territory, wealth, and title. Earl Linman said. Boys are only pursuing these 3 things. Lord Linman, you say it lightly. Earl Jasper responded unceremoniously. Territory? Which territory? Your Beehive City? Or my Rainhouse City? Although the 7 kingdoms are large, they have their own owners. If you want to divide new territories, you must discuss with the lords of each place. How easy is that? Okay, let me be quiet. King Viserys finally couldn't help it. I agree with the plan of winning over, but how to win over, you go down and discuss it. He covered his head and motioned Queen Alicent to come and support him. Melos, you come to search for unowned or royal territories that can be divided, and then send letters to the Guardians to inquire about land matters. The rest will be discussed next time. As you wish, Your Majesty. Watching King Viserys leave, the ministers also left the Red Castle with doubts. Only Sir Otto Hightower walked towards the Prime Minister's tower with a serious face. Several servants of the Hightower family saw the Prime Minister coming and hurried to meet him. Write to Earl Hobart and ask him to clear a piece of territory near the Old Town as soon as possible, quickly. The servant was stunned for a moment, and was kicked on the butt by Otto. Hurry up. As you command, my lord. Watching the servant running towards the Raven Tower, Otto flashed a barely perceptible smile on his face. Summer sea. Varys' fleet became larger and larger. Lady Klevna did not stop Varese's fleet from leaving the port with soldiers, craftsmen, and civilians in batches. On the contrary, she was very pleased when she saw this scene. She even took the initiative to help provide ships. "My lord, the Tiger Party's envoy's ship has been following behind for many days." Vanson Kaon stood steadily on the deck and said to Longzal, who was watching his brother playing with the little dragon. Above the sky, Wamisal and Silverwing hovered over the Silent Lord. Vala was practicing flying in the sky. "I don't know if it's because of the dragon egg or other reasons, but Ray's little dragon grew very fast. In just a few weeks, its scales hardened and it also grew dense and terrifying spikes. The size of the little dragon also increased by several times. However, what's different is that this little dragon is relatively slender. If you put aside the spikes and scales, you can't even see much meat." Ray named the little dragon Shadow Nightmare. This was the name of his favorite pony when he was a child. Unfortunately, the horse died. And the hunting falcon Flamewing also died in the sky after the last group of people withdrew from Volantis. Ray held up a piece of roasted meat to tease the little dragon, but the little dragon stretched out its neck like lightning and took the meat away and swallowed it. "Brother, is there any more meat?" "Yes." Longzal smiled and asked the chef to bring a few more pieces of meat. Then he looked at Fanson. "No, the Tiger Party wants to leave us in the quagmire of Essos." "But Westeros." Fanson pursed his lips. "Excuse me, that is a backward land. It is barbaric and has no civilization." "I know." Longzal looked up at the sun in the sky and squinted his eyes. "This is an attempt, but also a mission." Fanson lowered his head and said in a deep voice. "The Kaon family is your spearhead, and your direction is my direction." Wamisal happened to fly by and blocked the sun's rays. The boy's eyes looked to the distant west. Chapter 26. Red Fort. King Viserys looked tiredly at the ministers who sat back in their respective seats again. "Queen Alicent is not here this time, she has to take care of the children." "Everyone," has the discussion concluded. The king glanced around at the ministers who had their heads lowered, and held his forehead. He and Grand Maester Melos searched for information about the royal family's fiefs for a long time, but they really couldn't find any suitable land. There was a piece of land in the Dorne frontier, a few scattered pieces of land in the royal territory, and a few pieces of mountain land in the Crab Claw Peninsula. The land in the seam, there are several small pieces of land in the Riverlands. They are not suitable for placing a huge team with 2 dragons and tens of thousands of people. We can't enclose Dragonstone Island. Nor can it bear the task of carrying a heavy enough chip. Your Majesty, winning over the Varese family is indeed the only way at present. Prime Minister Sir Otto Hightower spoke first, but we still need to carefully consider the bargaining chips. Your Majesty, the Ronzal brothers have the royal family in them. Even though Princess Sinella was expelled by the late king, her royal status was not denied, so I suggest that the royal status of the Ronzal brothers can be restored and given the title of Royal Prince. Yes. Viserys nodded. It's just a title and it won't affect anything. Your Majesty, if Brother Ronzal also uses the title of Prince, there will be an issue of inheritance. Count Jaspy said hurriedly. Princess Sinella's line of inheritance has been deprived of her right of inheritance. Earl Linman coughed and continued. Lord Wilder, there is no need to dwell on this issue. Where are the other chips? Sir Tyron turned the orb in front of him. According to the information, the gold and silver brought by the Longzal brothers on the ship is no less than the treasures brought back by Lord Sea Serpent Corlys from his 9 voyages. Gold may not be able to bribe them. A title cannot be used as a bargaining chip. Your Majesty, we can enter into a marriage covenant with the Varese family. Otto Hightower added. The royal family currently has no girls of the right age to marry, but it can make marriage arrangements for the next generation. Prince Aegon and Princess Helena, Prince Aemond and Prince Durin's heirs can all participate. And Princess Rhaenyra's descendants. Lord Linman added. If the Queen and Princess can still give birth to a girl, they can also marry the younger brother of the 3 brothers. Otto ignored Linman and continued, the Varese family also has pure Dragon King blood. If their blood can be gradually merged into the royal family through marriage, it will be a great benefit. I understand, but this will be many years later, the king said. Things years from now can hardly be considered valid leverage in the present. Land, said Larry Strong. This is the most valuable bargaining chip to win over them. Your Majesty can set him up with a position in King's Landing that sounds good enough but lacks real power. The lame Strong glanced around at the ministers. And it is promised that the landless second or youngest sons of the Varese family will be given priority to be selected as white knights in the future. Count Larry's strong, please be careful with your words. Captain Kristen Cole, who had never had a chance to speak, knocked his gloved hand on the table. The honor of a white knight of the King's Guard, noble, should never be used for such a transaction. Laris Strong rolled his eyes at him quietly. The white knight of the King's Guard had to take an oath not to marry and have children. He was reducing the number of future men in the Varese family, not to mention honor, nobility. Brothers Longzell came from afar. They are not believers of the seven gods, so naturally they will not understand the meaning of the King's Guard. Count Linman hurriedly smoothed things over. The top priority now is land. The fiefs owned by the royal family are not large in area and are extremely scattered. Grand Bachelor Melas said with some regret. It's not enough to be used as a territory to be entrusted to a royal prince with tens of thousands of people and astonishing wealth. Prince Damon did not receive this kind of treatment back then. Earl Linman said in his heart. Maybe it's because Damon isn't as special as the Ronzel brothers. The land of the Reach is vast and fertile. Otto Hightower took out the map and spread it out on the long table. There is a large territory from Greylock Mountain to the Mead River. It once belonged to dozens of vassals of the Hightower family, but some of them sold their land and left their hometowns, and some of them lost their heirs. Currently, these lands are owned by the family. The family is willing to contribute it as a royal fief for the royal family's use. The king gave Otto a blank look and did not answer his question. The north is vast and sparsely populated, Count Jaspi suggested. Why not discuss with Duke Stark and divide the uninhabited lands in the north to them? Are you trying to make people think that we have exiled them? Earl Linman replied unceremoniously. What's more, Duke Stark in the north is still a child. It's impossible for him to figure out these complicated things. Then where do you think it's appropriate? Count Jaspi responded angrily. Harrenhal that Lord Rallies cannot control? Or Dorne? Then he saw everyone looking at him at the same time. I'm just saying. Count Jasper smiled awkwardly and leaned back in his chair. The royal family has a royal fief at the end of the Bone Road. Grand Maester Melas said. From this fief to the south is the Balance Valley where the Dondarrion family and the Granderson family meet, and the Decision and Risky Frontiers where the Dondarrion family and the Swan family meet. Although the land here is not fertile, the Red Mountains have rich mineral deposits and a scorching climate, which is very suitable for the survival of dragons. The Weir family of Dorne has crossed the sea countless times to invade this territory, so the three families have no time to take care of this territory. The royal family can invest in integrating these lands for rewards. There are also titles. Earl Linman reminded. Since ancient times, the Borderlands have two hereditary titles. The title of Guardian of the Borderlands is inherited by the Tyrell family, so the Tyrell family can command the nobles of the West Borderlands. The title of the Borderland Marshal is held by the Cullen family of Nightsong City, but the Cullen family swears allegiance to Duke Baratheon of the Stormlands. I understand, said the king. The king has no right to deprive or transfer the hereditary titles of the nobility, so I decided to set up a separate title, Governor of the Border. With this title, the Longzell brothers do not need to swear allegiance to Duke Baratheon. But Duke Beaumont? Earl Jasper was a little uncertain. I have communicated with Duke Beaumont. The king said with a smile. The Duke has no opinion, so I would like to ask for your opinions. Do you agree with the suggestion just now? Agree. Earl Linman raised his hand first. Agree. Sir Tyron raised his hand second. He had not yet expressed his opinion. He hoped that the land could be allocated to the island outside Lannisport, but unfortunately he was preempted by others before he could say it. Agree. Earl Jasper agreed. Larys looked at the ministers around him and raised his hand. Agree. Kristen Cole raised his hand. Your will is my will. Otto sighed. Agree. Well, then the task of negotiation. The king looked at Otto. Just as Otto was about to agree, the door of the meeting hall suddenly opened. The one who can negotiate with the Dragon Knight can only be the Dragon Knight, my brother. Damon, who was covered in dust and dirt, was followed by Princess Rhaenys, who was also covered in dust. Your Majesty. The two walked to the long table, and the ministers stood up to greet them. A smile flashed across the king's face, but he quickly covered it up with seriousness. I hope the wisdom of the Imperial Council has given you enough conditions to support our negotiations, Your Majesty. Damon pressed the Dark Sister and bowed his head. Of course. The king stood up without thinking. May the 7 gods bless you to triumph. Chapter 27. The sea voyage was long and boring, but the fleet of the Varese family was large enough and happened to encounter the right wind direction, so the fleet sailed very fast. But this also made Longzil feel a strong sense of powerlessness. Ray's little dragon Shadow Nightmare grew very fast. In just 2 months, it had grown to the size of a calf, and its appetite was amazing. In addition to the beef and mutton supplied by the ships that specialize in raising cattle and sheep, Shadow Nightmare also stole the sea monsters and whale meat hunted by Wamasaur and Silverwing. Of course, it is not right to say that he stole. For some reason, Wamasaur and Silverwing are very close to Shadow Nightmare. Silverwing even shares the big fish he hunted with the hungry Shadow Nightmare. Dr. Vesalius, who arrived with the second batch of ships, believed that it was possible that Silverwing regarded Shadow Nightmare as his own child, but there was no evidence to prove this. Vala went to the leading vanguard ship to train with everyone. Only Longzil and a few close ministers, Hoffa with golden eyes, were left on the flagship. Oh, no, it should be called Hoffa Lawkeeper, who was wiping his spear. Sebastian was reading quietly, and Lin Valtaken was practicing swordsmanship on the deck. The spoils that Longzil had obtained from the Valyrian ruins had been counted, and after the second fleet joined, they were divided up within the family. The family sword Silver Blood naturally returned to Longzil, and now it was quietly hanging on the wall of the luxurious captain's room. Emperor Orion's Valyrian steel scale armor Dragon Rider was also placed here. After leaving the ruins, Longzil used blood magic to clean all the weapons and armor, revealing their appearance hundreds of years ago. This set of armor named Dragon Rider has complex runes carved on each dragon scale-shaped piece. The shoulder armor is made into the shape of a dragon head. There is a dragon wing on each side of the spiked helmet, and they finally converge on the dragon relief protruding from the forehead of the helmet. Next to the armor is the Emperor Orion's lance Cinder Snake. This lance used on the dragon's back has a strange shape. Longzil tried to use it on Wormaisoul's back, but he always couldn't operate it well. Maybe it works better on horseback than on dragon's back. Black Skirt Widow was passed down to Vala, as well as a Valyrian steel lance Heartbreaker and a set of Valyrian plate chainmail silver shield with a flying dragon on the helmet. Ray got the Valyrian steel rapier Blood Tears and the Valyrian steel lamellar armor Starry Sky. Lin Vartaken got the longsword Griffin's Heart with a griffin carved on it, and a set of smooth black plate armor Black Mirror. Sebastian Jaian got the flame-shaped sword, and he happily named it Jaian to show his family. Hoffa also got his trophy, a Valyrian steel spear named Lawkeeper. Ago happily accepted his Araximeter Moonsinger. Amor, who had been silently guarding Longzir, also got the repaired Moonblade long-handled battle-axe Guillotine. Amos Fezzle received a Valyrian steel two-handed greatsword Steel Flame obtained after taming the dragon, and Aslan Longdal got the longsword Lion King decorated with rubies. The rest of the trophies were collected by Longzir. There are also 4 longswords, 1 rapier, 1 half-hand sword, 2 two-handed greatswords, and 2 sets of armor. Longzir put down the book in his hand and quietly looked at the man who walked into the captain's room. "My lord, I'll change the wine for you." The man skillfully put the new wine on the table. "No need to hide your identity in front of me, the follower of the thousand-faced god." Longzir saw the thick shadow on the man at a glance, as if countless faces were silently looking at the outside world in the shadow. "Sorry, my skills are not good enough, I'm sorry to make you laugh." The man's face twisted for a while, and finally fixed on the face of an ordinary young man. "You are quite sincere." Longzir looked at the faceless man opposite with some surprise. He actually removed the disguise magic on his body. "It seems that you are not here to assassinate me. Let's have a drink together." Longzir gestured to the young man to help himself. The young man also picked up the glass wine pot and poured himself a glass of fine wine without hesitation, and drank it all. It is worthy of being a famous silver wine on the continent. It is really mellow. "Tell me what you are here for," Longzir said. "The oracle of the thousand-faced god," the young man said. "Someone needs to serve until death." "Why?" "There is no reason," God said, "someone did it." "Oh. God has cut off the connection with someone," the faceless man said. "I also drank the wine mixed with your blood. The thousand-faced god is really generous. God is just paying the reward," the faceless man said. "Someone walks in the mortal world under the name Kungur Porter, and will offer loyalty and death for you." Longzil nodded. "There is also news from the west. Kungur raised his head. The envoys of the Iron Throne have arrived in Pentos, and they hope to have a direct meeting with you. Finally. Longzal said in his heart. Chapter 28. The fleet of the Varese family sailed around Lis in a mighty manner, frightening the city into alarm. But the fleet paid no attention to this city of lust, and conveniently cleared away the pirate fleet that was still wandering outside the harbour, then turned around and headed north, heading towards Pentos along the coastline. The 5 fastest 300-oared sailing warships in the fleet set off first and headed for the agreed location. They carried 300 silver-blood soldiers equipped with halberds, spears, hammers and plate chainmail and 50 a tiger-striped warhorse, as well as Aslan Rondel, Hoffa the Lawbringer, and Linvar Taken. These 3 close ministers of Longzell also followed. The negotiation took place on a rocky coast in southern Pentos. Roar! The sharp dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire coast. The giant snake-like Coroxius slowly climbed up the cliff of the coast, and its huge dragon head gently pressed against its owner. The Red Queen, who was lying asleep next to her, was enjoying Renis's wiping. The old princess carefully cleaned her partner's scales. They arrived at the negotiation venue early. Damon, what do you think? Renis couldn't help it and walked to Damon and asked. I saw the conditions given by Viserys, the false title of royal prince, the title of border governor, a piece of land, and the engagement that will take who knows how many years to be fulfilled. Maybe they will accept it now, but what about in the future? Renis looked into Damon's eyes. I don't believe you haven't considered the future. Whether Princess Rhaenyra can successfully succeed to the throne, and whether the descendants of Targaryen can suppress the descendants of Vareses. They are also descendants of the Dragon King, and Silver Wings will also give birth to dragons. Egg. We can't completely prevent the descendants of Varese from getting dragons. Daemon reassured. This is something for future generations to consider, Renis. When my brother is still sitting on that iron chair, my wife's inheritance rights are undisputed, but once my brother leaves, Rhaenyra and I are no longer in King's Landing. I'm glad you finally realize that. Renis smiled. The secular perspective determines people's vision. Although the lords have all sworn allegiance to Princess Rhaenyra, once there is a change, I am afraid that only the female Duchess Jane of Arryn Valley and the northerners who abide by their oaths will stand firm. On the princess's side. But have you figured out how to win them over for the princess? Princess's children are all good children. Daemon sighed. I will lobby the families in the borderlands to accept them, and Prince Jocaris and Prince Lucilis will serve as their squires until they come of age. Did they agree? This is Zyja's initiative. Daemon looked towards the horizon. 2 giant dragons penetrated the sea of clouds. Flying this way, there is a faint shadow of a sail swaying on the sea level. Was Wormile that big before? Renis' expression suddenly became serious. Daemon's face also became serious. As if sensing the change in her master's mood, the Red Queen, who was lying on the ground, instantly raised her spiked dragon head and roared at the sky. Not to be outdone, Coroxius stretched his neck and roared. They were answered by the long dragon roar of Vormithor. Wormizar, land! Longzell put on the dragon knight, but did not wear the helmet of that slut. There was silver blood hanging from his waist, and the coat of arms of the Varese family silver was painted on the cloak. Dragon and bay leaf. The huge bronze fury slowly landed in the open space, followed closely by Silver Wings. Wormithor is at least a bit bigger than when he was on Dragonstone Island. Daemon was familiar with the wild dragons that often appeared on Dragonstone Island, and he immediately discovered something was wrong. The bronze scales are also a lot brighter, the dragon horns are a lot thicker, and the silver wings are a lot bigger. He also saw the armor worn by the 2 teenagers who climbed down from the dragon saddle and the armor hanging from their waists. Long sword. Even Prince Daemon was stunned for a moment before regaining consciousness. Welcome, cousins. Renis greeted him with open arms. Ronzel and Vala looked at each other and bowed at the same time. They were the same generation as Daemon and Renis. He deserves to be called a cousin. Longzell, long time no see. Daemon pressed the dark sister and said. After so many years, cousin Daemon, you are still as handsome as before. Longzell responded with a smile. We bring a proposal for the Iron Throne, Daemon said. King Viserys has made you an offer upon learning of your decision to return to Westeros. I'm all ears. Longzell stood in front of Daemon and said with a smile, I brought back thousands of ships, countless gold and silver, silk, spices, treasures, tens of thousands of young men and craftsmen, and 6,000 soldiers. I am responsible for their food. Understood. Damon nodded. The Iron Throne will recognize the royal status of the Varese family, because Princess Sinella is still a member of the royal family, and canonize you as royal prince. Valar and Ray can also use the title of prince or prince title. Ronzel just looked at him without speaking. Seeing that his brother was silent, Vala also closed his mouth. The Iron Throne hopes to marry the Varese family, and the last two Dragon King families should have blood intertwined. Longzell crossed his arms and nodded. This is the most direct way for Westeros to accept their clan. But as far as I know, the Targaryens probably don't have any daughters of the right age. So we are making a marriage contract for the next generation. Daemon added. The daughter of the Targaryen family will be with your descendants, or Prince Ray. Longzell nodded. I can understand the dilemma of the royal family, but you haven't answered my question yet. The royal family is sincere. Daemon opened his arms, and Rhaenys naturally opened the map. The royal family offers you the following territories: the royal fief Midsummer Plain, which is located on a highland at the northern foot of the Red Mountains, with fertile soil and mild climate. The royal family has negotiated with the lord families of this location, the Dondarrion family and the Swan family. The Dondarrion family is willing to hand over the village and land of Jeohengong to you, hoping that you can provide shelter for the Dondarrion family and defend against the invasion of the Weir family of Dorne. In addition, the land, population, and mineral deposits of the Valley of the Balance, the Border of Choice, the Border of Risk, and the Expansion Peak will also be your fief. Longzell looked at the map and did not speak for a long time. The southern foot of the Red Mountains are the stubborn Dornish lords. The Iron Throne promises that all the territories acquired by the Varese's family in Dorne will belong to you. In addition, the royal family will grant you the title of Governor of the Borderlands, and the lords of the Borderlands are obliged to accept your orders in wartime. Longzell looked at Daemon, as if he wanted to know what else he could say. To show my sincerity, my stepson Prince Jacaerys volunteered to serve as your squire if you are willing to accept the faith of the seven gods. Daemon readily gave the conditions. Cousin Daemon, the Dragon King family never believes in gods, even if they really exist. Longzell said. But if necessary, we will also pay respect to any gods. Daemon nodded. My stepson Prince Luthras will soon finish his studies in Climax City and serve as Prince Vala's squire, and my son Prince Aegon will also serve as Prince Ray's squire at the age of 8. He smiled and said, the royal family welcomes the return of allies and relatives. Longzell narrowed his eyes. Vala was already confused. Chapter 29. The negotiations went smoothly. The soldiers brought by Longzell also had no effect. At least no one said anything when the four dragons took off. Climbing down from the rope ladder hanging from the dragon saddle of Wormizar, Ronzel turned his head and saw Vala with a confused look on his face. Brother, what is the result of the negotiation? Longzell took the light wine handed over by Sebastian Jayan and rinsed his mouth before answering his brother's question. An identity, a certificate, and a few hostages. Ronzel put the wine glass back into Sebastian's hand and continued to explain to his brother. The bloodline left by our mother proves our royal status, so that we can integrate into the aristocratic system of Westeros naturally, and it can also make the established fact that we have dragons more deserved. He paused and looked up. The dragon looking towards the sky. After all, it is the Targaryen Dragon King who has ruled here for more than 100 years. Wormizar and Silverwing hovered over the fleet, very leisurely. Longzell retracted his gaze from the dragon and continued, the Dorne frontier is a very special place in Westeros. According to the information brought by Dr. Vesalius and Evans, this land is located in the Red. The mountains include the eastern march of the Stormlands and the western march of the Reach. The princes of these two regions swore fealty to the Baratheon family of Storm's End and the Tyrell family of Highgarden respectively, but the nominal guardians of the frontier are the Tyrell family of Highgarden. He sorted out the situation in the territory. The title of Governor of the Border Territory means that we have the legal basis to integrate the entire frontier territory after we have established a foothold. Looking at his brother's confused eyes, Longzell continued to explain, we have accepted the rewards from the gods, established a foothold in Westeros, and promoted the composition of the Song of Ice and Fire. So we must think about how to maximize our interests and better participate in the chessboard of the gods. There is also Dorne's right to conquest. Longzell pointed out the point that he was more interested in. Aegon I of the Targaryen family once tried to conquer Dorne, but his brutal conquest methods only united the Dornish people, and in the end they could only regretfully fail. Although Dorne is at the bottom in terms of area and population, it is rich in gold and copper. Iron, the people are brave and good at fighting, and it is a good source of troops and a great rear area. So we want to conquer the place called Dorne. Vala suddenly became excited. There's no rush. Longzell patted his younger brother on the shoulder. The top priority is to settle everyone in the family /. There's more. Vala asked again. What is a squire? Except for the north, Westeros adheres to the seven gods' belief of the Andals and inherits the culture of the Andals. The knight culture comes from here. Knights who swear to fight for the gods and lords not only need armor and war horses, also need the service of attendants. Knights of low origin either have no attendants, or the attendants are commoners, but the attendants of noble knights are often nobles, and boys of noble origin will regard attendants as an important part of their journey to knighthood. Longzell thought of the information mentioned before. Although Princess Rhaenyra's son has doubtful blood, he does have some courage and took the initiative to come to us as a hostage, haha. Then Vala is still a little confused. Just treat them like little brothers. Ronzel said. After all, according to the current order of succession, Prince Daemon has sent over the future Crown Prince and the future Earl of Jayatu Island. And his eldest son, well, he is quite impressive. Vala, call everyone, let's discuss the next plan. Dragon's Stone. Prince Jocaris stood alone outside his mother's bedroom, seemingly having just had a quarrel with his mother. It seems that Princess Rhaenyra was furious because Jocaris took the initiative to throw herself out as a bargaining chip. If she was not pregnant, she would even want to beat Zyja. Although she quickly sorted out the pros and cons and understood what her son had done, there was still a suppressed anger in her heart that a mother found her son disobedient. Come in. Rhaenyra finally adjusted her mood and called her son back who had just been kicked out. Jocaris then carefully pushed them away. Princess Rhaenyra on the bed gave Jocaris a rollicking look with her big belly. Next time something like this happens, remember to discuss it with me. Princess Rhaenyra said in an unpleasant tone. But Prince Jocaris smiled. After all, his mother's words meant that she had forgiven him for making his own decisions. Seeing her son's face suddenly brighten, Princess Rhaenyra couldn't help but smile. After all, mothers are always worried about their children, and if the child is very good, the mother will be proud of the child, even though the child may not be so obedient. Different from the moment of warmth on Dragonstone, there was some tension on a ship on the narrow sea. A tall girl in copper scale armor held a huge sword that was as pale as milky white glass and stared fiercely at the captain who was lying on the ground opposite. The girl is not very old, with long pale golden hair simply hanging on the back of her head, and her bright violet eyes seem to glow in the sun. Behind her are a girl in smart clothes and a boy holding a wooden stick. There were still marks of strangulation on the boy's body. Miss, if you have something to say, say it well. If you have something to say, say it well. The captain looked at the two bloody heads rolling next to him in horror. Why did the agreed fare increase midway? Why did you kidnap Alan at night and sneak into Diana and I's room? The female warrior stepped between the captain's legs, which frightened him. Miss, let's talk it over nicely. This is just an accident. I am willing to compensate you and the two for the boat fare. Is that okay? Shut up. I just want a reason. Diana Tarly behind the female warrior sighed in her heart. It was really a joke of the gods. The Tarly family of Hornhill and the Dane family of Starfall stood on the same front. You should know that in history, the Tarly family and the Dane family, who had similar territories, had a dog-brained friendship with each other. However, the Dane family was different from the really shameless Dorne lords in the East Frontier. Although they fought repeatedly in many wars in history for their respective masters, the conflicts basically stayed on the battlefield. In peacetime, the two families had the experience of hunting together and competing. However, it was unheard of to rely on a woman from the Dane family for protection like now. Stop talking nonsense, give me the money, you stay, and you are not allowed to leave our side until you go to Pentos. Okay, okay. The captain was about to cry. Miss, can you take away your sword and feet? Shut up. Captain, something's wrong. A sailor rushed into the cabin in a panic, and then staggered and almost fell down because of the scene in the cabin. If you have something to say, say it quickly. The female warrior rolled her eyes at the sailor. Yes, yes. Before the sailor finished speaking, the cabin door was pushed open by a soldier wearing light leather armor and holding a spear. Vers's fleet, I suspect you are a pirate ship of the Three Cities Alliance. The soldier looked around the cabin expressionlessly. I need to verify your identity. Obara Dane. The female warrior said her name loudly. I am the true master of the dawn. Chapter 30. On the deck of the Silent Lord. Obara Dane and Evans Dane stared at each other, and Evans' legs were weak. He could only lean on his master, Dr. Vesalius, and endure the disgusted look of his master. You said you are the sword of the dawn of this generation. Longzil looked up and down at the girl in front of him. In his magical vision, the girl in front of him was filled with bright starlight-like energy, and the giant sword on her back was even more so. If Valyrian steel was like a burning flame condensed into ice, then the dawn was like a condensed, still burning star. No wonder in the legend of Westeros, this giant sword is no less than the Valyrian steel sword. Of course. Obara Dane was also looking at Longzir. She sniffed and said in confusion, Are you the Targaryen on the Iron Chair? No, you don't have the stink of those guys. Girl, watch your words. Lyn Vartarkan said in a deep voice. Obara was not polite either. Just as she was about to draw her sword, she saw Lyn, Hoffa, and Ago, who had already put their hands on their weapons beside Longzir. Among them, Ago had even taken off the Moonsinger. Obara then put down her raised hand. Okay, I apologize. Longzir pointed at Obara Dane and said to Evans, Is what she said true? Not daring to look at his sister's fierce eyes, Evans said evasively, Obara is indeed a top-notch swordsman in the family, but this generation of Dawn Sword, Sir Oberyn Dane, is our great-uncle, and he has not died yet, so. The Dawn is in my hands now. Obara rolled his eyes at his brother. Uncle Oberyn is too old. He can no longer bear the responsibility of accompanying Dawn. Tell me about your sword. Compared with the internal affairs of the Dane family, Longzil was obviously more interested in Dawn. Obara proudly pulled out Dawn and stuck it on the deck in front of her. Lyn's face twitched. This is our ship. But seeing that Longzil didn't express his opinion, Lyn didn't continue to pester him and continued to listen to Obara's introduction. The ancestors of the Dane family can be traced back to the Dawn era 10,000 years ago, which is at least 2,000 years older than the Stark family in the north. The first Dane chased the falling star and built a castle. Dawn came from that falling star. It is said that the ancestor burned the falling star with the flames from the sky, and finally the great sword Dawn was born from the heart of the star. The ancestor ruled the turbulent river for thousands of years with this great sword, until Queen Nymeria crossed the river with thousands of ships and sent the last king of the turbulent river to the wall. Obara looked at the silver blood on Longzir's waist. Although she didn't know what this sword was, it looked like a top-notch sword from the shape. I don't know if I have the honor to try your sword. Obara looked at Longzir with fiery eyes. Don't go too far. This time it was Ago who came out, let me be your opponent. Ago, let me do it. Longzir pulled Ago behind him. I can hear Silverblood cheering, let's let her fight Dawn. As you command, blood of my blood. Agolis took back the Moonsinger and simply stood back to his original position. Fortunately your ship is big enough. Obara drew her great sword without warning and slashed it vertically. Longzil didn't even look at it, Silverblood picked it up and blocked the Dawn sword that changed from vertical slash to horizontal slash. With a clang, it turned out that the powerful Dawn was knocked away. Obara hurriedly took advantage of the momentum and turned to slash at Longzil from below, but he took the lead and slashed Dawn with a sword, then turned the hilt of the sword and knocked Obara's wrist. Clang! Dawn landed, and the winner was decided. I lost, good swordsmanship. Obara admitted defeat readily. Thank you for letting Dawn experience the joy of fighting. Longzil nodded and motioned her to pick up the sword. What are you going to do next? I was going to be a mercenary in Pentos. I can lend you a ship to take you to Pentos. Longzil said. But the treatment here seems to be better than Pentos. I wonder if you need my sword. That's fine. Just go to Lyn to register. Longzil pointed at Lyn. Lyn raised his eyebrows, as if to say that although you haven't beaten my master, it's normal. You've done a good job of holding on for so long. But in the future, your sword may fall on your compatriots. Vala squatted beside him and teased. Obara shook her long hair nonchalantly, who cares? The Dornishmen are no less likely to kill each other than the cowards of the Rivermen and Stormlands. Watched Obara leave. Diana Tarly just came out of the cabin. Her brother Alan Tarly was settled on another ship. Gisser Shadowweaver was treating the boy. Yes, this poisoner with a broken leg was not only good at poisons, but also good at Oriental medicine. Miss Diana, tell me what you think of Miss Obara and Dorn. Longzir handed a glass of light wine to the girl who changed into a neat silver skirt, and said with a smile. Obara is different from ordinary Dornishmen. Diana said. She doesn't care about many things that Dornishmen care about. For her, night novels are more attractive than the literature of desire circulating in the Dornish desert. Dawn giant swords and battles are more favored by her than men and women. She loves war horses and armor more than silk skirts, and loves fighting more than girls' embroidery and brocade. Longzil nodded and motioned her to continue. Diana looked at the young man in front of her with some awe. 2 giant dragons were circling leisurely above her head, not caring about what was happening below. I can't tell she's lying. Diana continued to introduce the knowledge she knew about Dorn. The Dornish are not monolithic. The Salt people in the eastern coastal areas have more characteristics of the Rhoynar. The Stone people in the western mountains are closer to the descendants of the Andals and the ancestors. They are tall and have fair skin. The Sand people in the central desert have the characteristics of both, and their skin color is darker due to the climate of the desert. In ancient times, there were kingdoms of all sizes here. It was not until Queen Nymeria crossed the ship that the rising Martell family gradually integrated the entire Dorne and eliminated the Dornish kings. Tell me in detail. There are several very powerful families in Dorne, and the Martell family is needless to say. They call themselves the Prince of Dorne and rule the entire Dorne. The Euronwood family of Euronwood City was once the most powerful force in Dorne. Although it was defeated by Martell, it is still powerful and has a deep feud with the Fowler family because of betrayal. The Dane family and the Blemont family in the west do not completely obey the leadership of the Martell family. The Euler family in the middle is famous in the Seven Kingdoms for no one can guess what they will do next. The Weir family in the northeast is cruel and cunning. They have always been at odds with the princes of the east border. Because they once poisoned Earl Euronwood who attended the banquet, they have a very bad relationship with the Euronwood family. But when the conqueror conquered Dorne, they still united together. Longzil pointed this out. But he did not continue. Instead, he nodded to Diana, as if appreciating her rich knowledge. Thank you for your praise. Diana lifted her skirt and saluted. What are your plans next? We want to apply for your asylum until my irritable father calms down. Diana lowered her head helplessly. He is too strong. Maybe time will help him calm down. I have prepared cabins for you and Alan on my ship. Longzil nodded. I hope you have a good stay. The wind blew through the huge fleet. On the narrow sea, thousands of ships were sailing westward with countless sails high. It seemed to be sending a signal to the other side. West Eros. We are here.